check, check. 1, 2, check.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
नमस्कार ऑल ऑफ यू। अपनी कुर्सी की पेटी बांध लीजिए। बहुत ही जल्द हम फ्लाइट नंबर HDA 22 में उड़ान भरने वाले हैं। कृपया अपने मोबाइल फोन साइलेंट मोड पे रख लें टू एंजॉय अ डिस्टर्बेंस फ्री एजुकेशन फ्लाइट जर्नी।
A very good morning to all the esteemed guests, eminent faculties and delegates.
Myself Parvinder Bamra.
Myself Dr. Shlok Gupta.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we are gratified to welcome you all for the 3 days educational feast, Hello Diabetes Academia 2022 International Conclave, organized by Diabetes Care Foundation of India, DCFI, in collaboration with Sunil's Diabetes Care and Research Center Private Limited, DCRC, to an intellectual interaction with take-home messages and contribute to future innovations in the field of diabetes.
So let us begin with the inauguration of HDA HIPPOCRATES ICOG radar on hypoglycemia in pregnancy in collaboration with Diabetes in Pregnancy Study Group of India, DIPSI, Indian College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, ICOG, and Nagpur Obstetrics and Gynecological Society, NOGS of India. With full enthusiasm. Once again, we welcome you all.
May I now request Dr. Sunil Gupta, President DIPSI, Organizing Chairman HDA, to escort Dr. V. Shishaya Padmashri, Founder Patron DIPSI, and Bhishma Pitama of Pregnancy Diabetes in India. I also request Kavita Gupta ma'am to please escort Dr. Vasant Kumar, National President RSSDI. I request Dr. Kavita Gupta, Organizing Secretary HDA, to escort Dr. Hema Divakar ma'am, past President FOGSI, and
Okay. I request Dr. Varsha Dhavle ma'am, President NOGS, to escort Dr. Uday Thanawala sir, Governor ICOG, to the stage.
I request Dr. Sangeeta Tajpuria ma'am, Secretary NOGS, to escort Dr. Rajiv Chawla sir, immediate past President DIPSI, to the dais. Thank you sir. Thank you ma'am.
I request Dr. Sunil Gupta sir and Dr. Kavita Gupta ma'am to welcome our guests with a token of love in the form of functional food potli. We request all the DIPSI Governing Council members to please join on the stage for the lighting of Samai.
Every ceremony is incomplete without the blessing of God. Let's begin the ceremony with the lighting of lamp. Light symbolizes knowledge and darkness ignorance.
So now I request all our respected guests to please come forward for lighting the lamp and commencing the ceremony.
Shubham Kurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhanasampadah Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya
We welcome Dr. Mrs. Sheshaya, ma'am. Ma'am, you please welcome you on the stage. please.
रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य दृष्टिगृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु.
Now I request Dr. Sunil Gupta sir, President DIPSI and Organizing Chair, to give the welcome address.
Mike.
Thank you very much, Parvinder and Dr. Shlok. I welcome you all on behalf of Hello Diabetes Academia and DIPSI, ICOG, as well as the NOGS and other organizations which are American College of Physicians, Diabetes India, IDF Southeast Asia, PHFI, other education partners. This particular meeting, since almost 8 years we are doing this program. In between, this program used to be once in 2 years, and then we have made it once in a year at last 4 or 5 years. We try to address almost all fraternity who are in close context with working in the field of diabetology, where first comes as my own primary area of working or pregnancy diabetes, and that's why every HDA we have one session which is being dedicated in collaboration with Nagpur Obstetric Society. Last time it was with Foxy, and this year it is with ICOG. So in collaboration with these academic bodies, we try to give the best possible scientific feast to everyone here. This particular year, our focus is mainly on clinical diabetology. So we'll have more of a case-based discussion, interactive sessions, question-answer sessions, good participation, and there are also good prizes on good questions and good answers and participation from the participants and delegates. I request Dr. Kavita ma'am to keep some prizes for the participants who are participating aggressively, actively in the program. So there will be almost every session will have one prize. So you will get a stimulation on these lines. I feel I'll fail in my words if I don't thank. Of course, there will be a vote of thank, but there are some people who need special thank here who have guided me for this program. Dr. Seshaya. Dr. Seshaya has recently got Padma Shri in 2022, and I would love to give him a standing ovation for his achievement this year, and this was a long-awaited honor for him. So, thank you very much. And he always guides us for such programs and such academics. He's always there. He's 84. He has some medical issues still. Despite all these comorbidities, he's always with us and motivating us. Even today morning, we had a wonderful session. Then we also have here with us the National President of RSSDI, Dr. Vasant Kumar. Every week he is going across the country for delivering an oration. Sir, we welcome you from this platform. And we have Dr. Rajiv Chawla, who is the Chief Editor of IJDDC, immediate past President of DIPSI as well as RSSDI. Sir, we welcome you for this for the gathering. And thank you very much all people who are sitting with me from DIPSI governing body. My teacher, Dr. Seshaya, Dr. S.D. Survanshi, and Dr. Fidvi sir, and who have taught me gynecology in my final MBBS days and medicine in college days and post-graduation medicine, as well as Dr. Debashish Chatterjee, who is always a wonderful social worker, walking with me since last 23-24 years, and we are going to Gondia for education program every year. Sir, we welcome you, Dr. Chatterjee, sir. He himself is diabetic. He is on insulin since 21 years, but he still has shown all the interest every time. With these few words, thank you very much once again for all the faculties of HIP Symposia as well as for Hello Diabetes other sessions. I announce here that this meeting is now open, and I invite, I hand over this mic to MOC. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I request Dr. Uday Thanawala, sir, Governor ICOG, to address a few words.
I request Dr. Varsha Davle ma'am, President NOGS, to share her thoughts.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of Nagpur OBGY Society, I welcome you all to Nagpur, the city of oranges. Know thyself is now known as known by their self. Sunil Gupta and diabetes have become synonyms in the field of medicine with academia. It's all his Herculean efforts to create awareness of diabetes not only in central India and not only at the national level but also at the international level. Treatment of diabetes has grown leaps and bounds over all these years because of the awareness created through such programs by great academicians. Multidisciplinary approach is the need of the hour for all the patients of diabetes pertaining to various fields, whether it is pregnancy or other areas. And by doing such conferences, definitely knowledge is being propagated to the best of levels. So I wish you all to have a rocking conference, a rocking academia, and thank you once again for giving us the opportunity as NOGS to be collaborated with you. So I wish you all a happy learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Now I request Dr. V. Sheshaya, sir, Padma Shri, to share his thoughts and shower his blessings upon us. Sir has been instrumental in establishing an independent department of diabetology, college and hospital in Chennai. Sir has also introduced a single-step procedure to diagnose GDM. His guidelines were adopted by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, India and WHO. He practiced the slogan, Indian problems need Indian solutions, and also focus fetus for future. I feel very proud to say that Sir is also a recipient of Dr. B.C. Roy National Award, and Sir is also honored recently with Padma Shri Award in 2022. Okay.
Now I request all the guests, faculties and delegates to please stand for the national anthem.
Thank you so much. Now I hand over the mic to the rapporteurs for further commencement of the official program.
A very warm good afternoon to everybody and welcome to Hello Diabetes Academia 2022. It's a pleasure to have you all at this conjecture in this afternoon in such good numbers. We start with our first day with our keynote address, and for that I'm going to request our chairpersons, Dr. Vasan Kumar sir, our President RSSDI and consultant diabetologist and a leading academician. Sir, can we have you on stage, please? And Dr. Juzer Fidvi, he is an obstetric and gynecologist. He has been the former HOD for IGTMC Nagpur. Sir, can we have you on stage, please? Also, can I request the faculties for our HDA terminal to please join us in the hall for commencement of our first session of ACP and ISH Symposia.
Good afternoon, friends. It's wonderful to be here with all of you. And it's a great occasion now that this meeting is starting with keynote address by none other than our legendary figure, Dr. Seshaya. It will be futile to talk anything about him. I don't want to say anything except that we are very fortunate, sir, that we are able to hear you today. And your experiences, what you share, will be our lifetime experience for us. Before you go, I'll just ask Dr. Fidvi to say a few words. He's co-chairing with me.
I say I am honored to be here as a chairman with the legend who's been teaching and who's been doing everything about diabetes and pregnancy, because we know, and since I was also a teacher for 40 years in medical college, diabetes, whenever I would teach diabetes, I would ask what is diabetes, and the answer would be, it will be always a definition of diabetes mellitus. I would say, okay, what about insipidus? And when you come to Department of Obstetrics, diabetes means, I would tell them my definition of diabetes as jinke paas do beti hai, that is diabetes. Right, so we would like to hear, because before the invent of insulin, no diabetics would think of becoming a mother, but now even the juveniles can have safe pregnancy, and let's hear from you, sir. Thank you.
Respected chairpersons, I am very happy to have both of you as chairperson for my talk today. And my ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy that you are able to come to this audience, listen to me. And I must thank Dr. Sunil Gupta and his family, Dr. Kavita and his children for inviting me to Nagpur to address this august audience. I've been here yesterday evening because of the love and affection shown by Sunil Gupta and his family. Now, my talk will be on this. This is a photo of 20 years ago. Anyway, now my topic will be now primordial prevention of diabetes. That means diabetes should not develop at all. That is my topic, title I'm going to speak now. Now friends, this is an important message and problem which is all of us facing, estimation and projections of the number of people 20 to 70 years, 79 years with diabetes, different editions here. If you take about 2019, it was 463 million. And many of you know about that, but still I thought those who are not knowing, I'm going to maybe getting this information. And 2021, it was 530 was 7 million. In 2045, an alarming number of 783 million are going to be diabetic. Then pre-diabetes approximately 380 million, which is likely to increase to about 418 million by 2040. So there is an alarming figure. So diabetes is an epidemic so far. Now we think it is a pandemic. So that is the introduction I want to give. That is the reason I thought, how can you do premodel prevention of diabetes? Then most of thinking detection of diabetes is over, everything is over. Detect and treat, that's true. But what I am going to speak here is how to, does not mean prevention of diabetes. Detection is different, prevention is different here. What we need is premodel prevention of diabetes, that is, disease should not develop. Is it possible? How can you prevent diabetes? That is my question now. Is it possible? To achieve diabetes-free generations, whom to focus, what you should do to prevent diabetes. So in this little basic thing, any disease you need genetic background will be there. Similarly, diabetes also, genetic will be there, it's called phenotype. And then what the most important thing will be here, intrauterine environment of the growing fetus. Again, this is what is going to happen post-natal environment. So that means for any disease, basic things are two. One is genetic and other is epigenetic. So, but most important thing will be here epigenetic, because even though it has some percentage gene of diabetes parentage, but still you need more important will be the genetic loads the gun, but environment triggers stuff. That means most important environment is that. Again, important will be the inter environment. Now, I would like to recall some statement made in those days by this fellow, Chanakya. The photo was there. Chanakya, he was a philosopher about more than 2000 years ago. That is such a wise man. He told, first time in the world, I don't know anybody has told like that, if when a life gets seeded, mother's womb, its age, deeds, wealth, education, death are all determined right there. So he has told everything starts from the mother's womb. So after many years we never knew what has happened, all of us forgotten. Then what happened about 50 years ago, this doctor, David Barker, said, conceptualized, the body's susceptibility to lifestyle disease was programmed intrauterine. He is the first fellow to come out with the idea was everything starts from the uterus after 2000 years ago, 2000. Now what he meant was intrauterine programming. He meaning by that gestational programming, the process whereby similarly maternal fears or stresses occur at a critical sensitive periods of fetal development. Permanently change structure, physiology and metabolism which predispose individuals to disease in adult life. That is the definition of that, and he said finally fetal origin of adult diseases. So he came out with the conclusion all the diseases come from the mother's womb, so fetal origin of disease. So that means you have an answer now. I told you title was premodel prevention of diabetes. Is it possible to prevent? Yes, now I find an answer in the David Barker statement that fetal origin of adult diseases. Now, if you take a diabetes mellitus, is it again genetic is important or this environment is important? Here you will see here, innate destiny genetic is important or environment is important. We will discuss here little bit of studies here. Exposure to diabetic environment in intro, associated with increased occurrence of impaired glucose tolerance, defective insulin secretion response in adult offspring, independent of genetic predisposed type diabetes. That means genetic is not very important, whereas where exposure to mother's womb more important. So what is the evidence? How do you make this statement? Here, we take interesting study here, animal experiment model. This model, Mister rats, which has a low genetic risk of diabetes, when exposed to hyperglycemia, media of Goto rat utero, significantly increase the risk of diabetes in the adult life. So it's a very simple, very nice message. Rat it is not diabetic prone, when exposed to Goto rat whose mother, who has got high sugar level, that child, that rat will develop diabetes. So animal model. What is the human model? Here, maternal hyperglycemia and progeny, what this states will be here. Offsprings are Pima Indians. Every sentence very important here. These offspring of Pima Indians who were in utero, their mother had diabetes, have a greater risk of diabetes compared to earlier siblings, early children born before the mother developed diabetes. Means when she was normal, her children did not develop diabetes. After become diabetic, children born to have become diabetic. That shows intrauterine milieu is more important than destiny. That means now we can, the first part I am finishing now, significance of GDM. GDM may play a crucial role in the increase of prevalence of diabetes and obesity. That's why I stole this statement, GDM is the mother of non-communicable diseases. So after this particular discussion, I am going to produce hence what steps we can take to prevent diabetes. Whom to focus on the primordial prevention of diabetes? Whom to focus? That was the question I started. Now I am going to say whom to focus. Here, the evidence. Interesting study publication here, diabetes prevention program, which I wanted to sell primordial prevention. This is what diabetes prevention program, not in India, but in the United States, the most advanced country in the world. In September 2001, Center for Diabetes Control and Prevention, CDC, issued a press release stating that twin epidemic of diabetes and obesity continue to threaten the health of Americans. So what they did, they introduced a program called Diabetes Prevention Program was introduced. Then what happened is more important. Then in 2001, it was 6% of the US population had diagnosed diabetes. Whereas it is going to be in 2021, that is currently, it happened to be 10.5% Americans do develop. So what was 6 in 2001 became 10.5 and after 20 years. So the aim of preventing diabetes all went waste. That means the method of prevention of diabetes is not successful. So then that means obviously this is not a successful program for the Americans. They totally failed. So what we should do, what is happening is, then what could be the successful program to prevent diabetes? Program comes here now. Life force experience, which most of our OBGYN will know about that. Pre-life exposure relates to the development during the time preceding the first appearance of life. The time goes from conception to confinement. From single cell zygote to finally found fetus at confinement, remarkable change occurs due to the maternal fuel's hormonal influence on the fetal development. Crucial period of the fetal development is the first trimester. That is why this is a very important statement here. Development origin, the ovum is well supplied with the mitochondria, but the sperm contains a few, and even those few do not persist in the offspring. That means at fertilization, only the nucleus of the spermatozoa that enters the ovum. Thus, cytoplasm, mitochondria, and mitochondrial DNA are exclusively maternally oriented. This slide is very important because it clearly shows everything depends on the mother contribution to the fetus. So, important first trimester here. The first trimester begins in the first day of the last period and lasts until the end of week 12. And then this means that by the time one knows that for sure of her pregnancy, it might already be 5 or 6 weeks pregnancy. A lot happens during the first 3 months. This is called preconception care. That is why the Minister of Health, the Government of India, has pronounced that GDM national guidelines, he says, first testing should be done during the first trimester, as almost 1/3 of GDM positive women detected during this period. So forget about the test book of yours, OBG book, which says second and 24th, 20th week, it's the ideal time to conceive. Not at all. It's wrong. Now we feel was screen the first trimester itself. So, hence, female gender, I raise the question, whom to focus? Hence, must focus on the female gender, key to diabetes prevention. Because here, it starts with healthy pregnancy, low birth weight, or large for just the birth weight infants. When they grow up, they, in adult life, elevated risk for obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and cardiovascular diseases. And not only that, intergenerational transmission occurs, mother to child, child to again another child, it goes on transmitting every generation. So that is why what we call will be maternal health, the link to the anxiety epidemic. So I raise the question, whom to focus? The answer now will be, you have to focus on the mother. That is why female gender is very important. So now finally, there are a number of classifications of the glycemic level for diagnosing different categories of glucose tolerance during pregnancy. Here, and I think few of you know about that. Now again and again, wherever I go, some question comes from the audience, which guidelines should we follow? We have been telling Indian problem needs Indian solution. I told you that the Government of India already given the guidelines to be followed. In that, a single test procedure for diagnosing GDM has been published and included in the test book of medicine or the test book of and diabetes, McMaster test book of internal medicine, and Mudaliar and Manon's clinical obstetrics. So that is all the books mentioned only diabetes study group, India's guidelines of diagnosing GDM, 2 or PG more than 140 grams. But still, the question comes from the audience, what should we follow? So this country has got in rupees. So this is the coin which we accepted. Similarly, we must also follow the Indian government guidelines, not to follow any other guidelines of the other countries. So one more thing here, I think few of us know about. I think in Nagpur, Sunil Gupta has published quite a number of studies. Gestational glucose intolerance, that is GGI, 120 to 140 milligrams is called more than 140 GDM, less 120, 140 will be GGI. Active women who had 2 PG between 120 milligram and 140 milligram had adverse pregnancy outcome in all trimesters. Hence, this category requires a cognizance. So, unfortunately, this is still not stressed very well in the country. They stop with 140 and GDM, but this is also very important. Anything more than 120, we don't take care. And in the bargain, the children born to them got lots of problems, both mother and child develops. So any value above normal is abnormal. Now, this is what our latest guidelines we are going to follow. Categorization of glucose tolerance during pregnancy, prediction and then detection. Here, we all know about GDM, 140 milligrams is one GDM. The problem will be future type diabetes. And GGI, gestational glucose tolerance, 4 PG, 140, adverse pregnancy outcome and future type diabetes. Lately, this is 2022, we are introducing one more category, what we call as early gestational glucose tolerance. That means any glucose level that occurs between 10th and 11th week, which is never so far spoken. I'm telling in this audience, 10th to 11th week, if you find a woman having glucose tolerance, we call her early gestational glucose tolerance or EGGA, because these people also get a problem, because this shows you check a woman's blood sugar over 110 milligrams, 10th week of pregnancy, that means she is going to become GDM, not prediction. So premortal prevention is ending here. Ideally, peak maternal postprandial blood glucose be 110 milligrams per deciliter from preconception period and early weeks of pregnancy. Target blood glucose level when they are treating, it should be 8 to 19 fasting, and the postpartum should be 110 to 120, mean should be 95 and 105. If you maintain this blood sugar level, the chances are there. The goal is to obtain newborn baby's birth weight appropriate to gestation age between 2.5 and 3.5. So that is the step to prevent offspring diabetes mellitus. So this is very important message, premortal prevention. Finally, this is different aspect. I hope that a few OBGYN are there. Maternal overweight tied to infertility issues in the sons. A study published in AOCG suggests that women who are overweight or obese during pregnancy may be more likely to have infertile sons, unfortunately, and such as say that maternal overweight may be tied to hormone imbalance that affects the development of male offspring reproductive system. They will become infertile, because the study has been done in 9,232 women, and they found very high, or 40% to become infertile. And similarly, again, recent one study shows maternal hyperglycemia has significant deleterious effect on the structure and function of both the reproductive, endocrine, and testicular functions. These detrimental changes are likely to occur during the fetal life and remains during postnatal life. So we can understand, unfortunately, if a dating woman doesn't know what's happening, child children born, particularly male children, they will become, quite a number of them will become infertile. So in conclusion, prevention of NCD and preventive measure against it. NCD should start during the NCD means non-communicable diseases. So start in the entire period, continue throughout life from early childhood. Prevention of type 2 diabetes must begin in utero and continue throughout the life course. So what we should do, the final message, what is needed for the premortal prevention is here. It is essential to take timely action from preconception care to confinement. The important to screen all pregnant women, preferably in the first trimester, achieve euglycemia in them, and ensuring adequate maternal and nutrition able to malnutrition, maintain the ideal body weight. The steps to prevent in all probability small for gestation age, large for gestation age. So then every OBGYN clinic must put your child's health is in the hands of check and control your blood sugar. So that is the message I would like to convey. That finally here, as I told you, the womb is more important than the home. That's what Chanakya told. So it all starts in the mother's uterus, and then ends for, slogan will be diabetes-free generation, focus on the fetus for the future. So if you want to prevent diabetes, you must take care of the fetal development. So one blood test prevents transgeneration transmission of diabetes. So all of us should work to this end. So coming to my final statement is made by Norman Frank. He said, no single period in human development provides greater potential than pregnancy. A long-range payoff by a little short-range period of enlightened metabolic manipulation. That means the final message, the whole thing is the hands of obstetricians. The world, they take care of the pregnant woman, treat them from the very beginning, probably she may not become GDM, her children also will not become diabetic. The prevention of diabetes starts before the birth. That means for the first trimester itself you must treat the woman. So finally, let us all pledge to prevent diabetes. Hope we all prevent diabetes. Thank you very much for the passionate. Thank you very much.
So much, Sheshaya sir. It was indeed an honor. Can we have one or two? No questions, sir, but if you would like to make a comment.
Yeah, friends, I'm sure you understood what I was trying to tell initially. Certainly we are wiser. I think we have rediscovered the importance of the mother and the maternal event itself, starting from, as you said, the zygotes. And I realized one point here is when you went on telling about primordial prevention is, we are not even looking at that particular fetus. We are looking at the subsequent generations where you can change the life. And it's so important. I think one thing good is that we are rediscovering the importance of women, the mother, and the maternal life. Thank you very much, sir. It was wonderful. I will ask Dr. Fidde to conclude.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with all this and telling us that the milieu intrauterine is more important for prevention. And
I don't mind answering.
one thing which sir was focusing is that we can always prevent, and so that we don't have diabetics in the later life. That means we have to tell the mothers also that if you give birth to a heavyweight baby, beware, don't be happy. You will have diabetes after 15 years of age, after 15 years of the birth, and even the baby who's born is at the risk. So they have to put a stitch in time so that they don't suffer from diabetes in the later life. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, our chairpersons. Can I request Sunil Gupta, sir, to please join on this stage with our
Yeah, I'll
chairperson?
join. But there are no questions, no prize for the audience? Not possible. A good question.
Keynote.
There is no oration, there is keynote address. It is not oration, it was keynote address. Oration we don't allow, yeah, that's true. But keynote address, I feel we should not miss this opportunity to ask question to sir, because very difficult to get him otherwise.
As usual, wonderful talk, sir. But then, supposing we as obstetricians make all efforts to manage the GDM, to make sure that the woman is normoglycemic, what happens to the effect of environmental influences after the baby is born? Doesn't it have an impact on making this child, whom we have so much protected, becoming diabetic later?
Dr. Sushila knows the answer. See, because of lack of time, I'm not going to detail. Not no worth of treating GDM women, no point. First, predict GDM, start taking care before she becomes GDM. That is the only way you can prevent diabetes. Whatever you do, whatever GDM mother treated, still she will become diabetic after 10 years, and children also become diabetic. If you want to prevent diabetes, start screening mother, pregnant woman, 9th and 10th week. Because I don't want to confuse the audience, I don't know how much know about all this thing. 9th and 10th week itself, you must test the mother's blood sugar. More than 110 milligrams, that means the indication that she may become GDM. Moment you check, you must control her sugar, otherwise she will become GDM. That is the only way of answering this question of prevention of diabetes.
So, a final word from you. You said we have to start from the preconceptional stage.
Yes.
So, at that time, according to you, what should be our aim for HbA1c or for postprandial glucose? Should it be 110, 5.1 or 5.3% HbA1c?
Wonderful. 5.1.
Yes, sir. So, now our aim should be 5.1 before the woman becomes?
Yes, pregnant.
Thank you, sir.
Conception, yes.
Thank you. And postprandial, sir, 110 should be the,
Yeah, ideal 110, but the study shows more than 120 is a problem because I told you GGI, it will be a problem.
yes, GGI and early GGI.
Early.
Yes.
Early GGI will occur. So screening early pregnancy, if suppose she conceives and comes to you, please tell her by 9th week you must test, or maximum 10th week, and control her blood sugar. Then otherwise if you don't do that, that means it's a warning. 110 blood sugar is checked in the mother, pregnant lady, that means she is going to become a GDM. That is a prediction of GDM. You treat that, the chance of then you can prevent it.
And close supervision after that in first, second and third trimester.
I
to
follow
see
it there.
she becomes.
Yes.
Sir, we are actually focusing on diabetes because that's one of the most important NCDs, I agree with you. But when we are talking about zygote and subsequently good health, should we focus this for all kinds of preventing even other conditions, you know? Maybe not related to nutrition, but other non-communicable diseases, hypertension,
All can
overweight.
avoid, yes.
It's important. Finally, we want to achieve a healthy baby, is it not? So in that concept, we have to take it in a broader perspective, along with the very strict control of blood sugars. Do you agree with me, sir?
Appropriate time is important. Appropriate time. Miss that period of 10th week. If it continues to have more than 110, 20 milligram, 12 milligram, 111 milligram, if you allow it to continue, that means blood sugar, the pregnant lady mother blood sugar should not cross 110 in the early weeks of pregnancy. Crosses, if you don't take care, you cannot change anything afterwards. It will continue to become GDM.
Thank you very much, sir.
Prediction of GDM is 110 milligrams at 10th week.
Thank you again, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Can I request our chairperson along with Dr. Sunil Gupta, sir? All right. All right, okay. To present our sir, Dr. V. Sheshaya, sir, with a memento, please. Vasant, sir, please join on the stage. On the stage, please. Yeah, for the memento. Can I also request Sheshaya sir to, present a memento to our chairpersons, Dr. Vasant Kumar sir and Dr. Fidvi sir. Thank you so much. We move on to our next session of GDM oration. And can I request Sheshaya sir to please join us on this stage? And can I request Dr. Suryavanshi sir, who holds experience of more than 30 years, is Professor Emeritus, IGGMC Nagpur, to join us on this stage along with our organizing chairman and President DIPSI, Dr. Sunil Gupta sir, for our oration, GDM oration. Over to you, sir.
May I invite Dr. Rajiv Chawla's slide there and the little decorum which Kavita ma'am has organized for Dr. Rajiv Chawla. I'll hand over this mic to Dr. SD Suryanshi sir to read the citation. We'll have the medal in.
We'll have a small felicitation for our GDM oration. And our chairpersons and Sunil Gupta sir and Sheshaya sir will be presenting our Dr. Rajiv Chawla sir with...
I will read it. Yes. It's an honor to read this citation. The Diabetes Care Foundation of India, Nagpur, Sunil's Diabetes Care and Research Center, Nagpur, is privileged to award Hello Diabetes Academia GDM Oration 2022 to Dr. Rajiv Chawla, MD FRCP, FRSSDI, FACP, Director and Senior Consultant at North Delhi Diabetes Center, New Delhi, Honorary Professor at Jaipur National University, past President RSSDI and DIPSI, for the yeoman service in the field of medicine and an exemplary delivery of oration on my journey in diabetes and pregnancy during 8th Hello Diabetes Academia 2022 International Conclave on 24th, 25th and 26th June. The signatories are Dr. Sunil Gupta, Dr. Kavita Gupta, Managing Director and Director of DCRC, Trustee DCFI Nagpur. So we take great pleasure and honor to award this citation to Dr. Rajiv Gupta. I would request Dr. Sheshaya sir to do this honor to him. Sir, please come in. Yes, yes, I will. Go from that side.
बस तालियां की कमी हो रही है. See, clapping is also an exercise. You should be practicing as much as you can. Yeah, thank you very much. Over to Dr. Rajiv Chawla, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm extremely grateful to Dr. Sunil, Dr. Kavita Bhavi, entire organization, Hello Diabetes, Diabetes Academia 2022 for this very kind gesture of yours. I'm not very sure whether I really deserve this oration, but the very fact that it has happened in front of our mentor, none other than Professor V. Sheshaya, who is like, today morning we coined a new term, he's not like a father, actually he's like a grandfather to all of us. Many students of him, those who have been following him, again have mentored us, and where we are today, I'm sure, at least where I am today, after I left my tenure, handed it over to the most able person, Dr. Sunil Gupta, as DIPSI President, I can say that the learnings which we got from Professor Sheshaya, the teachings, the conventional descent of knowledge and prudence which has come from him, it is extremely gratifying moment for all of us, extremely satisfying moment for all of us. So once again, thanks a lot, Dr. Sunil and the entire team for this gesture. Well, my task is extremely difficult because I have to speak after Professor Sheshaya, who just now delivered a wonderful oration, what actually his journey in diabetes and pregnancy. So it will be a very, very humble effort on my part to present my journey into diabetes and pregnancy. It has been very, very brief with very little evidence, but still I'll try to put it in the right perspective. So flow of my session will be first to introduce the magnitude of gestational diabetes, the pathophysiological association between inflammation and GDM, whether there are any inflammatory mediators or markers which could predict GDM, little bit of my own evidence, not too many studies, but what we could contribute in our journey across DIPSI over last few years, and what will be sort of way forward or the future plans while we still continue working with the entire team of DIPSI. Slide is not moving. The slide is not moving. Yeah. So we all know we are witnessing very high and very rising prevalence of diabetes, not alone, but hyperglycemia in pregnancy, unfortunately, has also grown over last 20 to 30 years from our early days when we joined practice of diabetology or took interest into diabetes in pregnancy. There has been a sea change in the entire prevalence, and if you believe IDF 2021 Atlas figures, it is now almost Southeast Asia accounting for almost 28% age-adjusted prevalence of hyperglycemia in pregnancy. But what is much more worrying, whenever we are referring to Caucasian evidence or data, we say that 1 in 6 live births happen to have hyperglycemia, some degree of hyperglycemia, whether it is true GDM, whether it is GGI, or a new term which has been coined by Professor Sheshai today only, that is early GGI. But I am sure 1 in 4 live births in IDF, Southeast Asia region, are affected by hyperglycemia in pregnancy. So it all depends. So if you have look upon the various GDM prevalences across the globe, it might look little different, but it all depends which ethnicity you are handling, which diagnostic criteria you are applying to make the diagnosis of GDM, whether it is a WHO, CNC category criteria, or NDDG or IDPSC or our own DIPSI criteria, the testing criteria, whether it is a universal or a selective, the population which has been studied, and the period of study, whether it has happened in the last 5 years or earlier. But one thing is very, very sure, sir very rightly said that almost 1/3 of Indian females, those who have pregnancy, they tend to have GDM at least in the first trimester. Whosoever manifests with GDM, unfortunately, 1/3 of them, they manifest in the first trimester, although Caucasian or ADA guidelines still talk about diagnosis of GDM as first time hyperglycemia, which is detected typically at 24 to 28 weeks, but in our population, in Indian ethnicity or Asian ethnicity, it happens much earlier. Maybe even the first trimester, you might have about 20 to 25% of pregnant female having some degree of hyperglycemia. And this is a WHO slide where they have agreed to that almost 15 to 20% had it in first trimester, close to 20% had in second, and almost 2/3 patient, they will manifest with hyperglycemia in the last trimester. So Indian scenario, I told you, is even worse. We have much higher risk for developing diabetes in pregnancy versus the Caucasian. It is almost 11 times higher than the white population, and it is much more common in urban. But again, unfortunately, this division of urban and rural is also fading away, because even in the rural population now you tend to get much higher prevalence of hyperglycemia in pregnancy. So it calls for a efficient and very, very universal screening for all the females. Well, this is data again from SAR group, where they found that Chennai urban population prevalence of GDM was 16.2%, and so was almost equivalent in entire Trivandrum, and even Erode group also had almost 18% prevalence of GDM. So in our population, another important thing what has been observed is that 33% of the women who developed GDM, they had a maternal history of diabetes. So that talks about the transgenerational transmission which is there. What sir very rightly said, we are talking about primordial prevention so as to check this transgenerational transmission of GDM across 2 to 3 generations. So we know whenever we are talking of hyperglycemia in pregnancy, it is going to be associated with very high risk of maternal and perinatal morbidity and mortality that goes beyond saying. Even in the index pregnancy, the diagnosis of GDM identifies women who is at a very high risk for future diabetes as well as other metabolic diseases, and the maternal hypoglycemia, which is going to be associated with development of metabolic problems in the offsprings, where we are talking about you focus on fetus for the future so as to prevent NCD getting converted from a persistent hypoglycemia in pregnancy. So this must be viewed as an opportunity for primary prevention of NCDs and all cardiometabolic disorders. Having said that, sir very rightly said today in the morning also we had a governing council meeting that when we are talking about primordial prevention, we are talking about preventing hyperglycemia 2 hours post-prandial sugar more than 110 milligram. We get a diagnosis of GDM if it is more than 140, if it is between 120 to 140, it is GGI, but here we are talking about more than 110 milligram, even it is 112 or 113, and HbA1c as low as 5.1. So whether, of course, maybe in the beginning that this may be only a research proposal, a pilot study to find out that if we screen them at 2 hours post meals as early as 9 weeks of pregnancy, she might have to come to know about pregnancy only at 5 or 6 weeks. Moment she conceives and gets in touch with a gynecologist, we talk about picking up at that stage by doing a 2-hour sugar. If it is more than 110 milligram, sir very rightly said it could be predictive of later on development of GDM. So whether we have anything else to predict, whether there are any markers, we always knew that there is a pathophysiological association between inflammation and GDM, and there could be certain markers of inflammation which could predict onset of GDM in second and in third pregnancy. And these markers are well defined now, whether you talk about resistant, visfatin, whether you talk about leptin resistance or RBP4 or adiponectin reduction or poor expression, or even the CRP markers, which is one of the easiest which could be done in a clinical practice. So these inflammatory markers, I'll not go into the details of all the studies. They have clearly established that leptin may be much higher, so may be resistant, RBP4, visfatin, CRP, PI1 interleukins or TNF-alpha, or simple HSCRP, but these could predict the onset of GDM subsequently, maybe in late first trimester, second trimester, or certain patient who may manifest in the third trimester. And we know that if there is an increase in C-reactive protein, which I told you is a very, very simple marker which could be done in any lab, even in clinics, because all other biomarkers which I told, inflammatory markers, are sort of research tool. These are not available with most of the labs except the research labs. So C-reactive protein is one of the easiest to do, which could predict the onset of GDM subsequently. And this Diabetes Care publication 2003 for the first time said that first trimester C-reactive protein and subsequent gestational diabetes, so moment you have high CRP cohorts, they were the one, or that tertiary could have onset of GDM subsequently in second and third trimester. So this study concluded that all those women who develop GDM, there is an evidence of increased inflammation during the first trimester, and this could be picked up by doing a C-reactive protein. Another study, which is again by Bhattacharya Mohan from Kolkata, he said that C-reactive protein in early months of pregnancy as a screening test for gestational diabetes, well, they subsequently found that it was not a very good marker to predict the, of course there could be little increased CRP, but then it has lot many confounding factors, simple UTI, URTI, exercise, maybe smoking, not very common in Indian population, but there could be many risk factors contributing towards C-reactive protein. So they said that it may not be a very, very sensitive marker, and so was said by Ratnakaran, again said there is no significant relationship which could be worked out between the glucose tolerance status as well as prediction for development of GDM. So we took it up in our hospital, and this we presented at 2014 ADA. We looked into pre-pregnancy or early pregnancy high sensitive CRP protein as a predictor of gestational diabetes to find out whether we can find out a level or a cutoff above which, if CRP is high, that could predict onset of type 2 diabetes. We picked up 200 antenatal cases who came in early trimester at the first visit, usually at 12 to 13 weeks, looked into their HSCRP levels, and subsequently followed these patients by doing an oral GTT in second and third trimester also. Out of 200 women whom we screened, 87 were found to have positive HSCRP more than 2.5. Well, almost 113 females, they had normal CRP which was less than 2, but out of 87 females, almost 18% they developed GDM second and third trimester. But out of the group which had normal CRP, which was 113, again almost 13% they developed GDM. So by statistical calculation, although apparently it looked that all those who had higher HSCRP, they are the one who could be predicted later on for onset of GDM, but it very well matched with the age. The group which was more than 25 to 29.9 or close to 30, they were the one who developed GDM, and similarly all those females, those who had higher BMI up to 30, they were the one who had early onset of GDM. So from this study, we concluded that although HSCRP may not be a very, very specific marker, although right in the beginning we excluded everything, anyone who had UTI or a fungal infection or upper respiratory tract infection or history of fever, everything was excluded, but still we found that this may not be a very, very sensitive marker to predict onset of GDM subsequently. But important things were all female, those who developed GDM in this group, they were more than 30 and their BMI was much higher as compared to the conventional group. We looked into another marker which is hypovitamin D. This data we presented at ADA 2016. Again in this we try to sort out, because there is always a controversy whether a low level of vitamin D, it is difficult to define what is a normal level in an Indian population. Everyone who gets vitamin D levels, 90% of them we find it is already low. So again 200 pregnant women, we screened them with vitamin D levels, and again oral GTT was done at 6 to 13 weeks and subsequently at 24 to 28 weeks. In this, we found almost 9% they developed GDM. So in this study, again, we concluded that advancing multiple regression analysis was done, which established that advancing age, increased BMI, and of course, low vitamin D levels, less than 20 nanomole were significantly associated with the risk of developing GDM subsequently. So we said that this again could be one way you can look into you could predict the onset of GDM in the subsequent trimester to come. So we always knew that maternal hyperglycemia, a conventional teaching moment it is there, it is going to be associated with perinatal and neonatal outcomes which are extremely poor, which could be immediate, intranatal or postnatal complications, macrosomia, spontaneous absorption and other things, low birth weight baby or higher large birth weight baby. So we looked into neonatal outcome of gestational diabetes, and this I remember I presented at RSSDA 2006, which we organized at Delhi. Again, this was a group of 50 pregnant women, and we had a fasting mean which was 98.8. That time 20 years ago, we didn't have that much sensitivity to the fasting as well as to the postprandial level. We could get only an HbA1c close to 6.8 in that entire 50 patients, and in that we found not only there was a higher prevalence of hypoglycemia, neonatal hypoglycemia, hyperbilirubinemia, and admission in NICU for more than 2 days. So from this study, we said that postprandial glycemia is extremely important. HbA1 should be as close to 6 that time. Now sir has said it, let it be less than 5.5. That time we thought 6 is a good enough. We said we highlighted that there has to be a fasting and postprandial control and HbA1c less than 6 so as to cut down on all these neonatal complications. Second aspect, we all know that hyperglycemia not only is going to have poor neonatal outcome, it is also going to lead on to increased maternal morbidity and mortality with huge number of mechanisms, simply hydrogenous, prolonged labor, risk for preeclampsia, PIH, obstructed labor, risk for getting cesareans and infections, and of course other complications. So this is a dual center data I did with Dr. Shalini. We picked up 50 patients in 2 arms. This we presented at ACE 2021 if I correctly remember. And in this what we have done is we have made again 2 groups. Group 1 was which was diagnosed having GDM by conventional IA-DPSG criteria, where we have done 75 gram glucose and we applied a single value if it is fasting or 1 or 2 hours more than the defined criteria, it is GDM. Second group we made it as based on DIPSI single step criteria 2 hour post 75 gram glucose. If it exceeded 140 milligram, we said these patients have GDM. Now we followed these patients not only in terms of neonatal but also maternal outcomes. So these were almost match group in terms of basic demographic thing, in terms of their age, their height, their mean weight, and in terms of HbA1c, which was 6.4 or 6.5 in either group. And again, the birth weight in both the groups was 3.3 versus 3.2. And even the maternal outcomes seemingly were almost identical. The need for getting cesarean, polyhydramnios, preeclampsia or preterm labor was also same. So there was no statistical difference in fetal and maternal outcomes in both the groups, whether you pick it up by doing an IDPSG criteria, making the diagnosis GDM, or by DIPSI single step criteria, and there was no statistical difference either in maternal or in the neonatal outcome. So we concluded that single step DIPSI criteria can be used for screening and diagnosis of GDM because of its simplicity, feasibility. It comes out to be very, very economical and very, very convenient. And of course, we said that these women, they need not to be fasting. It can be done irrespective of their last meal taken pattern also. And versus IDPSG in discussion, this manuscript we have already submitted. In this, we said that in any case, it is based on HEPO study where there were no Indian patients at all, while DIPSI criteria, which is a single step criteria, is based on our own evidence where there is a much higher prevalence of hyperglycemia in pregnancy. So thankfully, DIPSI under his guidance came out with the first consensus which got published in API. This was 2014, where guidelines were clearly defined that we should do a 75 gram glucose, 2 hour sugar if it is more than 140. I'll not go into the details of this test, will be diagnostic of GDM. And in this, we concluded, the group concluded that 3 times more risk, more pickup for than the 2-step, and it is more suitable for Indian setting. It saves time and saves cost also. And there is a rationale behind DIPSI cutoff of 140 because a normal glucose tolerant woman will not get hyperglycemia at all and maintain euglycemia, especially in early pregnancy because of better insulin sensitivity and overproliferation of the beta cell. So anyone who exceeds 140 should be read as having GDM, and fortunately, it has been adopted by Government of India, Ministry of Health since then. Even 2018, it was adopted as national guidelines also. And this was the conference which you organized at 2016 at New Delhi. And there also it was discussed in greater detail with this group, all those people, that time, those who were part of that governing council also. And when I took over in 2019 at Chennai, I'm sure I clearly remember Sunil picked up this photograph, and thanks a lot. He handles all the photograph and keeps with them. Other day I asked him whether he have any photograph when I got nominated as president, because I don't have any photograph. Neither I'm on Facebook nor on any group. So he provided me these photographs that, well, I have those photographs. And I took over as president. That time I remember we vouched that one is that we are going to do a DIPSI registry. Unfortunately, because of COVID challenge, we could not still roll out that DIPSI registry, which we finalized there in Chennai. And whatsoever we could do in these last 3 years' time, one was the diagnosis and principle management of gestational diabetes in prevailing COVID-19 pandemic. Again, here we highlighted that this simple criteria becomes all the more important because it is doable, it is very, very simple. All the more in COVID prevalence, it is very, very important to have a good glycemic control. And we revised these guidelines again under mentorship of Professor Shishai 2021 with the entire panel in place, and these were released on 10th of March 2021 by Dr. Jitendra Singh, who is Honorable Minister, Government of India, our own DIPSI Governing Council member and founder DIPSI, very core group member. And in this, again, sir concluded that heart of the matter, which comes from his heart always, that any diagnostic criteria and procedure should be simple, it should be doable, it should be economical and evidence-based. In this aspect, diagnosis of gestational diabetes as a single test becomes much more important. So we thought that in this pandemic, we may not be able to do much. So what we did, of course, we did this conference again virtually, and before that we took these guidelines we disseminated these guidelines. We have our own company, me and Dr. Shalini, our co-director, under the banner of CMRE, which is a consortium for medical research and education. With DIPSI banner, we went across the country. We organized 5 zonal programs. And to share with you, we had almost 1,000 delegates every time logging in that, where we could disseminate through these modules the entire teaching and entire recommendation of 2021 guidelines. And this we reviewed one data and published in Diabetes in Pregnancy book, which is on pregnancy and diabetes challenges and solution. And this is by Dr. Picky, this a Foxy book where we wrote for insulin therapy in pregnancy, initiation, titration, and safety updates. And recently we published this review article, because whenever you talk about basal bolus, certain patients, those who are type 1 and established type 2 will require 4 doses basal bolus, whether glargine is also safe. It is still categorized as category B by FDA, but we reviewed that all those patients, for want of control, those who are already on glargine should continue because there is still enough safety data. So to conclude, we as clinicians are afforded the rare opportunity to alter the natural course of disease and change the future health of women and their offspring today. I think this is very, very important. So as I said, today morning also we had a governing council meeting where we thought, one is to increase the GDM awareness about GDM diagnosis, and afternoon I discussed with the sir also that this coming year, which is 10th of March, when we celebrate GDM Awareness Day, we will try to develop an app. We will do a cross-sectional study over 7 days, which will try to pick up by doing a simple sugar in every pregnant woman who is not having an established type 2 diabetes or type 1 diabetes or GDM, so as to see what is the status on that particular day or within those 7 days. Maybe if we are able to reach about 10,000 pregnant women, I think we can bring out a lot of awareness about that, involving almost 1,000 gynecologists and diabetologists, and we will then try to work out certain strategies based on that. It is not a pilot project, but it is something like one window where you can see what is happening across the country in terms of hyperglycemia and pregnancy. And once we detect those females, those who are undiagnosed, maybe we will then try to optimize their sugar control better, so as to what sir says is a primordial prevention. And I already told you in the morning we resolved on one study consensus, a small pilot study, maybe amongst 20 researchers, those who are governing council members, that we will do a screening at 9th week by a simple glucometer. If sugar is more than 110 milligram 2 hours, these patients will follow for the development of GDM also, because now there is evidence, and sir has a very, very good vision. I think that is a very futuristic vision, that if you pick up at more than 110, maybe you might be making a case for primordial prevention, because then only possibly we may be able to avoid what we say is a growing burden of NCD. So there is a need for focus on the fetus for the future, and of course this has to be, it cannot be simple diabetologist or gynecologist. It has to be involving all multiple stakeholders, starting from industry, from all those people, those who are involved, overall healthcare system, and maybe we may have certain pharma involved, and maybe subsequently Government of India also may comes out with this vertical wing, so as to achieve this, what seems to be a dream today, that we might be able to use this window opportunity for prevention of NCD in the future generations to come. Thank you very much for your patience listening, and I'm once again extremely thankful to Dr. Sunil, Dr. Kavita, and the entire committee for this gesture, for having conferred upon me this very, very prestigious occasion. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. We are all impressed, and it was a very impactful lecture. It was, oration. Now, I cannot stop my temptation to highlight certain facts which have been emphasized by sir, that Indians have 11 times higher incidence than Caucasians or whites, and Chennai had a prevalence of 16%. That is 33% of the females who have diabetes mellitus have history of maternal diabetes also, that have been emphasized by you. You also emphasized very correctly that the threshold should be lowered to diagnose it as 110 milligrams. You also touched maybe tangentially the inflammatory markers like HSCRP and the original studies which you had done, which were very impressive and impactful for us. Regarding the HbA1c, lesser is better, below the 6 up to 5.1 as said by sir. And you have also stressed a very pragmatic approach in diagnosis of diabetes as early as 9th week of pregnancy. We are all impressed by this. It is impactful. And the heart of the matter, which was stressed by Dr. Gupta, unless it becomes the matter of the heart, we cannot succeed in this program. We all thank you for this oration, and I would really request all of you to give a standing ovation for this wonderful lecture given by Dr. Rajiv Gupta. We are thankful to you, sir. We are honored. Thank you so much, and thank you, the audience. I would request Dr. Sheshaiah to make his comments. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Sunil Gupta to felicitate Dr. Suryavanshi, sir. First, Dr. Rajiv Chawla, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Shama Kedar ma'am to please join the session for chairing. Dr. Shama Kedar ma'am is a professor of Gynec Department, IGGMC, Nagpur, and also Dr. Sangeeta Tajpuria ma'am, who is the Honorary Secretary, NOGS, Nagpur. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, at the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Gupta for involving me and my co-chairperson, Dr. Sangeeta, for in such a very, very enriched program on diabetes. I would like to introduce our speaker, Dr. Hema Divakar. Who doesn't know her? She is a person who is a leading medical practitioner, professional of India with a vision to improve the healthcare services for the ecosystem for the welfare of women. She has over the last 3 decades been a game changer in healthcare, establishing new benchmarks, standards, and touching women's life in the process. And she is an accomplished specialist in the field of OBGY. She is the medical director at the Divakar Specialty Hospital in Bangalore, a center of excellence for women's healthcare and center for skill enhancement. She is having very good positions of eminence. Currently she holds an exhaustive list of important positions of great responsibility within the country as well as in Asia. Now here I present Dr. Hema Divakar.
Namaskar, with my respects to Professor Sheshaiah and my very beloved chairpersons. This talk symbolizes the reality in the country. 30 million pregnant women, more than 5 million with hyperglycemia in pregnancy, and we are on the lookout for Dr. Balaji and Dr. Samar Banerjee as our esteemed endocrinologist colleagues to help us out in managing them. But You're not going to find them. Because for millions of women out there with high sugars, we have, in comparison, a handful of diabetologists. So we are left with Shama, Sangeeta, obstetricians, all of us here who have to manage and set our own home in order. And that's why the insights, hand-holding with the DIPSI group, and then the Foxy and FIGO, we try to do our best in seeing what best we can do. Pehla kadam, the testing, because absolutely no clue, no symptoms, no nothing, anybody in the pregnant group could have hyperglycemia. How do we find that out? The one slide, single step test, which Dr. Rajiv Chawla flashed, same slide Preeti will flash, same slide Sushila Rani will flash, so will I, because all of us are singing the same song. That uniformity within the diversity is really, really important. So the नहीं चल रहा है क्या? Thank you. So we said we must offer this test to every woman because everybody knows the incidence is so high. So Asian ethnicity, we have to. Just a few minutes ago, I was talking to my chairpersons and they said, if you make very hi-fi kind of recommendation, it's impossible, practically not doable. Medical college settings. She has clearly declared, nahi, humse nahi ho sakta. So how do you actually manage? Will you, I can't say, but I'm being harsh, will you not feel guilty about missing some cases because you have not been able to do the testing for them?
Definitely, we really feel guilty because there's such a lot of rush over there and we cannot cater so much nicely what we should be doing then.
For last decade, we've all been saying, it's so simple to do, man, do it. Aren't you able to do it even today? Every single woman entering your setting.
Yes, no, not exactly.
No. So we are still far away from the goal of universal coverage. So we have tried to make it as innovative, as simple as we can, and we urge everybody to take the first step to test everybody with 75 gram glucose, no conditions applied, fasting not required, let her come anytime, any day, and you should be finding out or figuring out a way how you will do the test. Within a week's time, I'm going to chase Sunil Gupta to find out whether the medical college setting has started doing the test. And many, many evidences. There was once upon a time where people were raising their eyebrows on this novel test. And when Uday and myself with ICOG, now with Lakshmi taking over as the chair very soon, we did the ground reality study in our country, right from the urine test to any combination was being offered, and now we know that there is enough evidence for supporting the single step test. So this is the slide I was mentioning. Unmistakable, simple, straightforward, one prick, one value to remember, one time testing at 12 weeks and at 24 weeks. Please, please figure out a way how you can do it for every single woman coming to your doorstep. Okay, so the first case, what we wanted to discuss, and it's good that I have my gynae colleagues as our esteemed chairpersons, PCOS. So many of us start metformin. She visits at 10 weeks, and you know the Government of India rule is, at 10 weeks you do the 10 to 12 weeks, you do a 75 gram glucose challenge. Would you want to do that? Would you want to stop the metformin? Would you want to just do her fasting post-breakfast because she's little obese, she's PCOS, she is more of a likely candidate to have her sugars high? What will be your choice? Anybody? Either of you?
On her first visit, I would like to advise her the blood glucose testing, screening test.
75 gram challenge.
Yes.
That is the standard test, not the FPS, PPBS, HbA1c, no. Fine, good enough. Will you ask her to stop metformin for a week and come back for the testing, or will you just do the testing? This is a confusion amidst many gynecologists, so I am asking this question.
Continue and
When they said you can use metformin until 12 weeks and also after 20 weeks, OBGYNs are very happy with that prescription because it's very familiar to us in the PCOS group. So we, unlike the insulins about which we do not know much, this is oral hypoglycemics if you want to use. This comes handy to us. So everybody in agreement with the fact that yes, you do the challenge test, but no need to stop the metformin. Do you think this was a missed opportunity for a pre-pregnancy care? Today we had a very insightful, wonderful brainstorming with Sir. Prevention is better than cure, all of us know it. We had an opportunity to pay more attention and prevent it. Isn't it, Bhavatarni, Anjalakshmi ma'am? If you paid attention to BMI, maybe she had glucose intolerance, you would have managed to contain and control that. And also, till she gets into optimal weight, optimal sugar values, you strictly advise her contraception so that pre-pregnancy you have a chance to optimize before she embarks into the pregnancy. So we need to be paying attention to that. Now look at this case. Multi-gravid, late booking, very typical. Archana Mishra from Madhya Pradesh also told that no, we don't get the patients very early in pregnancy. So 3 years back she had a vaginal delivery of a heavy baby, 3.5 kilos. Then Sangeeta and Shama said, we cannot make her wait for 2 hours and give her 75 gram glucose. Chalo, ek random blood sugar kar lete hain. They did the prick and lo and behold, 240 milligram percent. Yet again, another opportunity missed to detect early and manage early. The government has approved also of the glucometer testing. So dear friends, do not hide under the excuse that the lab is closed or lab is far away in another building, etc., etc. Just there, Picky is here, they've created a Dipsy station as if it were, so that you just, that is, her visa to the entry into antenatal consultation will be obtained only if she passes the Dipsy clinic. She has to get the test done and move ahead, and after all it requires 75 gram glucose, a glass and a spoon which you can ask her to carry from home itself, and just do the test and be sure of her status. So 240 is the random sugar, which is way too high anyways. So when we say what next, will you assess her for all of these? How will you monitor? You want her to daily visit you, or can you instruct her for home monitoring? So these were the questions. And CBGM, that is continuous blood glucose monitoring. Very soon we are going to be importing a device from Israel which is called the WISME, which is like a wristband, which gives, it's a non-invasive continuous glucose monitoring. So maybe, we will lend it around to many, many women in the country to get us exactly what Rajuji was saying, the glucose values at different points in the day in different segments of women. So the daily visits, of course, COVID has taught us very good lessons, that you can minimize the number of visits. They don't have to come running every time. Point of care devices. Even the government is very, very strongly advocating for point of care. Wherever she is, can do it herself, but it needs a constant monitoring. It may straight away snowball beyond the medical nutrition therapy to the metformin, to the insulins to meet the targets because she is way ahead in her pregnancy, but not your fault because she didn't come. But it is your fault also because you didn't tell her during her previous pregnancy that it's a heavy baby, inter-pregnancy care is important, pre-pregnancy should have come, monitored, put her into optimal bracket as I said, and many of these cases when it requires insulin, again we have to look for the diabetologist colleagues most often, and we can take the liberty of making a call to Shalini and saying, Shalini, what should I do, in this case. So we, because of our rapport and strong connect with the DIPSI group, I think the OB-GYNs in the country are much more comfortable in dealing with these cases because we have a network, very strong network, of those who are interested in pregnancy and hyperglycemia management. So it is a whole different ballgame rather than the physicians managing this. So the variety of tests like Libre and all are quite commonly used, the venous sample, the glucometer sample, etc. The last part of my talk was about monitoring. Monitoring is all about reaching the targets, hitting the target. No matter what you do whatever it takes, but you need to get to the target. So all of these targets which are mentioned here, a very short time of 2 weeks given for medical nutrition therapy. Confessions again that we are not very skilled at nutritional counseling per se, and there's a whole lot of work waiting to be done out there, and I'm sure that the chairpersons of ICOG, Uday, Lakshmi, and in Continuum will take the e-certification course on nutrition also very seriously and get the movement of the medical management therapy to become a reality. So the need for adding on metformin or insulin, again monitoring and reaching the target. Some of these need to be shared and placed on variety of websites and the common forums where we can take a cue on how these charts are to be given to the patient. Teach our paramedics to spend 5 minutes with the patient at every visit to empower her to understand and to do better. And many of our patients from the rural setting also, a neat notebook and they will write in the pencil, pen, anything. Don't underestimate them. They are really very, very wise and also committed to doing the best for their babies. So in conclusion, I must say that we are not looking only at the short-term problems of just testing and the pregnancy outcome, which is optimal both for the mother and the baby. We are looking towards the health of the generation next. If you want to gift the next generation good health, then you have to remember that it all begins in utero, and GDM today, maybe NCD tomorrow, the childhood obesity and the early onset adult diabetes, the theories, hypothesis, very fascinating, very complex, but very, very interesting. If we hit the magical answer to give a simple guidance to all clinicians what they ought to be doing, I think it'll be really, really wonderful. So 3 different phases where we as OB-GYNs can play a very, very important role. Screening and diagnosis is now combined as testing because it's only one test we do and conclude. And preferably pre-pregnancy so that you're sure that she's not already a case of hyperglycemia before she embarks into pregnancy. Then throughout the pregnancy, monitor, monitor, and monitor after testing to be sure that the baby, Sunil Gupta always says, baby should not realize that the mom is having hyperglycemia. So that is your key job in the orange or amber zone, and then not to let the population lose in the community. Please convincingly state to her that she needs a 6 weeks follow-up with the repeat testing. She needs an annual follow-up forever and forever and forever. So that the early detection, the discussion about breastfeeding to optimize her weight loss and reduce her own chances of type 2 diabetes, to avoid the long-term cardiovascular problems, the NCD bracket post-delivery forever after. Also, the responsibility lies with those who are managing in the space of women's health care. So together we are better, there's no doubt about it. So let's join hands yet again to give the nation the gift of good health, and we believe that women's health is nation's wealth. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, ma'am. It was an excellent lecture by you. Really, I congratulate you for this. I really always, it is a really controversial subject when it comes to when a rush in government colleges, there is such a big rush and what to do, what not to do. And in such a way, if you, what you have suggested, that in a corner you just make one person sit and give him 75-gram glucose and you do it, you can do it. Let's hope I will also be able to do it in my big rush. The most important thing is always a controversy, what to do at 12 weeks, kab karna chahiye, 24 weeks, second trimester. That is the issue you have really answered very nicely. Thanks a lot, and I really congratulate you. And then at the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Sunil Gupta for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Ma'am, we can take some questions from the audience.
Questions from the audience are invited. Are there any questions? Madam has cleared the subject very well. I don't think any. Madam, I was just wondering, we all are obstetrician and gynecologists who do practice of infertility. They write sub-infertility specialist. Just after listening to your talk, I was thinking whether we should also write diabeto-obstetrician, so that either the doctor or the patient knows as soon as we are dealing with a pregnant woman, we should have a screening done. Just like Madam said, she is in an institute. The patient herself will say, I am pregnant, please do my glucose screening.
In India, I think every single healthcare provider should be a diabeto provider of testing and counseling and managing a little bit more further, because every touch point is really, really important. And here is the man who had advocated for 75-gram glucose, Dr. Sanjay Gupte. Many, many parts in the country still tell that glucose 75 is not available. Even you had asked me just a couple of minutes back, and then I said, no, we will make sure that the supplies are there. So it's all about pressurizing the pharma and the government to get what you want. That is the scheme of advocacy and making our voices heard to make the product and the supply chain robust, because that should not be a delinking point. And it's not rocket science. Doing the single-step test is not anybody whom you teach. In our Manyata program, we teach all the staff nurses. They counsel so well. They, in chorus, they reply the answers, and they will see to it that not a single footfall in their hospital misses out on this test. So that is the way you need to sensitize the whole cadre of healthcare providers, because single person, one platform, one time, not good enough.
Dr. Hema,
yeah.
Can I make
Yes,
one comment?
Preeti.
Thank you so much. As always, wonderful talk.
Here is another champion of champions.
Thank you so much. It's not a question, but I really want to comment here at this point of time because of the OBGYNs are here. As a Safe Motherhood Committee of FOXI, the FOXI took a lead of, doing the pre-training survey of few facilities in Jharkhand.
Yeah.
And this was supported by USAID, and you were one of the advisors for that program project. And just let me share with you all that when we asked about the knowledge, they were aware about the single-step test. but what they were practicing was a random test.
Yeah.
So what we need to understand is there is a huge knowledge practice gaps in our country that we need to really fill it up. And when we talked about the glucose, what you were just discussing, almost 40%, 50% were using 75 gram glucose load, rest were using glucon C, glucon D, something like that.
Yeah.
So I think we need to work a lot as Foxians on these issues, especially in states where the diabetes is high, GDM is high, like Jharkhand, UP and all, and Northern Belt. So it's very important to understand that there are huge knowledge practice gaps and we need to understand about it.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
It is indeed a mandate for standard of antenatal care, doing a test on every single pregnant women, preferably pre-pregnancy also, but at least at 12 weeks and 24 weeks as per the government guidelines. And the gap between to know and to do, that has to be narrowed as much as possible, for sure.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
It was a wonderful session. Can I request our chairpersons to present ma'am, Dr. Divakar ma'am, with a memento, please? Can we have a round of applause for our chairpersons as well as for our speaker? Thank you so much. Can I also request Dr. Divakar ma'am to present our chairpersons, Dr. Kedar ma'am and Dr. Tajpuria ma'am, with a memento, please. Thank you so much. We move on to our medical nutrition therapy and exercise session, and for that, can I request our chairpersons, Dr. Anuradha Selfile ma'am and Dr. Aditi Deshmane ma'am. Dr. Anuradha ma'am is a practicing OBGYN based at Chandrapur. She has a special interest in diabetes and pregnancy and menstrual health and wellness in adolescent girls. Dr. Aditi Deshpane ma'am is a registered dietitian, nutritionist and consultant and a certified diabetes educator at the Sri Mahalakshmi Dietone Institute. She is the assistant professor of nutrition and dietetics at the Indian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Can I request both our chairpersons to be on the stage, please? Thank you so much. Over to you, ma'am, to introduce our navigator and the pilots. Our navigator is Dr. Sushila ma'am, Dr. Sushila Rani ma'am, and our pilots are Dr. Ajay Kaduskar and Dr. Kavita ma'am. Ma'am, it is on the screen.
Yes. At the outset, I would wish you all a very, very good afternoon, a post-lunch session. And thank you all for being here. I would really want to thank Sunil Gupta sir and ma'am and Hello Diabetes to invite us here as chairpersons. Thank you so much. I'm here to introduce Dr. Sushila Rani ma'am. I don't think anybody doesn't know her. She is from Bengaluru. You know, we have firebrand people from the south, Hema ma'am and Sushila ma'am. They are really doing so much work in this field, and I would please take over as a navigator.
Kavita, you will need to introduce, yes, can you please do the introductions?
I would also like to introduce Dr. Ajay Kaduskar. He is an MD, PG, DHSC in diabetology. And as can be seen from here. He is a very well-renowned practitioner, practicing with an experience of over 16 years, and a special interest in type 2 diabetes and preventive cardiology.
We also have with us Dr. Kavita Gupta, and there is no need for introduction for her, so without wasting any time, we can start the program.
Yeah, wonderful. I think we'll spend the rest of the 30 minutes that we have in discussing about medical nutrition therapy. We thought it will be best if we could discuss it in the form of a case-based scenario. We have a woman, Geeta, who is 30 years and a primigravida. She is found to have gestational diabetes at 24-week scanning. Dr. Hema has already diagnosed diabetes and GDM, and now we need to do something about her diabetes. Her fasting sugars are normal, but her postprandial sugars are above range. Now, Dr. Ajay, this particular medical nutrition therapy, it is easy to advise diet for any person who's not diabetic, whatever the age may be. But when it comes to a pregnant woman, you know, it's very difficult, it's very challenging. So why do you think it is challenging to advise any kind of diet to a pregnant woman?
Good afternoon all. And like just now Hema Madam in her talk said that each one of us needs to be a diabeto, whatever is our specialty.
Yeah.
Similar way, each one of us clinicians treating diabetes need to be aware of MNT, because ultimately whatever Kavita ma'am tells the patient or whatever your nutritionist tells the patient, ultimately when the patient comes to you, he wants to hear it from the horse's mouth. After the end of the everything, he'll say, sir, kya khana hai, what not to eat. When it comes to like the case that you talked about with a normal fasting but a higher postprandial glucose, we need to look into the insulin physiology in diabetes. We have a non-insulin dependent transfer of glucose to the fetus, which causes, in fact, a sort of hypoglycemia in the fasting state. But the placental hormones, which are diabetogenic, cause a rise in the postprandial glucose. So one hand, we have a fasting hypoglycemia, on the other hand, you have a postprandial hypoglycemia. Again, the range in which we need to maintain the blood sugars is quite tight when it comes to the GDM patients. And thirdly, the nutritional requirements vary with the trimesters. You need, as it is, maintaining glycemia between hypo and hyperglycemia is a tightrope walk. But this rope walk is much tighter in such class of patients. So I think for Kavita madam, these must be the toughest class of patients to handle.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. It is very difficult because we're not treating one person here, we are treating two. So it is a very tightrope balance. And Kavita, now that we send her across for advice regarding the nutrition, what are the changes you would like to make in her diet? You would perhaps go through her normal diet, and then how would you want to tweak her diet?
Okay, so being the 24th week, so first being a GDM, so yes, being a pregnant first. So here I also want to emphasize that the moment a lady becomes pregnant in a family or, you know, in your house, she's being pampered with everything and, each and everything what she wants to eat. So it's like that she has to eat for two, and then there is a series of feasting, where they have to probably go and eat whatever they want, to eat. So this again I need to focus. And secondly, what I saw that her postprandials were high. So when the postprandial is high, somewhere it is the diet which plays a major role. So there I would be taking, we will be taking a 24 dietary recall, and then we'll be understanding the amount of the carbohydrate content in her diet. So probably what we would do, we would divide her meals. So if she is having, see, especially in an Indian scenario, our morning breakfast starts with a carbohydrate. Our afternoon, again, in the lunch, we start or we stack our plates with carbohydrates. So there I would like to divide her plate. So maybe I would introduce to her the plate method, the hand methods, which is more simplified. I would just split her meal first, understand if she is having 2 rotis or 1 katori rice, and also maybe I would reduce the amount of carbohydrates in her diet so that we can actually blunt her postprandial spike, and even add a lot of rotis, add a lot of fiber in their diet, maybe salads and more of proteins. So maybe half is with the vegetables, the 1/4 can be with the protein, any protein, maybe your dal, your pulses, legumes, and the 1/4 which is left, which should be the starch, that is your roti. Even the hand method, ma'am, is very simple for the patients to understand. So they do understand, okay, this much atta will give you 30 grams, which give you 100 calories. And maybe a fistful of your green leafy vegetables. So this again becomes a very simple method to, so splitting of meals, dividing of meals, and adding more of fiber so that blunt her postprandial.
Yeah. Now that she spoke about splitting the meals, we'll come to the point. Why can't we have just 3 major meals a day? Normally we are all used to having breakfast, lunch and dinner. Very few of us snack in between. But then here we are asking her to snack also. So why do you think this is required in a person who's got gestational diabetes?
I think a very pertinent and a very relevant question in our scenario. Like you said, 3 meals, major meals are what we have generally. Or many a times it is just 2 meals, even the breakfast gets skipped.
Yes.
And having snacks on top of that is something which is culturally new to us. The reason, like Kavita madam said, is to avoid postprandial hyperglycemias. Why are we, to keep things simple, why are we treating GDM? Basically to decrease the fetal complications. And the way for it is to decrease the postprandial hyperglycemia. Like, as you have mentioned here, we need to avoid the high peaks and the deep valleys. We need a tight time in range, say between 63 to 140 as per ADA 2022. With this aim in view, to avoid the spikes and as well to avoid the lows also, you need snacking, as you mentioned just now.
Yeah. Thank you very much. One more question to you, Dr. Ajay. Kavita did say that we need to bring down the carbohydrates. We Indians eat a lot of carbohydrates at each meal, be it breakfast, lunch or dinner. How do we keep the carbohydrates, and why should we at all bring down the carbohydrates? Why does the type of food, whether it is carbohydrate, proteins or fats, how does it matter when it comes to GDM?
Postprandial spike depends on the type of food you are eating. And as it is, the highest spike is seen with the intake of carbohydrates. GDM is basically carbohydrate intolerance. So you need to decrease the carbs, to decrease the postprandial spikes, to decrease the surges, especially with the high insulin resistance and the loss of the first phase insulin response that is present. But at the same time, you need to take care of the maternal as well as the fetal well-being also. So you cannot get too low also, because that is the source of energy for the mother as well as the source of energy for the fetus. And also, like you had mentioned, that pyramid, no ketosis.
Yeah.
So excess of fat would make them more prone for ketones as well.
Yes.
So you need to balance between very low carb diet, because this is not the time for obesity management. This is the time for maintaining the blood sugar and maintaining the health of the baby and the fetus.
Yeah, perfectly.
Fetus.
Perfectly understood. It's just that the carbohydrates release the sugar immediately, and therefore there is postprandial hyperglycemia, whereas the proteins do so more slowly and the fats very little. Now, Kavita, most Indian diets are protein deficient. You know, we are all lacking in protein. We are high in carbohydrates. How can we increase the protein in our diet, especially in a woman who's got GDM?
Yes, so ma'am, first I would just like to, clarify that the first trimester, we usually do not increase the calories. That I just missed out. So first trimester, we're not going to increase the calories, not the proteins. In fact, if the patient is obese, then we would, then again take a dietary recall. If the patient is taking a higher caloric diet, then we tend to reduce some amount of calorie in that. When it comes to protein, Yes, we need to we need to make sure that the patient is taking protein in every meal. So whether it is a breakfast, whether it is a lunch or even an evening snack. So morning she can start with, you know, a moong dal chila or even egg. Simple egg white gives a wonderful, you know, the blood glucose levels. This we have seen with the GDM woman. So usually we have seen that there is a morning spike of blood sugars in the morning. So if the patients take a protein meal, a protein breakfast in the morning, that gives a good glycemic profile. And even in the breakfast, even in the lunch, you know, she can, last night we were talking about Punjabi food. So they have a lot of legumes and pulses in their diet. So they can add a lot of chola, rajma, and in fact these all have lentil carbs. So they do not increase, they do not spike the blood glucose immediately. It, you know, it goes, the spike is very blunted. So that is why we need to understand the effect of the lentil carb. And even one more effect I would like to add is the second meal effect. So whatever you are going to eat in the first meal would also affect the blood sugars after the second meal. So we need to not only take care of the meal what we are taking now, but also the meal what we had. So maybe if you had your lunch, we should also be aware, like, okay, there's something, you know, if you had a poha maybe in the breakfast and you are having maybe a simple, maybe a khichdi or something in the lunch. So it can be that the poha, the spike of the amount of the carbohydrates in the poha can also increase your blood sugars later. So the second meal effect is also has to be taken into
That's a
consideration.
very, very good point, Kavita, that it can have the second meal effect. Plus proteins are required for the growth of the fetus, and therefore the protein-rich meal is required, and protein release the sugar also very slowly, and therefore proteins are highly beneficial, and it is something that we lack in our diet and therefore need to consciously introduce. Now, Kavita, you know, GDM means end of all good eating. That is what many of our patients think. And there are lots of do's and don'ts in the GDM diet. You keep talking about low glycemic index food and high glycemic load, and it's all very difficult to manage. How do you make your patients understand what is low glycemic food and what is high glycemic? If you can quickly tell me about this.
Again, ma'am, we have a table. Usually we have a table in our chamber. So, you know, there we can also tell them the foods. Always choose foods which has low glycemic index and which have a low glycemic load. So something which has more fiber and more protein can be added into the meal. So that is a very simple way the patients understand. Otherwise they won't understand, okay, take the foods which have low glycemic index that is less than 55. So we have a full nice table of different food exchanges. The cereals, you can tell them, okay, if you want to have rice, so you can go for a brown rice or a red rice which has a lower glycemic index, or even a basmati rice per se, so has a lower glycemic index when you compare to the small grain rice which has a higher glycemic index. And even with the foods, so even when we say the fermented foods, like say maybe idli or dosa or uttappam, it has a higher glycemic index food. So always try to mix this high glycemic index food with maybe a protein or a fat, so that we are able to reduce the amount of the glycemic index of that food. So you can also add some ground nuts or even nuts. They have a good quality protein and a good quality fats, a good source of omega-3 fatty acids. So a fistful of nuts can be added in your evening snacks, which will be a healthy option. And of course, for all the GDM women, they have to have a nice, healthy, homemade food.
Yeah. Dr. Ajay, she mentioned snacks. I didn't mention snacks, but then is it like a mini meal? Because once I happened to visit my patient, I told her you can have a snack, and her snack was almost like another meal, and that was very shocking. So what will biscuits do for snacks, or what should the snacks be?
See, commonly what is a common person's interpretation of snack? It is tea, biscuits.
Yeah.
And either, this is a rainy season, so it is with samosas or pakoras.
Yes.
So a snack is not a snack. Snack becomes a mini meal. It depends on the calories that you are putting in. So especially a snack is important. I would like to reiterate what Madam said about the second meal effect. It just not determines your surge post the snacking, but your prandial surge post the next meal also.
Yeah.
So a snack needs to be a very thoughtful snack. It should not be a mini meal.
So we should replace those biscuits with some healthy food there.
Yes. So ma'am, in fact, we can also ask our patients to read food labels. So that again, they will able to understand whether that food is rich in carbohydrates, the amount of sugar. Usually, there are different types of carbohydrates they mention. And even like biscuits, we say ki it's light. It is sugar-free. So there is lot of advertisement gimmicks as well. So we need to be very smart eaters. We need to see the food labels. And biscuits are no calorie-free. In fact, even the khari biscuits, which are supposed to be light, but they are loaded with trans fats, with dalda.
So they're made of maida, trans fat, sugar, salt.
They have to be taken with caution.
I generally ask my patients to avoid pastries.
No cookies, no pastries, no biscuits
and if
at
they want
all.
to have snacks, these are the things that they can have for snacks. Anything that is in the form of vegetables, a portion of a fruit, etc. Now, when I'm talking about fruits, which are the fruits that they can have? They do come and ask, can I have this? Can I have apple? Can I have banana? And, how do you suggest about fruits?
So there are two things. The time of the consumption of the fruit is very important, and second, the quantity. So usually, usually we tend to have fruits immediately after our meals. So already you are in a hyperglycemic state and you're going to have a nice bowl of fruits. So again, you're going to land up with a high postprandial. So that we need to remember. Second, even the portion size, I told you, we usually recommend 100 grams of any fruit, any seasonal fruit should be taken. So it's not, and especially citrus fruits, fruits which are rich in fiber can be taken. So can be maybe an apple or your oranges or a sweet lime. That is a preferred fruits, or maybe a peach or guava. They are very good sources of fiber. So this should be taken, and of course avoid all the fruit juices. So whole fruits with the skin should be preferred and not immediately after the meals. That's very, very important.
Yes. I generally ask my patient to have a fruit first and then start a meal. So that way, the amount of meal that they take also can be reduced and somehow manage the sugars.
Or even in the evening times, if they feel hungry, so maybe a small fruit, and especially even if they are professional, they are on the go, they are working, so they can carry a small tiffin and a fruit in the tiffin.
Yeah. Dr. Ajay, do you think the self-monitoring of blood glucose helps in maintaining the sugars? Of course, it is used for checking the blood sugars, but in a way, does it help to maintain the sugars and modify the diet, since we're talking about MNT?
Of course. In fact, it is the key to a good GDM management, because if patient is only on medical nutritional therapy and his blood sugars and her blood sugars are getting managed, SMBG would definitely help in knowing whether the MNT is working or not, or whether you need to add on insulin. If the patient is on insulin, fasting along with the postprandials and the pre-meals would help in determining the dose of the bolus insulins which you are giving.
Yeah.
And then you don't have any other thing to monitor, like A1C has got its problems in pregnancy. CGM you cannot use across the board everywhere in the country and in all situations. So it all boils down to SMBG when it comes to monitoring the glycemic control in our GDM patients.
Yeah, I particularly find it interesting because when you tell a patient about monitoring SMBG, she's able to correlate blood sugars post-dinner was high. I ate that and therefore my blood sugar was high. So next time she will tend to modify her diet, either reduce the whatever she was taking. So this definitely helps in modifying her diet by herself, and therefore SMBG is very useful. Now, foods that need to be restrained. The first thing that they ask us is, when the pregnancy is diagnosed, first thing that they ask us is, what should we eat and what should we not eat? So can you tell us what she should not eat?
So yes, of course we all know that all the foods which are processed foods, which are rich in fat and rich in high in trans fats, what I was like telling, so no pastries, no cookies, and all the foods which is like fried, a couple of times, so all that has to be food. We need to avoid the roadside food. We never know what sort of infection they may have, or even foods which are a lot of the packaged foods, because they're loaded in fat, they're loaded in salt, they're loaded in sugar. So these are the HFSS foods, especially the high fat, high sugar, high salt foods has to be better avoided.
So, and you'll also agree with me, since we're running short of time, that the method of cooking and the portion size also matters. How they cook the food and how the portion size. A line about the cooking method, does it make any difference?
Yes, ma'am, surely cooking matters really, because the cooking simply increases the GI. So if you have a processed, the more the processed food, more the GI of that food. Or if you are baking a particular food, or if you are going to deep fry, naturally the calories are going to increase. And if the calories are going to increase, the weight is going to increase. So cooking method really is important. And yes, we already know that the portion sizes. The moment the portion increases, again the caloric value, the carbohydrate value content of that food also increases, whether it is a fruit. So even apple example is very simple. We have all different sizes of apple, but we can see the smaller size of hardly 10 grams to 13 grams, and the bigger size of apple will give you almost the double amount of the carbohydrate. The patient will tell me, we just had one apple, but the extra 10 grams of carbohydrate will give you a spike.
Yeah, so most women with GDM tend to have preeclampsia as well. Now, if a GDM woman develops preeclampsia, what is the kind of alteration in the diet you would like to make here? A little more tweak in the diet.
Yes. So again, this is very, very important. See, most of in our houses, we tend to add extra salt, whether it is in your atta, whether it is in your rice, or even on the salads. So there again, we need to keep a word of caution that do not add any extra salt other than your food, or even if the patient, they also try to take different types of salt. Maybe it is senda namak or lona salt or other type of salts which are there available in the market. So whatever salt you are using, it has to be low. Because, okay, that salt may have less of sodium, but again, that's it has a higher amount of potassium.
Yeah.
So that is why the salt has to be low in your diet. Again, there are few foods like the soya sauce, all the Chinese products, the soya sauce, the Ajinomoto, that again has a very high amount of salt in that. So no papad, pickles, and sauces has to be totally avoided.
Yeah, you're talking about the DASH diet for patients.
Yes. So have a lot of green leafy vegetables, all something which is fresh, and add low fat dairy products and more of fiber in your meal.
So, artificial sweeteners, one word, what is allowed, what is not allowed?
Okay, so sucralose and stevia is recommended, is safe though, and but again it is a very individualized opinion. Whether to use or not to use.
We take your opinion, Kavita, that if at all they want sugar, then they can use sucralose. We are already late. Sir is looking at the watch. Exercises, one quick word about the exercises and we'll wind up.
In one sentence, 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week, 150 minutes a week. But I came across a paper which says there is a heterogeneity in the results of the exercise. So it needs to be individualized, a mixture of resistance. When you talk of resistance exercise, only the upper body resistance exercises, not the abdomen and lower body exercises. Intensity of exercise has to be moderate intensity, which means 3 to 6 minutes. Simple example, a brisk walk for 30 minutes. We had the International Yoga Day, so do yoga or pranayama or mindfulness as the Westerners call it. Do it only under a guided supervision. Anything which makes you to lift your legs up, don't do that exercise. And any pranayama exercises which increase the abdominal pressure, don't do it.
Yeah, forget about don't do exercises. We should ask them to do something.
One more thing, postprandial walk is very important.
Exactly. Walk. Keep yourself upright all the time. Keep walking. No sitting in front of the sofa for more than 20 minutes at a time. So this is what I would say. Even those who work in a software company, I've asked them to get up every 10 minutes, walk around the chair and then sit down. So this is the best way. They can exercise. After delivery, we'll run through this. No need for diet. No. After diet, all that desi ghee and gonka laddu, everything.
Portion control is very important.
Yes. Breastfeeding is very important. I think it will be covered subsequently, hopefully. And weight loss postpartum.
To quote Hema Madam's last slide, GDM today is NCD tomorrow. That's
So-
why you require weight loss. How much? For prevention, 7 to 10%. If already the person is with diabetes, 5% for metabolic benefit.
Yeah, I tell them to go back to the pre-pregnancy weight. At least to go back to the pre-pregnancy weight. If they've started being overweight when they started pregnancy, then try a little more. But at least go back to the weight that you started. Don't retain the weight that you gained during pregnancy. Thank you. You were both very, very, very wonderful. Give them a big hand, please. Thank you very much.
Chairpersons, can we quickly take 1 or 2 questions and then wind up?
Any questions from the audience? What?
Okay, and chapati, we say that we should not be using wheat. So what should we tell our patient? What type of chapati can be?
No, I didn't say we should not have wheat. We can have wheat, but yes, to increase the amount of the protein, we can add chana or even kala chana because that would increase your protein as well as your fiber. So,
Multigrain wheat is okay?
Wheat is absolutely fine unless there, somebody has any sensitivity with the gluten.
Yeah.
So, especially in the celiac diseases, it is only in that case, yes, we avoid all the gluten products. Otherwise, we have been eating gluten since many years.
I think there is a lot of hype about gluten. We have been eating bread and we've been eating rotis for ages now. We can discuss that sometime later. Anything else, Kavita?
Madam, I want to...
Yes, or even rotis, they can go for jawar or bajra. Again, the maize, the makka ki roti. So, makka has a higher glycemic index. So, again, we need to understand ki what type of roti, makka ki roti or sarson ka saag kha rahe hain, to sarson ka saag is good, but makka ki roti will increase the blood sugars.
Again, addition of millets also, as Kavita ma'am.
Yes, absolutely. That is what a mixed, jo missi roti hai, that is absolutely good. In fact, even add a little of methi or palak in that.
Yeah,
so that would be really good. So a theplas, a Gujarati theplas, but again minus fat because Gujarati theplas is with lot of fat. So I think every culture has the good food and the bad food. So I think we need to just choose the better, good ones.
Multigrain roti or a jowar bhakri would be...
Yeah.
I just wanted to add, I'm from Andhra Pradesh. Our politicians are very smart. What you said they're doing, it is called MLA Pesarattu. So what they do is they put upma in Pesarattu, so it will become MLA Pesarattu. So they are having low glycemic index. So if you come to Andhra, ask for MLA Pesarattu.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I mean, nice to have smart politicians like that. Wonderful. Yeah, you can make even the just the carbohydrate meal into a protein-rich meal also by adding besan ka flour, by adding a lot of vegetables into your dosa or adding a lot of vegetables into your sambar. You can modify the diet and still have the same kind of food that you have been eating for ages, but more healthy, right?
Yes, so even when you're going to have a fruit, so maybe you can add yogurt with that. So you're going to have a protein and a fiber. So that becomes a complete meal. So I think you need to be very smart whatever you are eating, and finally you will have a good glycemic profile.
Thank you.
What about the coconut water and coconut?
Yes.
Coconut water.
Coconut water, yes, this has always been a question mark. So again here, in fact, we saw one of the patients, we had put AGP, and because there is a controversy that coconut water will spike your blood sugars. Again, I would say that you need to have coconut, especially in the GDM women, coconut water should be again portion controlled. So maybe only maybe 100 ml or 150 ml, not more than that, because again that would spike the blood sugars. And they can have with the malai, you know.
Yeah.
So the AGP what we saw, so we saw that it did not spike much in the patient, but yes, if taken in a larger amount, say maybe 250 ml, so definitely it will spike the blood sugars.
Yeah, like what we tend to advise is to have coconut water as a snack, so that, you know, the volume of the water can bring down the caloric value to some extent. And naturally, there are some coconuts with 300 ml of water, and there are some coconuts with just about 100 ml. Just make sure that they can have about a tumbler full of water, maybe about 200 ml, so that it doesn't go overboard.
Even the fresh coconut what we have in the nariyal pani is good.
Yeah.
So that's low in fat, and you can have even the fruits, ma'am, I just forgot to mention. So a fruit which is less ripe, maybe your mango, you know, kachi keri, or even a banana which is less ripe. So that has a lower glycemic index. When any fruit which is more ripe, the glycemic index rises.
That's a wonderful point. That's a really good point. So any fruit, don't wait for the mango to become ripe. Have it when it is half ripe. Don't wait for the guava to become fully ripe. Have it half ripe, and therefore you cut down the glycemic index. Great job, Kavita. Wonderful. And with that, we come to the end of our session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sushila ma'am, for successfully navigating through the medical nutrition therapy and the exercise. And it was a really wonderful team. This just tells us that as a team, when we work, I think we can definitely reach our goal, which Professor Seshaya has said. Definitely. And thank you very much for the wonderful I have a lot of things which I had written down, but I think we are short of time. I would just hand over the mic, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
thank you very much.
Can I request our chairpersons to please present a memento to our navigator and our pilots, please? Dr. Sushila Rani, ma'am. Can we have a memento for Dr. Sushila Rani, ma'am, please? A memento for our pilot, Dr. Ajay Khaduskar, sir. A memento for our pilot, Dr. Kavita Gupta, ma'am. Can I also inversely request our navigator and pilot to present the memento to our chairpersons, Dr. Anuradha ma'am and Dr. Aditi ma'am. Well, we need to move our flight a little faster and on to our next session. For our next session, role of SMBG and pharmacotherapy in HIP, can I request Dr. Prachi Saxena ma'am, who's the Assistant Professor, Department of OBGYN, NKP Salve Institute of Medical Sciences and Research Center, to please give a brief introduction of our famous navigator and our pilot, please. Unfortunately, we've not been able to have Dr. Anuja ma'am.
We have Dr. Shalini Jaggi who can chair a session with Dr. Prachi. Shalini, I'll be more than happy because she will be an support to me for my oral pharmacotherapy.
So can I request our chairpersons, Shalini ma'am and Prachi ma'am, to introduce our navigator and pilots, please. Dr. Anand Shankar sir and Dr. Bhavtarini ma'am.
It's an honor actually to chair a flight which will be navigated by none other than Dr. Sunil Gupta sir. And he's none other than president of DIPSI currently, instrumental in bringing about awareness of diabetes not only in India, Internationally, in India, not only in Nagpur, I meant to say, I think when I joined my obstetrics practice in Nagpur, and today I see a whole lot of difference in the way whole of the obstetricians are managing diabetes in pregnancy. And a great round of applause for that, because sir is very, very instrumental in bringing about that change in Nagpur. So we'll have this talk after a good screening of diabetes and information on the medical nutrition therapy. A wonderful talk by ma'am. Now we move on to, of course, this is not enough. We sometimes, many other times, we have to move on ahead, where we have to monitor the sugars and we have to use pharmacotherapy. So the pilots, excellent pilots which we have today, Dr. Anand sir and Dr. Bhavtarini ma'am, please take the flight ahead. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Hello.
Yes, great. So now I'm going to come to you. I'm going to ask you to ask the question to us so that all of us, there should be some turbulence in the flight. Otherwise you don't love it. Some turbulence. So I'll come here, we'll have some discussion, and of course my pilots will be answering all the questions. Navigator will not answer any question. Is that clear, Anand and Bhavatarani? Yeah, so all questions will be answered by you. I will just, be giving you the signs where to go, how to go. We are very much ready. Yeah, study now? Good. So diabetes in pregnancy, now we are going to, I welcome you all for this symposia. There's no conflict of interest of any of the speaker for this particular talk. We'll have introduction, glycemic targets, monitoring, and oral drugs and insulin. I know oral drugs, everyone is going to love to listen to this particular topic, and no one wants to write insulin, no one accepts insulin. The moment it comes to gynecologists, they don't accept insulin. They say, no sir, tablet likh do na, that is better. Our patient like tablet and not the insulin injection, and that's what is going to be the discussion. I feel this particular thing must have been discussed earlier, that you have hyperglycemia in pregnancy. We have two, now earlier we used to just have pre-gestation and gestational diabetes. Now we say we have hyperglycemia in pregnancy under one umbrella. One is DIP, which is diabetes in pregnancy, which is either pre-existing type 1 diabetes, pre-existing type 2 diabetes, and one more category, which is diagnosed for the first time during pregnancy, maybe type 1, type 2, but it has been diagnosed for the first time in pregnancy. That is being classified as DIP. DIP is a category where the role of MNT is much less, and you ultimately need to go for pharmacotherapy. But when it comes to GDM, we are listening to almost all the speakers, and earlier speakers, Kavita and the navigator, have taken, Dr. Shushila Rani has taken you to all medical nutrition therapy. 70% of GDM will do well, 30% will need. So we have a case which is Parul, 23 years, 26 weeks primary gravida, almost normal weight, negative family history of diabetes, clinical examination normal. My question to my pilot is, will you screen this case? She's an Indian, Asian, yes. Quick, very quick.
Definitely, I'll do screening for all the women. Any pregnant woman, as far as India is concerned, we already have the risk factors. I will not wait for any BOH to happen, then do all that. We are ethnically 11 times more prone to get diabetes.
So everyone needs to be screened.
Everyone.
Okay. So yes, the answer is, let's say a big hand to her, though it was a simple question, but if you go on clapping, the chances of developing diabetes is much less. So better you go on clapping, it's an exercise, do it. So we have done 75 gram glucose. Bhavatarni said that you go for 75 gram glucose. It was given 2 hour blood glucose 135, HbA1c 5.2. We will not go into detail of HbA1c, but the postprandial post glucose 135. Anand, to you, what happens? What should we do? Our cutoff is 140 Government of India guidelines.
No, as per the Government of India guideline, this is not coming to the GDM category. But of course, this is not also normal. We must understand that what is normal in pregnancy. Postprandial 110 more more than 110 is abnormal in pregnancy, as we have seen Dr. Professor Sheshayya's slide, that the complication starts. So we must cautious this lady.
Answer
that-
should be very, very brief. Our targets are 120 to 140. Anything above 120 is not
Yes,
good.
abnormal. She must be start at least medical nutrition therapy. And
what is the diagnosis?
This is gestational glucose intolerance.
Yes,
like how we have IGT outside pregnancy,
Our father of
we
DPS
do
told
have
us
during
today.
pregnancy also.
Yes, this is gestational glucose intolerance and they need to be treated. They need to be kept under observation because they are likely to become frank GDM subsequent weeks of pregnancy. So what happens is, we have some data which is called as mild GDM. Various organizations, they give different names. Some of them they say mild GDM, some of them they say isolated abnormality of blood glucose, some of them they say it's IGT in pregnancy, and this data says although treatment of mild GDM has been associated with neonatal benefits, there is no reduction in childhood obesity, but however only female offspring of women treated for mild GDM have lower fasting blood glucose. There's another data from Canada which again says there are benefits of treating these women who are between 120 to 140. So you have done GCT, 120 to 140, treat them at least by medical nutrition therapy, keep a good follow-up, and the outcome will be better. The study provides insight into GDM-related complication rates, the benefit of intervention in a large cohort of women with levels of hyperglycemia lower than those of currently recommended diagnostic criteria, and findings suggest that this continuous association between the adverse outcome and the maternal hyperglycemia, it has been observed. So we have to be careful. Next.
Sunil, what another thing what observed in this 120
very, very quick. Huh?
Yeah, we have followed these cases. They have been progressing in the
yes, they have been progressing. That's what. So we have some data. We have seen early detection of mild GDM can substantially reduce the loss of the fetal losses if you have a past history of fetal losses. Almost 45% of mild GDM was diagnosed before 24 weeks of gestation. 35% had positive history of fetal loss, which dropped to almost 3.34%, and that is what is important to understand for all of those who are coming to it mild GDM. What are the glycemic targets? We should try to achieve blood glucose targets as that of the non-diabetic pregnancy. We have heard that the mean blood glucose is on an average is around 100, around 19, around 105 or less than that. Here it is 2 hours 99. So it is a St. Vincent Declaration which says achieve a great pregnancy outcome in diabetic women that approximates that of the non-diabetic women. Non-diabetic women, the fasting never crosses around, on an average around 74 or 75, and then postprandial 2 hours never crosses around 110. And that is why we say now 120 has been cut off given to everyone. We'll stick to that at this moment of time as a clinician, that how much to achieve a good glycemic control. Higher is the blood glucose, higher is the risk of various diabetic fetopathy. These are the mean blood glucose. So target which has been told to us by DIPSI as well as most of the other organizations globally, fasting should be less than 90, 2 hours should be less than 120. If you undertreat, the maternal hyperglycemia is likely to have a risk of pancreatic hyperplasia because of the fetal hyperglycemia, and which will cause adult onset diabetes. If you overtreat, maternal hypoglycemia may cause pancreatic hypoplasia and may increase the risk of adult onset diabetes. There's a new matrix which is called as continuous glucose monitoring. I feel Picky was asking this question whether we should use AGP, ambulatory glucose profile. So now you have good data, especially coming from type 1 diabetes. There is no data available for GDM. There is no data available for type 2 pregestational diabetes, but you have a data available for type 1 diabetes where they have said that the TIR, there's a chip which you put it, which monitors blood glucose every 15 minutes for 14 days, and you get a graph. That's called as continuous glucose monitoring. There's a range which has been fixed here, 63 to 140. And you have 70% of the time in type 1 diabetes, your TIR, that's called as TIR, time in range, should be of more than 70%. That means out of 24 hours, 70% of your total duration, your blood glucose should be ranging between 63 to 140. And this is for type 1 diabetes. The expert group has said for type 2 diabetes and gestational diabetes, you should try to keep this blood glucose 80%. So in 24 hours, 80% duration of your time should be, TIR should be 80%, not 70%. Okay. HbA1c, we will not talk too much about it, but people have confusion that HbA1c, any comment on HbA1c?
Yes, of course, HbA1c, we need to differentiate between pre-GDM and GDM, that we need. But in true GDM, always remember it should be less than 5.3. Yes. 5.3 is the cutoff. Up to 6, it is gestational diabetes. Above 6, it's pre-GDM.
See, we are all clinicians. We want a clear message. HbA1c, can it be used for diagnosis? Should not be used for diagnosis.
Actually, only to differentiate
yes,
GDM and
it's only to differentiate between pre-gestational diabetes and gestational diabetes. If it is crossing the 6.5 figure, then it is a pre-existing type 2 or type 1 diabetes, depending on different cases, and they have to be treated aggressively on those modes. That's the only...
Lot of OBGYNs are doing HbA1c, but we have to keep in mind that once the pregnancy starts, there is a hemodilution and turnover of the RBC increases, which decrease the HbA1c. So you have to keep this in mind, and second thing, you have to standardize HPCL method to do the HbA1c.
That is in the early weeks of pregnancy, if you have the high blood sugar, think about HbA1c.
Yes. But if your HbA1c is very high, it will have a prognostic value for the fetal outcome that we'll see. How to achieve these targets? Where medical nutrition therapy, exercise, oral drugs, insulin. This TIR, I told you, 63 to 140. The TIR time in range should be more than 70%. Time above range should be less than 25%. Time below range should be less than 4%. Less than 54 should be less than 1%. So now Mrs. Parul has been put on medical nutrition therapy. She delivered well. Let us see, after 2 years, Parul again came back to the clinic with the ANC of around 20, now she's 27 years, ANC is 22 weeks, GCT was done 84, 188, no other comorbidities. Medical nutrition therapy, Kavita did wonderful job. She could bring it down to 80 and 150, but they are not our targets. So what to do? Should we choose to start oral drug versus insulin? Quick.
Insulin is the drug of choice. Whenever pregnancy is concerned, it is always insulin. Already we are too late. She is in the 22nd week. That means even the fetal handling, everything would have happened. I'll straight away go along with medical nutrition therapy, insulin.
This is lady having GDM in the first pregnancy. Now she is again GDM. So we have missed something in between. So preconceptional counseling is missed here, and this is very important since morning we are targeting to achieve the target before somebody conceive. So we have to preconceptional counseling in this category of patient.
5.1.
And second thing, she has only 22 weeks. So as per the Indian, you can have a choice.
Okay, yeah. We presume, Anand, that the first GCT was negative. Okay, this is the second GCT. Okay. Now let's talk about oral drugs. Very brief, very strong carry-home message. Whenever you give any oral drug to a patient in pregnancy, ideally, it should not be crossing the placenta. But even if it is crossing the placenta, it should not cause hypoglycemia, it should not cause fetal hyperinsulinemia, it should not be teratogenic effect. So if you have these properties, then we say that this drug is safe for the pregnancy. Now let's see. So we have 3 drugs, but all of them, they cross the placenta. Insulin doesn't cross the placenta. Very important. Insulin doesn't cross the placenta, but metformin, glibenclamide, all oral drugs which have been tried in pregnancy, they do cross the placenta, and there is a definite, some kind of effect which people expect it to might happen. But then we have to see the clinical outcome data. There's one data which says neonatal, infant, and childhood growth following metformin versus insulin therapy. It's a systematic review and meta-analysis which has said that following intrauterine exposure to metformin for the treatment of GDM, neonates are significantly smaller. So small for gestational age, risk increases when you use metformin. And despite the low birth weight, there is a captured growth, high growth in the early childhood. So they said this pattern of low birth weight and postnatal catch-up growth have been reported to have more increased risk of cardiometabolic risk. And that is why metformin was little in the suspicion. Metformin almost is equal to the maternal level in the fetal circulation. It may inhibit the growth, suppresses mitochondrial respiration, have epigenetic modification or gene expression, mimic fetal nutrient restriction. After postnatal gluconeogenic response also gets affected, because both the placenta and fetus expresses metformin transporters and exhibit high mitochondrial activity. These properties raises an important question about the developmental programming of the metabolic disease in the offspring. So this was questioned, but then we have to also see the other outcome data. This data from 9-year follow-up of these offspring on metformin versus insulin, and they have classically showed that there is metformin treatment associated with similar offspring growth, and there is no metabolic derangement seen in the offspring of these mothers given metformin. This from European data. Another data coming from Finland, and they again said there is no such risk in the fetuses who have been exposed to metformin.
Another important doubt what everybody will get, some PCOs on metformin when they get conceived and become GDM, what to do? Please do not stop metformin, reduce the dose of metformin and add insulin.
Yes. So metformin has to be allowed only up to 12 weeks of pregnancy. There is no additional benefit of continuation of metformin after 12 weeks. There is no reduction in the risk of GDM, neither there is any reduction in the risk of preeclampsia or missed abortion, and this has been shown in the systematic analysis. So one should not be worrying about it. Should withdraw metformin after 12 weeks. What the government of India says, metformin or insulin is an acceptable choice. After 20 weeks of therapy, metformin can be given. Insulin can be started anytime. Metformin can be started at 20 weeks if the medical nutrition therapy fails to achieve your target. But recently, 28th of February 2022, European organizations have come out with a unique recommendation that they have said that the metformin is the first oral anti-diabetic medication, can be used even from the conception to the birth. So these are recent recommendation, and hopefully once Government of India comes out with this recommendation, it will be again acceptable to all of us. Let's come back to my pilots. We still have only 3 minutes. Parul now is on metformin 500 mg twice a day, but blood glucose are still uncontrolled. Metformin high dose not tolerated well. She was earlier put on GI upset. And now what next? Would you like to add glibenclamide or acarbose, or would you like to initiate insulin?
We like to start insulin because that is the drug of choice. In pregnancy, the drug of choice is insulin, only insulin and the insulin. There is no doubt and no confusion about that.
But I feel before we have to also say that the monitoring is very, very important. And we talked about some of the monitoring system, monitoring glucometers can be used, but there are wonderful monitoring tool now. You don't need to put the patient on AGP. Unfortunately, AGP has not been approved by the Government of India to be used in pregnancy till date. It's only been approved in Europe. So we can use this digital monitoring tool that you have a blood glucose, which of course monitoring, everyone knows that it is important. And now you have some of the good glucometers which you can monitor from the glucometer, and once they can be enabled to your mobile, as well as they can be enabled with the system at the healthcare professional's computer. So gynecologist or a physician can enable this particular tool from a glucometer to the mobile to the professional, and you can get a good graph what your lady has done. She is monitoring blood glucose daily, fasting, post breakfast, post lunch, post dinner, and all these readings will come in a graphical pattern, and you can see, okay, yes, yesterday or 2 days back I have taken samosa and there is a spike here. So this can be easily seen here. So you have a optimizing care for digitally connecting blood glucose. You have a glucometer, you have a professional's and you have a mobile, and they all can come on the computer here, and it can be very easily seen in a graphical manner, as well as you can have day-to-day, you have intraday, you have one weekly monitoring also. This is called as OT Viroflex, and this is very much available in a logbook also form. You can see this, how many times you have in range, how many times you are below range, everything can be checked. And you can have this summarization of the whole readings in a given case. So use of meter with color range indicators and a mobile diabetes management app improves the glycemic control, and it has shown wonderful results of HbA1c reduction, and blood glucose was in a better range. Let's talk about insulin. Lastly, there are few conditions where insulin is a drug of choice. Anyone who has high HbA1c, ketonuria, some renal hepatic dysfunction, macrosomia, IUGR, or hydramnias, or someone on steroid, insulin becomes a drug of choice. Aspart, Lispro, and regular insulin are allowed. Glulysin, Degludec, not allowed. Glargine, you can allow in some patients. We can have some question answer on this, but other regular insulins can be allowed. There is recent news for me that Degludec might get an approval for the pregnancy. Insulin Aspart, again ultra fast, can control blood glucose better, because postprandial blood glucose can be controlled by ultra fast better than even with the Aspart plain. Insulin doses, so we can have, this is just, I'll show you those who are GGI, they might require around 0.2 unit per kg body weight, 0.15, GDM around 0.4, and pre-gestational diabetes 0.8 unit per kg body weight. This we have done almost 15 years from now. Let us go back to Parul and my pilot here. She has started on insulin like this, earlier 13, then 17, then went up to 23 units of insulin, almost 1.5 times twice of that of when we started with the insulin. What is important is that the insulin requirement was seen to be highest with pre-dinner. Now, I'll just go here, and so now this, she again came after 2 or 3 years. Now she's known diabetes, already on triple drug therapy, presented with ANC 7 weeks, and this is, we say 90% of the pregnancies are accidental pregnancies, and this is one of those 90% pregnancies. Saab galti se ho gaya. And this galti se ho gaya has become, big headache for all of us when HbA1c is 9, 170, 280, little high blood pressure. Anand, over to you.
We have to stop all the medications, no doubt, and start the insulin. Basal bolus is the best regime for this category.
Baba Karni, about pioglitazone, glimepiride, metformin.
No, it has to be stopped. Glimepiride and pioglitazone, definitely it has to be stopped.
But 7G, she has already consumed. Baby has been exposed to metformin, pioglitazone, glimepiride. We don't have a data.
But we can't do anything.
We can't do anything.
Seeing now, we can just stop all that and go for basal bolus, as Anand said.
How to explain the prognosis?
Depends on the ultrasound and find out, and we cannot assure anything because she has already taken. Of course, by ultrasound, other investigations, latest investigation, of course, we can.
Pioglitazone is a notorious drug causing congenital malformation.
Absolutely, sir. But recently, I have one case study I studied, and I.
The chairperson is smiling. Yes.
Because
absolutely counter this. HbA1c 9%, and on a drug like pioglitazone, I think you need to really counsel her about the future risk of congenital anomalies. Probably think of a termination. Go ahead with this pregnancy. No, I will not agree because present day is the day of, and then only go ahead and screen her very.
The moment you said, so I've got so many pilots with me now.
No, now present day it's very difficult to make them conceive. Already she has a precious child.
No, she has 2 beautiful daughters delivered. Get a
I feel that.
I'm not saying tell her for a termination, but give her that option. Explain the risk.
The moment you
give her both the options.
Yeah.
We will not give that option.
It has to be an informed consent on going ahead with the pregnancy, with a very closely monitored pregnancy for congenital anomalies that may prop up. I'm not saying terminate immediately, but
already over.
Discuss the riscs with her. It is only 7 weeks. It's only 7 weeks.
Yeah, almost
discuss the risks.
Two diabetologists are talking. Let the OB-GYN.
Today, from the 11 to 14 week scan, which we do at 12 to 13 weeks, we can pick up almost 70 to 80% of anomalies, including CNS, CVS, etc., everything. At 18 to 19 week scan, we can pick up more than 90% of any structural defects in the fetus, even cardiac. So give that option to the patient, let her decide. The moment you say, oh, this drug is very dangerous, or tumko to 9 gram, matlab tumko 30% chance hai anomaly hone ka, she will never continue. So you have to be very careful in counseling, because when you say there's a 25% risk of having congenital anomalies, remember 75% of the kids will be born normal.
Sir, if this was her first pregnancy, definitely go with what all you say. She already has 2 delivered
It
babies.
doesn't matter.
Let's go ahead with
Every
it.
pregnancy is precious. Nobody wants an abnormal child.
Absolutely,
Don't treat the third baby as something secondary.
No. Every pregnancy is equally
has to be
precious.
treated equally precious.
I agree, every pregnancy is equally precious. Only thing is red flag the pregnancy, tell her very clearly about the risk involved and go ahead in a very cautionate manner. It has to be a mutual decision to continue.
Can I ask you one thing? Can you guarantee that any baby that you are now taking care of will be absolutely normal at birth?
Ma'am, that's what I said. It has to be an informed decision, but you have to inform the risk. If you do not inform and the baby develops an anomaly, then the patient should be made aware of the risk that she's taking.
That means if somebody is non-diabetic, non-hypertensive, not on drug, doesn't have any malformation, that exemption cannot be complied here.
5 seconds. I'm saying, please tell her the risk, but don't offer termination. To want a termination should come from choice side.
So the conclusion the navigator has made here by listening to all the pilots, with the permission of our RSSDI National President and Founder Patron Dr. Sashaya sir,
This
I had an internal discussion.
very common.
I had an internal discussion, and they have told me that we should explain the prognosis and then let them decide whether to continue or whether not to continue. I feel that is how the controversy is resolved here. How to explain then the prognosis, what should we have been advised. I feel we discussed this. Now next is metformin or insulin, metformin plus insulin or only insulin.
Metformin plus insulin.
Is it before 20 weeks, so I will put her on insulin.
Yeah,
but
I'll be
of
very
course
brief
she is
now.
already on metformin, so
I'll be
we
very
will
brief.
not
If your
discontinue.
HbA1c is more than 10, risk is 25% of congenital malformation, less than 8, 5%. In pre-existing diabetes like this, we have a paper which is possibly the unique paper in this part of the world, that in first trimester they require type 2 diabetes around 0.5 unit per kg body weight of their pre-pregnancy weight. By the third trimester went up to around 0.8 unit per kg body weight, which is a good carry-home for all of you. The dose in GGI was around 0.1 unit, 0.25 and 0.5 in pre-gestational diabetes in the first trimester. As the pregnancy advances, at the time of delivery it's 0.15, 0.4, 0.8. So almost 1.5 time increase in the risk from the diagnosis till the delivery. Insulin regimen, of course, multiple basal bolus therapy is preferred. We have some data in insulin twin pregnancy, and this has come from this paper coming from West, and that is the reason why our Professor Seshaya says, don't blindly follow the Western culture and the Western literature and recommendation. This paper has come for type 1 diabetes, that type 1 twins, they require double the dose of insulin versus their singleton counterparts. And then I had a discussion with few of the OBGY friends. They said, no, our diabetic patients are not requiring so high doses even their twin pregnancy. So we have collaborated a data with Dr. Sanjay Gupta from Pune, and we evaluated the treatment strategy that says GDM women with twin or singleton gestation differed insignificantly in their treatment regimen. And the insulin doses, insulin requirement need not be proportional to the number of fetuses. So this is another message for you, even if that twin pregnancy. Sometimes you are using insulin, you can use metformin. Sometimes you can use insulin pump. Infusion can be used rarely at the time of intrapartum, but we should try to achieve a good glycemic control of 70 to 120 at the time of intrapartum period. Sometimes infusion. Breastfeeding, again breastfeeding will help you preventing diabetes in this mother in future as well as to the baby, should be encouraged. 15% postpartum will remain glucose intolerant. Around 70% are likely to develop GDM in future. 10 to 50% will develop diabetes in next 5 years. Lactation and tablets. Again, Bhavatarni, very quick.
Again, I will advise only insulin during lactation again.
Anand, any change in?
No. Absolutely.
But these gynecologists and pediatricians don't want insulin.
If they are not willing,
so you write down, we have to write down in the paper the patient doesn't want to take
Patient
insulin in the lactation period.
refusal is an option, but as per the guideline and whatever the evidence is
So
there,
insulin drug is the drug of choice in breastfeeding. Otherwise, metformin can be given, glipizide can be given. And I'll skip this particular prevention. We are already overshot time. Very important paper. Just please listen to this paper. This is a paper from Central India. Women coming to us with type 2 diabetes, we have asked the past history of GDM. And we have then calculated the history that after GDM, after how many years you have developed diabetes, and the data is very much, surprising to us. It revealed that higher pre-pregnancy, I feel there's a conclusion here, that higher pre-pregnancy BMI, pre-pregnancy weight gain, GDM at early weeks, advanced age and lack of exercise are the key associates for development of type 2 diabetes. Almost 50%, I feel it's written somewhere, around 50% of the women develop diabetes within 1 year of GDM. Within 1 year. So I feel we have to keep our eyes open for these postnatal women who are likely to develop diabetes. And this is a slide which Dr. Uday Thanawala always forces me to keep in all the presentation. Sir, you want to speak on this? No. Yeah. So he says if the glycemic control can be maximized to the extent that fetus no longer recognizes that the mother is diabetes, then the treatment of mother during pregnancy may become the first step in prevention of obesity and diabetes in the offspring of diabetic mother. So you should try to achieve the best glycemic control in given pregnancy, and that's why for making this awareness, Dr. Seshayya's birthday has been declared for the first time in the world. There is no other country in the world who has National GDM Day. It's the government of India has recognized this, and we should be doing good awareness campaign across the country on 10th of March, National GDM Day, and that's why we have done this program. Many of you were a part of it, and we started with this Prega talk. We had multiple, I don't know what is happening here. We have multiple programs, almost 20 programs every Wednesday, 6 to 7. Prega talk, which is in regional languages. So we started with English, Hindi, and Marathi. Then we ended up with Assami, Kashmiri, this Dogri language, and Oriya, Malayalam, Telugu, Assami. This is Kannada, and this is Malayalam. This is Sindhi language. Then we had Bihari, and then in English here, and then Konkani, Kashmiri and Dogri, and then Marwadi language. So we have wonderful meetings for all these regional languages for this. The final message is, ek jaan se bache, do jaan. Just do one test and you can save 2 generations. Yeah, Tamil Nadu was there, the first, actually missed it, that's why I was just clicking.
No, it has not.
Tamil Nadu was the first one, and Punjabi was the first one, then it was Tamil Nadu, where Shalini was the faculty. Ek jaan se bache, do jaan. Thank you very much. GDM to type 2 diabetes is a window of opportunity. Don't ever miss it. There's our team which is working. And finally, thank you very much for joining us for this symposia at Diabetes Academia Airport. Have a corona-free fight. Always celebrate your all the occasions, whether it's birthday, whether it's your anniversary, whether it's your anniversary of the hospital, or any occasions, cut the fruit and don't cut the cake. You are unnecessarily stimulating people to take hydrogenated fat. We should start every good thing from our home. That is what a message we do want to give every time. Since 30 years we are celebrating every staff's birthday or anniversary or any occasion with this, even 15th August or 26th January, don't cut the cake, cut the fruit. Thank you very much for patience listening.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil. It should start from our meetings, doctors' meetings. Our food should be an example.
Thank you.
So thank you so much, expert navigator Dr. Sunil Gupta, and our pilots, expert pilots, Dr. Anand Shankar and Dr. Bhavtarini ma'am. This was truly an Indigo flight, lean, mean flying machine, took off on time, was very fast. Lot of turbulence happened, but I think we had an expert navigator and an expert pilots, so the flight has landed a little late for Indigo, but yes, we've landed safely with good take-homes for everyone. So the clear take-home is universal screening for all pregnant women, DIPSI criteria, first point in contact, repeat it every trimester, management has to be strict, glucose control has to be as good as normal, fasting less than 90, 2 hours less than 120, CGM, SMBG, all tools are available, use whichever suits your patient best. SMBG is the best, of course, glucometers. When it comes to management, insulin is the drug of choice. Patient not willing for insulin, written informed consent, can give metformin. Post-delivery, again, insulin drug of choice because it does pass in breast milk, because insulin is the only drug that doesn't pass through the placenta or in breast milk. But if patient not willing, metformin can be given. So I think everything is very, very clear. Thank you so much. We had a great flight.
See, when you clap, you prevent diabetes, but when you stand and clap, you prevent further. So this is also being defined as a forced standing ovation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. You have some memento or something?
Yes.
नहीं, मैं डॉक्टर लक्ष्मी शिखंडी हूँ. मैं सुनील को वही पूछना है ओपन फोरम में करना क्या है. सबसे आखिरी सेशन मेरा है ना. और आइडिया ऑफ आइडिया क्या है, करना क्या है, करना क्या है, सब तो पढ़ा दिया. रिवीजन
कुछ बाकी है.
रिवीजन क्लास.
रिवीजन अभी आगे के सेशन भी वैसे.
बिकॉज यूजुअली हम लोग सारी फैकल्टी जा रही है.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Now we'll move forward to next flight. That is fetal surveillance and obstetric management. And for that we have Chairperson Dr. Varsha Dhavle. She is President of NOGS, an ex-state supervisory board member of PCP NDT and past Vice President of IMA Maharashtra State. I'd request her to have a seat. And another chairperson we have Dr. Sunanda Chowji. Dr. Sunanda Chowji is MD Medicine and practicing in Nagpur since 1983. And her special interest is in diabetology and nutrition. Presently, she is working as Associate Professor of Medicine in NKP Salve Institute of Medical Sciences, Nagpur since last 12 years. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello. After that very, very hot discussion topic and the discussion which Dr. Sunil Gupta truly took us through turbulence, I should say, and it was, may I request you to please sit here? We are now again going into another topic, a new one, that is management and surveillance. Definitely when we say that we have a patient of GDM, like we can continue parallel also in this session. So here we have with us Dr. Uday Thanawala, who is the navigator. I should say he is a very, very energetic person, very active person in FOXY, has been the Vice President of FOXY, Treasurer of PCO Society, and the Chairman of Medical Disorders of Pregnancy, and right now he is the Chairman of ICOG. To introduce the other two persons, I hand over the mic to Dr. Sunanda ma'am.
It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Sanjay Gupte, who had been my teacher, though he doesn't remember. But when I was in BJ Medical College, Pune, he was my teacher. He is chairman of FIGO Committee for Ethical and Professional Aspects of Human Reproduction. He was president of FOXI in 2010, president DIPSI in 2013. He's a national convener for Save the Mother and Newborn National Initiative. Apart from all his achievements, he is an excellent teacher, I have experienced it, and he is ex-honorary associate professor, BJ Medical College, Pune, and at present director, Gupta Hospital and Center for Research in Reproduction. I am very proud to introduce Dr. Gupte. Our second pilot is Dr. Preeti Kumar. She is a co-chair of Maternal and Perinatal Committee, CFOG. I am not conversant with your gynec short forms. Yeah. In 2021 to 23, she is chairperson of Safe Motherhood Committee. She is also director of Sunflower Medical Center, Lucknow, and she has lots of honors to her name. She was vice president of Lucknow Ops and Gynec Society, and she is core member for prevention of violence against women. And she is the recipient of Padma Bhushan Kamlabai Hospital Award in 2020. So I am very happy to introduce you, madam. Here.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your kind words.
Thank you very much. Can we have the first slide, please? So I must congratulate and thank Sunil for having me here as one of the navigators and direct this flight about fetal surveillance and obstetrical management. And I love this title, what he gives to his conference, Hello Diabetes. Here you are meeting diabetes head on. So, you're meeting diabetes and you're saying hello to diabetes. And of course now the sentence which he says, the blood sugar should be so well controlled that the fetus should not know that the mother is a diabetic. And that is why, let us see, once you do that, how do you take care of the fetus? So tell me, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, what is your protocol? You've discovered this woman as GDM, say at around the 24-week or 26-week, the 75 GCT comes high beyond the value. We will leave the sugar management has already been discussed. From the point of view of the fetus, what dictates you on how frequently, what all do you take care of in the antenatal care, and how often do you do tests for fetal well-being?
First of all, I always hope that the patient doesn't come to me at 24 or 26 weeks with GDM and all that, because, we have to always remember that the management of diabetes starts preconceptionally. That's one sentence.
No, we are talking about pure GDM. She's developed abnormal sugar only at 24 to 26 weeks. Her first trimester 75 GCT was normal. Okay. We're talking about regular GDM, not about diabetes.
So first of all, if you have found that first time the sugar is high at that time, again, one would do, all the parameters to find out whether, other problems are there with her. So, retinopathy, then renal function test, even liver function test will be important.
For a GDM of say 150, 160, 75 GCT, would you do a retinopathy or would you get worried? I'm not talking about type 1 diabetes.
See, it's not the question of whether you're worried or not, but, if you have to go in a proper manner, all these things have to be done. First and foremost, there has to be a proper patient and family education of what that condition is.
Exactly. That's okay. That is proper counseling, fair enough. You call the mother-in-law and everybody in the counseling that no, the sugar needs to be controlled. All that is done. From the point of view of monitoring pregnancy, tell me what all we will do.
Fair enough. One would put on first only MNT. First 2 weeks.
That all is done, sir. What do you do to monitor in pregnancy?
Or the fetus you are talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So if you are not, you would have, one would assume that you have done up to anomaly scan everything. By then, and then you would go ahead and do again a 28 weeks scan. If you have not done a 2D echo, you would be doing that. And then frequency of monitoring later on with NSTs after 32 weeks and
So NSTs you will do after 32 weeks, and otherwise ask her to monitor her thing and do regular growth sonographies, say once a month?
Yes, every 4 weeks, and later on, it will about to be more frequent.
That depends upon the sugar monitoring, etc.
So even with sugar monitoring.
So, Preeti, how do you monitor the fetus in your practice? What all do you do?
Uday, I want to add here is suppose the malformation scan has been done, I would like to go ahead with fetal echo also.
That all is done. We are at 26 weeks. We are at 26 weeks now.
We will do fetal echo if it is not done, because routinely we are not doing fetal echo. So
But she didn't have abnormal sugar at that time. What are you worried about?
You just now mentioned 24 weeks.
No, you have discovered a regular GDM at your 24 to 26, 75 GCT. It has come to 160 instead of 140.
This is the first reading which is abnormal.
The first reading is abnormal. The first trimester reading was normal. So we are not talking about diabetes.
Apart from counseling which has been done, we have to look for the high risk factors like obesity and all the
So antepartum,
Doppler.
yeah. So yeah, obesity. Now, once you discover this, what will you tell her about putting on weight now? Because that is one thing which they are always worried about. How much weight?
That depends on which category of obesity she belongs to. Because the weight gain, if she's very obese, it should not be more than 5 to 6 kgs. So we have to look into pre-pregnancy weight also. And then uterine artery Dopplers will also be very important because preeclampsia again is very important.
Yeah, so that all preeclampsia, that uterine artery Dopplers have been done, but yes, you have to monitor this pregnancy for development of PIH, so blood pressure, etc. has to be taken very seriously. And what is the type of antenatal testing? Sir said he will do NSTs after 32 weeks. When will you start doing
According to
NSTs?
the Government of India guidelines, all GDM should started with the growth scans from 28 weeks onwards. 28 weeks, and then you have to repeat at 34 to 36 weeks. There should be a gap of at least 3 to 4 weeks between the two scans. Definitely, what about, like once we talk about the fetal surveillance, Dr. Uday, we need to understand there are few modalities for fetal assessment. One is ultrasound, that's a basic tool. The second one is fetal kick count, that we need to understand when we have to do it. Then the third one is biophysical profile and NST, and the fourth one is the Doppler. So we need to understand on all these 4 points when and where we need to do this.
So let us summarize. Ultrasound preferably once a month, and that will obviously include Dopplers also. When we say ultrasound, that will include Dopplers also. NST is 32 week onwards or 34 weeks onwards, and fetal kick count, anyway the woman has to report कि कभी भी लगेगा movements come and report to us, and then they can do a fetal kick count.
So I differ here. Suppose if the sugars are well controlled, again I want to emphasize here, whenever you're doing a fetal monitoring, it has to be correlated with the blood sugars because the fetuses respond differently to the blood sugar levels. That's very important. Sometimes the sugar may be high, the fetus may be normal. Sometimes the sugar levels are just borderline the fetus.
Are you hinting at?
I will not do Dopplers every time, but definitely I will monitor the growth chart, abdominal circumference, and again amniotic fluid, which is very, very important.
So abdominal circumference is something which you will have a look in your ultrasound report, and preferably, at least where you can do it, you do an ultrasound every month, because sometimes with hydroamnios and all, clinically it is not easy to assess whether the baby is growing well or no. And on that you have to see the abdominal circumference, whether it is corresponding to the period of gestation or it is more than the period of gestation. Amniotic fluid index can be misleading because sometimes these people, because of the higher, the renal flow of from the baby, you get hydroamnios, and the low AFI or a fetal distress can be masked. So that is what you have to remember, that AFI is not a very good guideline, and that is why FIGO says that the usual cardiotocography and biophysical profile or kick count is indicated according to local protocol. They have not specified that this is the way which you have to monitor the fetus. You have to do it according to each patient's individual variation.
That's why what you have to remember is that even the growths can mislead you.
Yeah.
Because if it all depends on sugar control. The baby may appear to be normal, which is actually a IUGR baby, because originally that baby would tend to be on the macrosomic baby.
So that is why dating scan is very important, and you have to compare with your dating scan how the baby is growing. You have to watch out for abdominal circumference and estimated baby weight if it is more than the period of gestation. Lico volume may be increased. There could be a large placenta. There could be increased subcutaneous fat. Now a 30-week scan shows you hydroamnios.
Just one important comment regarding the fetal movement count. We use normally Cardiff count, that is also mentioned in the Government of India guidelines, or if we say if the fetal movements are less than 10 in 2 hours, then again it is significant. Then again point to note is here, that cannot be taken as a sole marker for fetal surveillance.
Kick count is important, it is very subjective, and if you remember the points which Preeti just said. Now a 30-week scan is showing hydroamnios, what do you advise this patient? And what is your worry in this patient?
So it depends what is the amount of liquor. Is she suffering from just a hydroamnios, then you need to look at the sugars. Even if the sugars are normal, then you need to revise the protocol, because sometimes there might be some escalation of the blood sugars. That is why, so you have to put her on insulin if she's not. If she's on oral hypoglycemics, even when those sugars are normal, you have to put her on insulin.
So if she's on MNT, you need to put her on metformin?
For hydroamnios, I would like to put her on insulin.
Insulin, sir? Insulin or metformin if she is on MNT?
See, if she is on MNT and if the hydroamnios keeps on increasing, that means sugar control is not good, whatever you are saying.
So whatever chart she's showing you of fasting and PLBs once a week or twice a week, switch over to self-monitoring of blood sugar. Self-monitoring of blood sugar, make it more strict, because you may not be getting all the values, especially post-dinner, etc. So you have to be very strict monitoring.
That will again depend, that again will depend on what is the size of the baby.
Yeah.
If the baby is again on the higher side as far as the size is concerned, then one can think of metformin to start with. If the baby is already on IUGR side, then you
Why are you so much worried about IUGR? I'm coming to that. Let's talk about hydroamnios first.
With hydroamnios,
a normal sized baby and hydroamnios. So if we need to start pharmacotherapy, and preferably insulin.
Yes.
But
because any obstetric complications, insulin is the drug of choice.
You know what, Preeti, I'll tell you one tricky point here. She is monitoring her sugar, fasting and PLBs, or she is doing sessions. मेरा तो sugar normal है, अभी उसको insulin देने में डर नहीं लगेगा कि hypoglycemia हो गया तो.
Have to counsel Uday, otherwise
No, so counsel.
Next time she'll come with back.
So in that case, first put her on self-monitoring of blood sugar, have those 6 readings with you, then start insulin. That's what I'm saying. Yes. Because she is still now showing you my fasting PLBs done twice a week is normal. And in spite of that, she's developed hydroamnios. Now she's developed hydroamnios, you're worried about preterm labor. Will you give her steroids or will you not give her steroids?
If threatened preterm labor is there, definitely you have to give steroids, but then it is better that you admit her and monitor her, because the sugar control has to be much better, and there insulin is a must, absolutely.
Yeah. So basically, if the sugars are uncontrolled or if she's on insulin and you need to give steroids, please think about it. This patient may require admission, as Dr. Sanjay Gupta said. We may have to increase the dose of insulin by 50% after the first dose of steroids has been given, and maintain it till 12 hours until the second dose of steroids is given, because steroids is going to make her sugars abnormal and we need to have it under well controlled. So a particular clinical situation will demand whether she requires admission and monitoring of the sugars, or you can give her the steroid dose as it is. So remember, and do not hesitate to give steroids. Insulin we have already covered. If your blood sugar values at diagnosis are more than 120 or PLBS more than 199, insulin straight away. And if blood sugar targets are not met with diet, exercise and metformin, you start insulin. And if there are complications like hydroamnios or macrosomia, yes, Preeti said, start insulin. Now you have a patient who comes at...
Just one comment. See, many of the times there are questions that is, suppose a patient is 35 weeks or 36 weeks and she's going into preterm labor. Would you give steroids in this or not? So Government of India guidelines say up to 34 weeks. But again, there can be differences in the practice, but Government of India is very clear on this point that till 34 weeks, you have to give steroids, not beyond that.
Okay, so I don't know. In my practice, I generally would probably give it till 35 weeks also, especially in GDMs where you know that the lung maturity is a little slow.
This was a question in one of the webinars when we were doing in GIPSy, so I rechecked it again because Dr. Jayam raised this question, and it is clearly mentioned that till 34 weeks we have to get.
So important point about the guidelines, at least till 34 weeks, yes, you can definitely give steroids. Now you have this patient who comes, who's not obese and all, and comes at 26 weeks. Now she's on diet and exercise and metformin. At 32 weeks, you get an ultrasound report. The abdominal circumference is just 29 weeks, and there's a lag of 3 weeks, and the liquor is marginally less. She's very worried the baby is small. The mother-in-law blaming you for cutting out sugar from her diet. How do you explain? What do you explain? How do you deal with this patient? Do you ease out the sugar control?
See, to two things here. You have to shift on to insulin, basically, for sugar control. Make sure that her calorie intake is good. That you have to assure. And of course, the protein, carbohydrate and fat ratio has to be maintained. So look at a better, sugar control, and of course, look at the placental situation also. So your Doppler will come in handy here.
So this is basically a vasculopathy. It is not because of the you have cut off the sugar. So you have to explain to the patient, mithai band karne se nahi hua hai. So you have to explain to her and ask her to improve her diet, take more of proteins, etc. What is the role of sildenafil and arginine, Preeti? No role. So in fact, there is now a paper about sildenafil that it can cause more of a problem than help in these cases. So do not just give it blindly. Basically, only a high protein diet, etc. helps in IUGR, not otherwise. And now, sir, this patient of IUGR, how would you monitor?
Okay, now this patient will obviously require much more, closer monitoring, and probably your color Doppler will have to be much earlier, every week also, if it's possible, if patient can come and afford that. And even her the strict DFMR, that is daily fetal movement rate, will have to be monitored. Probably call her very frequently, see what is the pattern, do your NSTs in between, and take her to the probable
maturity
and deliver
as near as possible, because this is where Doppler is important. In a case of small for gestational age baby is where the placental perfusion, you can pick up problems, and biweekly sonography and Doppler studies of the uterine and umbilical vessel should be used to follow up of HDA fetuses, and if the results indicate that the fetus is beginning to decompensate, delivery should be planned regardless of fetal age. And this is in contrast to the large for gestational age baby, where the placenta is usually large as well, and there's an increased blood flow present, and the wave curve is normal, such that the usual perfusion indices fail to predict placental insufficiency. So if you've got a macrosomia, their Dopplers may not be very, very effective. And we obstetricians are worried about stillbirths, and especially after 38 weeks of gestation. So is there any investigation which can help us to prevent stillbirths?
No, there is no investigation that can predict stillbirth.
Yeah, so even if you do your NSTs regularly and Dopplers irregularly, we do not know the exact cause of stillbirths. It could be either vasculopathy, villus edema, fetal hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which is now implicated. So we really don't know, and that is why we can't prevent stillbirths. And now we're coming to the last point is timing of delivery. Preeti, when do you interfere in a GDM patient?
Control diabetes on MNT or whatever, 40 weeks we have to deliver.
So uncontrolled diabetes, 40 weeks.
Well controlled.
Well controlled, okay. Well controlled diabetes, 40 weeks.
There are no consensus as to when to deliver for high risk, because you have to individualize every patient. So if there are so many complications like preeclampsia, IUGRN, then you have to take the cutoff earlier. Otherwise, 38 weeks, if it is controlled on insulin, you have to
It's okay for the Western population to wait up to 40 weeks. Even now, if you see the latest studies, they have come that take a call at 38 weeks. And then start waking up to what the situation is. You induce that patient after 38 weeks if everything is favorable. Otherwise, you are going to land in trouble.
So I think it's very important to realize what sir is saying. When you talk about guidelines, yes, they say wait till 40 weeks. The Western guidelines will say to wait till 41 weeks till everything is under control. But in India, the gestational period is supposed to be less. So I don't think that we should be waiting much beyond 38 weeks. If things are very well under control, yes, 39 weeks.
Then Uday, we wait with strict monitoring, not like that. Yeah.
So delivery before full term is not indicated unless there is macrosomia, polyhydramnios, poor metabolic control or other obstetric indications. The Government of India guidelines say well controlled, decide for delivery after 39 weeks. Poorly controlled and with risk factors, we have to optimize the delivery thing. So normally we say at 38 weeks, one should think of interfering, and even the NICE guidelines say that discuss delivery after 38 weeks. Now, fetal weight estimation, Preeti, how much would you rely on your clinical judgment or the ultrasound?
I basically don't rely much on the fetal weight estimation because the sensitivity is less, more on the growth charts and the clinical examination.
Sir, your sonologist is giving you an estimated fetal weight of 3.9.
See, I am from that ancient time that we used to, do this estimation, without sonography.
Yes, so good, that's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, I do trust in, what clinically you...
Clinical examination is very important, yeah.
Yeah, but clinical judgment as well as ultrasound judgment could be wrong because of various factors like hydroamnios, etc. So judging the fetal weight, you can go wrong, and you really can't believe in what the ultrasound shows. But if the baby is big, would you recommend, if the baby is in a little bit of a macrosomia, do you recommend induction of this patient a little earlier? No.
And second thing always is to be remembered, that will be your next question, that even with a normal size baby, you can have shoulder dystocia in diabetic pregnancy. So that's more important thing to remember, because shoulders are broader than the head, and they mislead you, and that's called as a turtle sign and all that. But that's where
we are coming to a slide of shoulder dystocia. What should be done? This is Bharti Karla's paper, that environmental factors and how they influence the decision making in GDM. And in India, we have a lot of factors which will, guide you. Sometimes we can't come back and regularly come back every 3 days for fetal monitoring. So then, anyway, you have to admit them and either deliver them early or you have to induce them earlier. So a lot of factors will come. So most of the clinicians are scared of sudden stillbirth, and generally at 38 weeks we discuss the delivery thing. Care in labor, sir, you talked about shoulder dystocia. It's a problem. It's a real risk to the mother and the baby, because mother can have injuries and the baby can have injuries which can be nerve injuries which can lie for a long time. And when you have this sort of a brachial plexus injury, etc., it is a little bit of a problem, and that is why this question was there, that as compared to non-GDM large babies to GDM large babies, the incidence of shoulder dystocia, etc., is more in GDM large babies. So induction of labor probably earlier may be worthwhile if you want to prevent this.
Again, for obstetricians here, one warning, that even if you feel that you are going to get away by doing cesarean section, that's not also easy, because you may land up with shoulder dystocia in your incision also. So you have to think about this before giving an incision and thinking about how you want to take.
This is what you think about the Patwardhan's maneuver, which is very, very easily done, which I think all of us know how to do it, right? Except in the West, they haven't heard of it, they don't know it, and they are doing now. They have a special research fellow in UK who is looking into Patwardhans, whether it is better than pushing from down. I mean, it's so obvious it is better than pushing from down, but they are doing a research study on that, which is going on for the last 2 years. Americans have not heard of it. And here we are, so that is why the Indian College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, I have made a small clip on the Patwardhan maneuver, and I made one on Dr. Shirorkar also. So on Dr. Patwardhan, there is a clip under Diamonds Are Forever. So please go to the ICOG website and check it out, Diamonds Are Forever. And over there you have these people from UK saying that, oh, we are so happy to put Patwardhan in our bundle of care. And we have been saying it for the last so many years. It was in 1951 when he discovered this, or 1957 when he presented the first paper. A simple technique, remember that. Third stage care is important. Remember, prevent PPH, give the first dose of prostaglandin immediately, etc. Postnatal care we've talked about, and we should not miss the woman. This thing, and this is about a real story from this is something which I put from the last slide, which I'm going to read is, I gave myself insulin 4 times a day and checked my sugar 4 times a day. I tracked these numbers and called the OB's office every day with information. The doctor said that because I kept my diabetes under control, I was at the same risk as any other pregnant woman. My beautiful healthy baby boy was born at 39 weeks. What I learned is that diabetes is not a joke. It is a disease that you have to think about every minute of every day. And when you are pregnant, you have to worry about what it is doing to you and to your baby. For me, it didn't go away after the baby was born, so now I have to think about my diabetes every minute, every day, so I can raise my baby, teach him a healthy lifestyle in hopes that he does not get diabetes, and most of all, I want to be there when he has his children. So that is the story about diabetes, and one has to really think about it and always be at it and say, hello diabetes every day. Thank you all very much.
Dr. Uday, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Wonderfully conducted session.
That was very nice. I would just like to tell you, just a comment that Patient with GDM should never be looked at lightly, because evolving anomalies are also there, and the people have had babies who had lung hypoplasia and you were unexplainable as to how this has happened. So our diabetic patients needs good care, good monitoring, less of weight gain, and of course less of sweetness also. So thank you, Uday sir, that was very good. Thank you, Sanjay sir. Thank you, Preeti madam.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, friends. Our next flight is management of PCO and obesity during pregnancy. Chairpersons for this is Dr. Meghna Agrawal and Dr. Ruxana. The pilots are Dr. Bharti Kalra and Dr. Durvi Hasnani. Dr. Meghna Agrawal is Director, Disha Clinics and Hospital, Nagpur. She has done MBBS and postgraduation from KM Mumbai. She is ex-resident PG IMER, Chandigarh, and ex-associate professor, LMH, Nagpur. Dr. Ruxana, she is a well-known obstetric and gynecologist. Experience of 41 years, was in IGMC and BJ Medical College, practicing since 1981. Field of interest is high risk, obesity, obstetric, and preventive oncology. Over to you, chairpersons.
Good evening, everybody. As we have now boarded a flight on a frequent route of PCOS and obesity, I take great pleasure in introducing the navigator, Dr. Rakesh Sahai. He is a professor and head of Department of Endocrinology, Osmania Medical College and Hospital. He is a consultant endocrinologist at Sahai Endocrine and Diabetes Center, President, Endocrine Society of India, Vice President, South Asian Federation of Endocrine Societies, Editorial Board of IGEAM, and he has got many awards and accolades to his credit. So this is how we present to you Dr. Rakesh Sai.
Good evening, everyone. I take this opportunity to introduce our pilots for this session. Dr. Bharti. Dr. Bharti Karla has come from Karnal. I welcome you, ma'am. She is president of Karnal OBGYN Society. She has a fellowship in clinical sexology. She is a fellow, Research Society for the Study of Diabetes in India. She is a founder member of Diabetes in Pregnancy Study Group in India, that is DIPSI. She's scope certified in obesity management and she has over 80 PubMed index publications. Now I present to you our second pilot, Dr. Dhruvi Hasnani. Dr. Dhruvi is a fellow of Royal College of Physicians, UK. She is fellow of American College of Physicians. She is ISPAT fellow pediatric diabetes. She is a consultant diabetologist practicing at Rudraksh Institute of Medical Sciences. She is from Ahmedabad. She is the treasurer of Gujarat chapter. She is also the winner of Torrent Young Scholar Award for Diabetes. And she is a faculty for National Diabetes Educators Program. I welcome you, ma'am. Now over to our navigator and pilots. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, madam, for the kind words of introduction. Good evening to all of you. I think we had excellent sessions, or rather excellent flights. And in this one, we are actually, most of what we have discussed has been discussed, but we'll be putting together a different area, that is management of particularly about obesity and PCOS in pregnancy. So we have two highly experienced pilots with us, who have been introduced. Dr. Dhruvi and Dr. Bharati Kalra have been introduced. So we'll now start, and as you know, this is important because we are discussing this as a separate session, because we are seeing that there is a growing prevalence of obesity in our country. We could say that, almost amongst young women, the prevalence of obesity is to the tune of about 15 to 20 to 30%, depending on which strata of society you're looking at. If you're looking at the upper strata of society, then you're seeing a very high prevalence of obesity. In the rural population, maybe it's not as high, but still, we have even what is called as central obesity, where you have the thin obese individuals. We are a unique phenotype. And then we also have very high prevalence of PCOS, which is again to the tune of about 20 to 30% in different parts of the country. So we are dealing with two important problems, which are very important risk factors for the development of GDM. So that is why we need to discuss this topic in greater depth. And so let's start with this lady who has come to you with she's a software professional. She's 28-year-old, got married about 2 years back. She's obese, having a BMI of 32 kg per meter square. She's got a sedentary lifestyle and a lot of stress in her work and all that. And no wonder she's got, irregular cycles. She has got and she's been, planning for conception now. She's coming to us now. So we want to know from Dr. Bharati how often she sees such patients in her practice, and would she like to comment about the impact of obesity, particularly in her practice?
As we see this lady, she seems highly qualified with layer life, and financially she is very good. So as her profile is seen, but her BMI is very high. So just to understand, for Indian population, if BMI is more than 25, we take it as obese. And as far as Western countries are concerned, if it is more than 30, then we take it as obese. So for our range, she is in obesity category, and her periods are irregular, so we have to investigate her for PCS also. So such kind of patients are very common. If we see in our practice, we have to, when she is coming for pregnancy counseling, pre-pregnancy counseling, so we have to look for it. 1 in 3 women coming to our OPD for preconception counseling or in early pregnancy, they are found to be obese, and 1 in 10 are seen with the PCOS. Remember, we have, for labeling as obese, we have to see the BMI in pre-pregnancy state and PCOS also in pre-pregnancy state. But if someone comes in early pregnancy, and then we have to rely on her history, because at that time we can't look for her ovaries as polycystic ovaries. And during pregnancy, we have to look for her weight gain trajectory to label her obese and gaining weight rapidly. So in this particular situation, and otherwise, it has been seen obesity is associated with older maternal age, urban residence, increasing wealth quintile, and secondary educations. Means those who are well educated, earning very well, living in cities, and they postpone their marriages, they'll end up in such kind of scenario.
So I think this is a very important segment of our of the patients who come to us who are, older in age and obese and have a high risk for developing gestational diabetes and also problems with conception are there. So what are the preconception advices? Before we even go to the preconception advice, I would like to ask Dr. Dhruvi to tell us something about, the relationship between obesity and PCOS. How are they related? How would she, look at this?
Thank you, Rakesh, sir. Now, obesity and PCOS have a very beautiful bidirectional and a loving relationship. That's what I would say. With PCOS, 1 in 3 obese women have PCOS. And inversely, if you are a PCO patient, you have a tendency to gain weight faster and a larger proportion. Now, there are a lot of genetic and epigenetic factors which affect both the bidirectional relationship of PCO as well as obesity. It could be adverse lifestyle, like for this patient, she's a software engineer leading a sedentary lifestyle. She might be having, impaired appetite regulating hormones, the leptin, ghrelin, axis deviation. She might be having hyperinsulinemia because of the obesity, leading to hyperandrogenism, leading to, increased LH, reduced FSH. All of this is, a cause and a relationship between PCO and obesity. Now, this might cause infertility. So PCO girls on infertility treatment also will tend to be obese or tend to gain, weight easier. So that's that between obesity and PCO, ma'am, if you support that.
Yeah, so I think you've brought out this relationship very nicely, how PCOS leads to, hyperandrogenism, leads to infertility because of that, can also be, because they're intrinsically, they have insulin resistance, they're obese, so, that also contributes to subfertility, and all that leads to these two major problems that we are looking at. So since she's very anxious to conceive, she meets Dr. Bharti, and we would like to know from her what sort of advice she would give her, about how would you counsel her regarding the risks that she is going to face during pregnancy, and her baby is also what are the risks that the baby has.
Just to sum up what we are learning since morning for the GDM, same here for obesity and PCOS. We know the woman is anxious, but we also know that there are fetal, maternal and transgenerational risks of complications because of dysfunctional adipose tissue or their functioning, means physiology is abnormal. And since morning we are learning about the epigenetics, that is the DNA methylation and expression of certain factors. So all these things cause the immediate and long-term effects. As far as the pregnant woman is concerned, she is more at risk for GDM, PIH, and her risk of pregnancy loss, means early miscarriages or stillbirth, are very high. She may end up in operative delivery, maybe instrumental delivery or cesarean. And as far as her child is concerned, the newborn may have preterm delivery because of maybe obstetric complications, or otherwise as we had seen in IUGR, that can happen in such kind of pregnancies, small for gestation age or LGA, or there is more risk of NICU admission because of maybe hyperbilirubinemia or hypoglycemia, or all these medical conditions. As far as the later life of that child is concerned, that child is more prone to obesity and its related metabolic health complications in the form of maybe diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia.
Thank you. And as Professor Shesha has highlighted in his oration, in his keynote address, he has spoken about the need for early detection, early management, and in fact preconception is the time when most of the things happen. We have to give our advice on preconception. What is the advice to be given? So let's look at that and ask Dr. Dhruvi to tell us about the weight management in a preconception period.
Thank you, sir, for the question. Preconceptional care, especially for a lady who we have, diagnosed with obesity and with PCOS, is very, very important. We have to talk to her about weight optimization. We have to tell her what is an optimal weight gain. Even during the time of pregnancy, ma'am has already counseled her that she is at a risk of macrosomia, stillbirth, hypertension, and even operative delivery or cesarean section. Now, we say it is ahar, vihar, achar and vichar. So it's a a combination of all of medical nutrition therapy plus exercise, I think, which we will come to. This optimization of weight during pregnancy or before pregnancy, like we are talking about right now, we have to also talk to her, linking it to the contraceptional advice, the pre-conception contraception advice. There could be use of anti-obesity drug, which have to be, appropriate with the conception. We can use orlistat, topiramate, or liraglutide. Now again, there are these studies that say that they can be useful, but again, they are contraindicated in the pre-pregnancy time. If you're using liraglutide, make sure that, there is a washout period of say 3 to 6 months. And if there is a post-bariatric surgery period, wait for 12 to 18 months before you plan pregnancy in this particular lady.
Yeah, so it's very important that we see that ensure that she loses weight before pregnancy itself, because during pregnancy we don't want her to lose weight, and we'll have to look at how Dr. Bharti would counsel them about what has to be done during pregnancy. So our patient following Dr. Dhruvi's advice, she lost 6 kgs of weight and she's conceived, and now she's concerned about what she has to do during pregnancy because she's going to gain weight. She's worried about that. So
this is a common scenario. The patient coming to us, they are concerned about in pre-pregnancy phase that they have to lose weight. Once they lose weight and they conceive, they are not happy with that. They are just concerned that, oh doctor, we will gain our weight again, because what we have lost, that was our mehnat, means we had worked so hard to lose that weight, so we will not like to eat during pregnancy because we will gain weight. So we have to counsel them. Depending upon their pre-pregnancy weight, how much weight they should gain. So that is upon their BMI. If their BMI is still in obesity range, so in that during the course of pregnancy, their weight gain should be, if it is more than 30, so then their weight gain should be around 5 to 9 kg throughout the pregnancy. So if normal weight means normal BMI is there before pregnancy, so then we expect around 12 kg of weight gain. But in this scene, we want its weight gain should be less. So weight gain trajectory has to be followed. It should not be like that she has gained just 1 kg in first trimester, or she has lost 1 kg in first trimester, then she makes it up with the 5 kg in just coming 2 months. So trajectory should be followed. So the up to 1 kg per month should be gained during the whole of pregnancy, and just to make it up to the time of delivery. So as for the normal patient, we expect 500 grams per week, but in such cases we expect 250 grams per week should be weight gain. It's preferable if she keeps weighing scale at her home, so that she can monitor her dietary intake and exercise, so that she should gain optimal weight for her pre-pregnancy weight.
thank you. Yeah, so we'll now ask Dr. Dhruvi about the diet. I mean, what diet would she advise? Because we have told her that these are the targets. We don't want you to gain weight, and she's also concerned.
We've had a very extensive, medical nutrition therapy in GDM session. But, let's be very target oriented. Like ma'am said, we have to follow an ideal weight gain trajectory in this patient. We have to, target the behavioral and temperamental aspect of the person as well as the family. It's not just the lady. You have to actually educate the mother-in-law, the mother, the sister-in-law, everybody in the family. Be very, very cultural also in your approach, and the clinical care and the culinary care that you're giving should be, matching each other. The meal pattern, the meal composition, the meal quantity, and the sequencing again, that you start with the salad, you start with the soup, you start with the proteins, and then go on to the carbohydrate. That is something which needs to be importantly counseled and educated. A beautiful paper by Kalra sir, which talks about the 3+3 meal pattern, that 1/3 could be carbohydrate, 1/3 greens, the salads, the vegetables, the fruits, and the rest of the 1/3 of the plate can be proteins, be it dairy products, be it eggs, be it dals or lentils for vegetarians. And this has benefited in our Indian and the Southeast Asian population. So this could be just the basic principle of the kind of dietary advice during pregnancy for this patient.
And also, would you like to tell us something about exercise? I mean, we had a lot of discussion on that.
We did.
Just to complete this discussion.
Well, exercise is not bad during pregnancy. A lot of people feel that, they should do bed rest. but gradually you can have the lady start to exercise. Start with a small stretching exercise, talk to her about small yoga, breathing exercise, balance training, move on to aerobics, little brisk walking, jogging, swimming could be added, small cycling schedules. Safety is of utmost importance. You can also advise resistance training, weight training, but safety is of utmost importance. Do not ask the lady to exert 10 minutes post-meal comfortable walk, or say 30 minutes per day. Any exercise of her choice which she's comfortable doing is fine. A sitting yoga, supine yoga, water aerobics if possible, squatting exercises, and simple namaz and ardas are very, very good therapeutic exercises.
Yeah, so thank you. We'll now try to understand what are the antenatal obstetric requirements which are there in this woman who is obese as compared to what was discussed earlier, and some of the aspects you can just highlight on that.
So as we are, since morning we are going about the GDM or pre-existing diabetes. So here also, because the risk of diabetes is very high, and in obese patients the risk of comorbidities and complications is high. So in preconception phase, it is best if in preconception phase we detect all these problems like pre-existing diabetes, hypertension, hypothyroidism, and in early first and early second trimester, if we screen for GDM, as we are since morning discussing about, it should be done before 10 weeks or maximum before 12 weeks of gestation. So we should screen early in pregnancy, and we should, as the folic acid she is already taking, so in that case we should screen her for chromosomal abnormalities. So as patient is obese, her truncal obesity is more, means the fat is there. So abdominal ultrasound may not be informative. So the TVS is a preferable modality. So even for anti-scan also, TVS should be preferred, and we should encourage the patient to get it done, because we have to rule out the chromosomal abnormalities and any structural abnormalities. So the common structural abnormalities which may get missed on even on ultrasound, best of ultrasound centers may miss the spina bifida, neural tube defect, or hydrocephalus developing in obese women. So we have to counsel them. Because of the limited view, the sum of abnormalities may be missed. So first trimester or early second trimester, we may not be able to assess the abdominal height. But in second and third trimester, because of obesity, the fundal height, if we go for clinical judgment, it may be misleading. And external palpation about the presentation may also be misleading. So we need to monitor her with the ultrasound, and that way if we add the color Doppler with it, that will help us know about the the fetal circulation and any action if we need to take. So we should monitor her for obstetric, to rule out obstetric complications, her weight gain and nutritional surveillance as already discussed. And another question which is commonly coming up about the metformin. So about metformin, I want to say that do not start in pregnancy for the pre-existing PCOS. If we know that she had PCOS, but she was not on metformin, no need to start it during pregnancy. And do not start metformin routinely for all GDMs who are there in obesity. Because I have seen some of the prescription in which the patient is obese and they start metformin, so that she should not get GDM later in her pregnancy. And we have to assess maternal and fetal status before considering the metformin. That was seen in the last session, so not going about it. The important to start here in the obese woman during pregnancy is the role of ecosprin, that aspirin. The low dose aspirin has to be started during pregnancy. So just to remember it the simple way, means if there are more than one moderate risk factors, one is the obesity. But with obesity, if she is elderly, if her age is more than 40, or she is priming with the obesity, or she has multiple pregnancy, with maybe she is having family history in sister or her mother of preeclampsia is there or not, we should start for preeclampsia prevention, low dose aspirin should be started from 12 weeks onwards.
Yeah, so I think you have given a very clear message that metformin not to be given for every obese woman, because that's what is often done, but I think clearly you have said that, and you should look at aspirin, as you said, in all these
We
things.
can remember this indication by 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 is priming, 2 is for twin, means multiple gestation, 3 is for above 30 age, means 35 years of age, 40 is her, 35 is her BMI, in that case we have to start, and if her age is 40 plus. So just simple way to remember in which cases we have to start the aspirin. And if the patient is very obese, we should check her blood pressure with the correct size sphygmomanometer. Normally the BP cuff is of 12 into 24 centimeters, but for such patients, in that case the BP reading may be falsely low or high. We may miss her high blood pressure. So we should take appropriate size BP cuff. And if she comes for delivery, we have to discuss about the options available with us, whether we wish, so that will be...
So I think, thanks to Dhruvi's advice, she, lost weight. I mean, she gained only 6 kgs weight. I mean, she didn't lose during pregnancy.
Yeah,
she gained only 6 kgs and she's now in her 3rd trimester. And now she's worried about her, delivery, how it's going to happen, what should be done. So probably you can tell us about that.
Yes, so now we have successfully, she has landed up in her 3rd trimester, nearing her delivery. Now this is a time we have to think of what additional precautions we can take. We have to assess our center, whether it is compatible with, because in this patient the BMI is not very high, but in obese patient we may get BMI 35, 40, that kind of range we may get in our practice. So we can manage her antenatal period very well, but we have to assess whether we have facilities for her delivery or not. So it's preferable if very high BMI women get delivery under the multi-speciality hospitals with the all the things and staff, trained staff available for taking care of them. Means the big size doors and large size table, all these amenities should be there. And most important thing is get her pre-anesthetic checkup, even if you are taking her for the vaginal delivery. So that is the important thing we usually miss. And for delivery part, we should avoid post-date and decide time, mode and place of delivery as already discussed. And there are chances of cesarean. She may land up in emergency cesarean. So we should have all the arrangements made up for that. And for the precautions doing for obese patient, as we have to take the precaution of stitching the subcutaneous fat to avoid seroma formation, that additional precaution we need to take. And we should take active steps for active prevention of PPH. And after delivery, we should think of VTE prevention. Prophylaxis treatment should be given. So that is for the early ambulation. That is the first and foremost part. If she can't go for early ambulation, 1 hourly her passive limb movement should be there. So train your staff that every hour, if she is not getting sensation of spinal anesthesia, after spinal anesthesia, move her legs passively. And if she gets sensation, then she should move her legs actively. Mechanical thromboprophylaxis can be given with the pneumatic compression stockings. And if her BMI is more than 35, prophylactic enoxaparin 40 milligrams subcutaneous should be started till her ambulation starts and she is comfortable. And if BMI is more than 40, then 0.5 milligram per kg. That should be the dose, but maximum is 100 milligram per dose. So that
she had so she had a cesarean section at 38 weeks because of fetal distress with arrest of descent. So baby was was 3.5 kgs and baby didn't require neonatal care. I mean, because the sugars were also, she was not high. And so what advice do you give her for lactation and her weight management issues in the postpartum period? So you can quickly tell us. I think Dr. Shalini is going to tell us more about this. So we'll just have a brief, this thing from you. Yeah.
So we must always encourage breastfeeding. We have to teach her about appropriate postnatal contraception. IUCD is a very good option. Very good dietary and physical activity. Ask her to be as active as possible. We must, try an integrated care approach. A gynecologist along with an educator, along with a physician and a diabetologist could be a team approach. We should try and not stigmatize the lady, that we can't label her as being obese or as being PCO now or as being, a diabetic girl. The postpartum weight reduction could be, in simple terms, she can go to her pre-delivery weight or 1 or 2 kgs plus to the pre-delivery, pre-conception weight. So that is one thing. And last but not the least, I would just sum it up. Always keep in mind that we counsel her that she's a high-risk patient. We have to check her repeatedly for BMI at 6 weeks, 6 months, 1 year, and repeated annually after that. So that is that.
Yeah, so I think the most important part is that she should lose weight, get back to her pre-pregnancy, pre-conception weight. That's what Dr. Sushil Anani is also highlighting in the discussion on that, and then I think that was also came out very important point. And we need to discuss about other aspects. That I think we'll just quickly wind it up because I think in the next session Dr. Shalini is waiting to discuss about these things, and so I'll just summarize by saying that in women with obesity and PCOS, which are very important risk factors for GDM, we need to, pre-pregnancy counseling becomes even more important, much more important than all other women. And here I think that's the important thing, that we should see that they are counseled pre-pregnancy itself, they lose weight before pregnancy, before conception, and then during pregnancy also we try to see that the weight gain trajectory is properly monitored, and all the other aspects that have been discussed during the session. I think these are important, and we don't forget after delivery to give our advice on the follow-up, and losing weight after delivery is the most important aspect. With that, I think we'll conclude the session, and we'll hand over to the chairpersons to give their comments and take questions from the audience if they are.
Thank you, Dr. Sai, for such a lucid landing. The most important thing, the most important take-home is that before you embark on the journey of pregnancy, your preparation to the flight should be important. That is the importance and the role that time and again this academia is stressing about pre-pregnancy counseling and preparation to embark on the journey. Any questions from the audience, please?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
That was a very nice session. With this, we come to the end of this session.
Myoinositol in terms of preventing GDM.
Yeah, GDM invasive or people.
Yeah, Dr. Bharti, would you like to tell us about that? Do you think?
Myoinositol also gives good results, but studies are going on. Clear-cut documentation for recommendation is not, it's not still available. But papers are there for the effect of myoinositol during pregnancy. We have used it in few patients with antenatal corticosteroids also. To prevent
Pre-pregnancy use, there is some benefit shown in some of those studies, definitely. During pregnancy, I don't think there's a unequivocal benefit seen. There's some, the clear results are not, available as yet.
Ma'am, there are many studies which suggest benefit of myoinositol in PCOS patients to lose weight, but there are no RCTs, there are no recommendations on this. So it is more like a practice guideline. There are no recommendations on this.
And that is pre-pregnancy?
That is pre-pregnancy, definitely not during pregnancy. No papers during pregnancy.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For patient listening.
Thank you to our organizers of Hello Diabetes Academia as well.
I request chairperson to felicitate Dr. Rakesh. Also to Dr. Bharti and Dr. Dhruvi. I request Dr. Rakesh to felicitate our chairpersons, Dr. Meghna and Dr. Ruxana. Thank you very much, sir. We will move to our next slide. That is postpartum follow-up of a woman with HIP. Our chairpersons are Dr. Mukesh Mishra and Dr. Alka Mukherjee. Dr. Mukesh Mishra and Dr. Alka Mukherjee. Our pilots are Dr. Pooja Sharma, and Dr. Rajesh Jain. Our pilots are Dr. Pooja Sharma, Dr. Rajesh Jain. And our navigator is Dr. Shalini Jaggi. Dr. Mukesh Mishra is senior physician from Nagpur. Dr. Alka Mukherjee, I think she is not there. It's over to Dr. Mukesh Mishra to introduce.
At the outset, I want to thank Dr. Sunil Gupta and the organizers of this wonderful conference. We are already running late and we have a very important topic of high blood sugar in postpartum status. And we have a learned speaker to guide us upon this. Over to you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir. So without wasting much time, we'll try to take this flight on time. The topic assigned to us is postpartum follow-up of a woman with hyperglycemia in pregnancy. Much of the task and all the discussion has been about why glycemic control is important, what you need to do if the woman has hyperglycemia in pregnancy, how is she to be managed, what is the risk factor screening. So now the woman was diagnosed with hyperglycemia in pregnancy. Now there can be two scenarios here. Either it is pre-gestational diabetes, that means a woman who already has type 1 or type 2 diabetes, and then she's delivered. Management has already been discussed. Or it can be a woman who was diagnosed with gestational diabetes, and then how do you follow up after delivery? So what we'll do is we'll take this through in the form of 3 different scenarios. So we'll take 3 cases and we'll discuss all the aspects of postpartum follow-up based on these cases in all the 3 different scenarios. Is there a slide changer here? Yeah, got it. Okay. So my first case is SK, a 28-year-old lady, known case of type 1 diabetes for last 20 years, 37 weeks preemie, taken up for an emergency cesarean section following fetal distress. Her A1C at 34 weeks was 7.1%. Now this is somebody with type 1 diabetes for 20 years, of course on glargine insulin 32 units, plus Aspart 18, 20 and 16. She gives birth to a baby whose weight is 3.6 kilograms and the RBS of this baby is 30. Minded the HbA1c at 34 weeks was 7.1 and she's on intensive basal bolus insulin regime. And now you have a baby who is 3.6 kilograms with 30 milligrams per deciliter RBS. So what next? Few points that we need to discuss here. Of course, we will be talking about the postpartum glycemic management in a little while, but before that, I think the basic problem at hand is a baby who's born with 30 milligrams per deciliter. So this is where we will start with Dr. Rajesh Jain on his inputs on what is alarming here.
Hello, yeah. So this is basically the hypoglycemia of the neonate, and this is a emergency, and any sugar should be tested for hypoglycemia by the prick test. Okay, it's give the immediate result, and if the blood sugar is less than 44, then it is to be diagnosed as neonatal hypoglycemia, and it needs to be treated as per the guidelines. Of course, the breastfeeding is the best. If the neonate can take easily the breastfeeding, then this is the best treatment. and otherwise the neonate is sluggish, not responding to the breastfeed, then top feed can be given. Okay, second thing, even the dextrose in the water can be given orally, and even if that is not acceptable, then the IV bolus, 10% dextrose is to be given. And it is to be repeated and seen whether the blood sugar is elevated or it's coming normal, and the symptoms of neonate is again very, very important.
So one thing that we need to be very aware of is when a mother who is on intensive insulin regime, glucose levels are little in the hyperglycemic range, the risk of neonatal hypoglycemia is high, and I will request Dr. Rajesh Jain to just quick 2 words on the mechanism of who is the infant who has to be at high risk for neonatal hypoglycemia if the mother has hyperglycemia in pregnancy. Any infant or specifically some typical infant born to a mother who's on intensive insulin or uncontrolled diabetes?
Yeah, basically the mother is on the insulin, and after the delivery, when the placenta is removed, the mother blood sugar generally goes to normal. And the neonate, because of the hyperinsulinemia, and this is the basically causing the hypoglycemia to the infant. And the both mother and the neonate is to be screened for even after 1 hour.
Absolutely. So one thing that comes out very clearly is breastfeeding and lactation, which is very, very important in the postpartum follow-up that we're talking of. So here I'm bringing Dr. Pooja Sharma. What are your instructions on breastfeeding? How often? When should it be started? Any contraindications? What care does the mother have to take in this kind of a scenario?
Yes. So we clearly see that the baby is going towards hypoglycemia. So breastfeeding is, like Dr. Rajesh has said, is the first choice. We should immediately start breastfeeding, and nowadays it is recommended to initiate breastfeeding as soon as possible. And especially in case of GDM, we should deliver the baby on abdomen and start breastfeeding, wait for the breast roll and start breastfeeding immediately. So breastfeeding has definitely a role in preventing hypoglycemia of the baby. And we are seeing that the blood sugar is also uncontrolled in the mother. So breastfeeding will also help mother to, reach to the, to control blood sugar, and also in control of the PPH also, because we are seeing that the GDM or it is DIP, so it predisposes women to the risk of PPH. So it will prevent mother also as well as the baby.
Absolutely. So with that, moving on to her postpartum glycemic management. Of course, this is a type 1 woman, so there's no question of stopping insulin. She has to continue with insulin. But then what about the dose requirement for a mother during her pregnancy versus postpartum? So Dr. Rajesh Jain, your inputs on how is glycemia to be managed, the frequency of glucose monitoring, and what kind of an insulin dosing and regime would you recommend? This is a type 1 pregnancy.
Actually, this is a type 1 diabetes, so definitely even after the postpartum period, the women need the insulin. Okay, but the dosage is very, very important, because with this doses, it can cause the hypoglycemia. And the basal bolus doses is the best in this case, that the women needs to be monitored before the meal for the bolus doses, and definitely the long-acting insulin like glargine can be given once a time. So during the first week at least, we need to monitor so that the effect of the placental hormones are removed and it comes to the previous, before the delivery doses actually.
Absolutely. So when it comes to a type 1 woman who is pregnant, we need to remember In the first trimester, you may see a slight reduction in the insulin doses. That's because of the increased insulin sensitivity that happens in the first trimester. Beyond that, as the insulin resistance is increasing, the pregnancy hormones are coming into play. So you'll see a stepwise dose increment that happens till about 36 weeks. Beyond 36 weeks, the doses tend to plateau, but once she delivers, you see a 20 to 30% fall in the insulin doses. So that is why frequent SMPG is very important when managing a woman who is type 1 diabetic. You need to monitor her glucose levels and accordingly reduce the insulin doses, and at times it comes back to almost the pre-pregnancy levels. So before we move on, a quick line on contraception for this lady. Do we need to encourage contraception here? And for a type 1, does the contraception matter? The type of contraception we can advise?
So definitely there is a role of contraception, because we have been talking since morning, there has to be a pre-conception care, and with contraception we can get a safe space between two pregnancies. So it will give a safe time to the doctor as well as to the women to get to the normal ranges, as well as it will, it will prevent the peak of the glucose level that can happen in the next, with the next pregnancy, with the next case of, with the next pregnancy. So definitely there is role of contraception, and we recommend all types of contraception, the basket choice of contraception, except progestin only pills, which have, which evidences have shown can increase the blood sugar level.
Absolutely. So I think when it comes to a type 1 diabetic pregnancy, it is very important that you do frequent SMPG once she is delivered to regulate her insulin doses. Breastfeeding has to be encouraged, especially in a woman who's got type 1 on intensive insulin. The risk of neonatal hypoglycemia is pretty high, so you need to be aware of that. Monitor the baby neonate's blood glucose levels, encourage breastfeeding, and most important, of course, contraception. Diet, lifestyle, we'll talk about this when we're talking about type 2. But one thing is, whenever a woman who is on insulin is breastfeeding, she should not be doing so on an empty stomach. So it's very important that she has a small snack before she feeds the baby, because there's an increased risk of hypoglycemia if she feeds on an empty stomach. So any woman who is continuing insulin beyond delivery, whenever she is breastfeeding, you must encourage a small snack before she feeds, because obviously the glucose levels can come down. She can have a hypoglycemia if she is feeding on an empty stomach. So moving on to our second case. Now this is RC, a 35-year-old known case of type 2 diabetes for last 7 years. BMI prior to pregnancy was 34, and we had a whole discussion on obesity management. She was on a sulfonylurea metformin combination along with an SGLT2 inhibitor, was unable to conceive after 5 years of marriage and was being worked up for the same. She was put on insulin pre-conception, the oral drugs were stopped, along with metformin, which was continued to achieve an HbA1c of 6.5, and was advised also to lose weight. We showed you how she was obese. Eventually, she conceived successfully through IUI. Of course, her diabetes was managed with insulin as per protocol on a basal bolus regime, satisfactory glucose control all through pregnancy, delivered at full term. Birth weight of the baby is 3.2 kilograms. So this is a type 2 lady on orals, switched to insulin, managed with insulin all through her pregnancy. Eventually, she's delivered, and the birth weight of this baby is 3.2 kilograms. So here, does the glycemic management change? Dr. Rajesh Jain, my first question to you.
Yes, actually in this particular case, because she was on the oral medication, and because of the pregnancy, she was put on the basal bolus doses, and her control was fine, and she delivered the baby. So the control is very, very important in this particular cases. Even this insulin can be withdrawn after the delivery, and she can be put on the oral medication once again. So, this is for the time being that she is put on the insulin, and ultimately, sequentially, we can withdraw the insulin, because after the placental is removed, it reaches to the pre-placental stages, okay, pre-conception stages. So control will be very important, but in this cases, because she has a, this is a pre-gestational diabetes, so the mortality risk, perimortality risk, and the complication to the neonate is high, even if the weight is normal in this case. So weight is definitely less than 3.5.
Yes.
As the mother and the neonate, they are high risk for the non-communicable diseases like future diabetes, cardiovascular disease, okay, and the other like metabolic syndrome and subsequent problem of GDM will continue in the future.
Yes. So one thing that we need to understand, if it is a type 2 woman who is on insulin, once she delivers, of course breastfeeding has to be continued. So obviously the diabetes is not going to go back. This was not gestational, this was somebody who already had type 2 diabetes. So glucose control has to be managed. Of course the targets for control will go back to the non-pregnant targets. So again, a fasting between 100 to 110, 120 and a 2 hours postprandial between 140 to 180 would be her target now after delivery. Insulin usually in a breastfeeding mother is still the drug of choice because we know the oral drugs are usually again not safe for the baby. Of course, metformin can be added. If she was on a basal bolus regime, maybe we can taper down her insulin dose to maybe a twice daily premix along with some amount of metformin if that is required. And then Dr. Rajesh, continuing on the glycemic management, now till she is breastfeeding, we put her on premix twice with metformin. Once the breastfeeding stops, can you put her on drugs, oral drugs back? Any choice of drugs that we need to be careful about here?
Yes, because of the, this is the BMI is on the higher side, so the weight loss will be very, very important for this women in the future. So SGLT2 inhibitor, I think, can be the one of the drug which she can continue, or she can be on the oral GLP-1 also, because there will be double weight loss in these cases. So we can improve the metabolic profile of this women. And we should suggest her to lose more weight.
Absolutely.
Okay. So lifestyle modification and the diet, medical nutrition therapy should continue throughout the life of this particular woman.
Yes.
Okay.
So
and by this way, I think she can have a subsequent pregnancy,
Absolutely.
normal pregnancy.
Yes, since this is an obese type 2 diabetic, we need to be very careful, and this is again where the role of preconception counseling comes in. So Dr. Pooja, my question to you, gestational weight gain, is that a concern? Dr. Rajesh has already answered, yes, it is very, very important. She needs to lose weight. You need to counsel her. The preconception counseling before planning the second pregnancy is very important. Contraception again comes in. So a quick word on gestational weight gain and its significance.
So yes, we see here that the woman is obese and she has gained 9 kg during pregnancy, which is actually the recommended weight gain for the obese category of women. Still, but 5 to 9 kg is recommended, and she has gone on the higher side of this recommended category. So we have to ask her. I mean, during pregnancy is okay, but after delivery, she has to keep her weight in control and try to. She is already obese, so try to reduce it. Yes.
So before we move on to the next case, one quick word on the risk factor complication screening. We don't have to be glucocentric just because she's diabetic. She's again at risk of all the microvascular and macrovascular complications. So that screening also has to be on our minds. The cardiovascular risk, the microvascular risk, like in pregnancy we were screening for retinopathy. Postpartum also, microvascular as well as macrovascular risk screening as per protocol must continue. So due to paucity of time, let me move on to the last case. This is CJ, a 25-year-old primey, history of PCOS, and we've had a PCOS discussion, so we'll be brief here. She was obese with a BMI of 35, went on an intensive lifestyle and diet modification to lose weight, achieving a BMI of 30 before she got married an year back. Diagnosed with GDM in 3rd trimester at 32 weeks with tipsy criteria, post-glucose value 158, managed with MNT and exercise. At 35 weeks, post-meal values shot up beyond 140 and she was put on metformin because she was very close to delivery. Normal delivery at 37 weeks, birth weight of a female child that she's given birth to is 3.8. Post-delivery, fastings back to 100, postprandials back to 140, 145. So family is quite happy, glucose levels are normal, it was just temporary diabetes, baby has been born and baby is healthy. So are we worried about this baby, Dr. Rajesh, Dr. Pooja?
Yes, actually we are, I mean, birth weight is on the higher side, though it is not a macrosomic baby, I mean, as it appears from the weight, but yes, on the higher side, and female child. So yes, we have been hearing since morning, it is the mother, it is the female gender that we should be worried about, and because that is who is going to give genes to the next generation. So
Yes,
if we have to
absolutely.
stop
So I think
transgender-
this is what we heard in the morning: primordial prevention, NCD prevention, female sex, female gender being the key to NCD prevention. Dr. Rajesh, a quick line on the importance of targeting this baby for primordial prevention. Who do you want to target, the mother, the baby, or both?
Actually, we need to target, first of all, the mother in this case. And as the fasting blood sugar we have seen in this case is 100, but postprandial is on the higher side. So 44% of the postpartum screening where fasting is normal and postprandial is abnormal in the Indian context. And she has a very high BMI. So her weight reduction will be very, very important. Okay, and the risk to the fetus is again very heavy because 3.8 kg is a macrosomic baby. So there should be testing for the baby for jaundice, even this magnesium and calcium should be also screened for all those things for the future complication. So I think the mother is very, very important in this case because we change the track for the future diabetes.
Absolutely. So I think this was a typical gestational diabetes pregnancy that we've been discussing since the morning. Both the mother and the baby are at a high risk of NCDs, and this is where you need to nip it in the bud. You catch them early, you control the glycemia very tightly so that at least the next generation you can target if we're wanting to prevent diabetes here. Just a quick line on your future advice for a future pregnancy to this woman, Dr. Pooja.
So in future, as she has reduced from BMI from 35 to 30, so again it is recommended that the weight reduction, BMI control is recommended, and she should, I think the HbA1c was around, as we are targeting to reduce or control HbA1c to less than 5.1, so that should be recommended. Controlled or strict monitoring of the blood sugar. She should consult doctor whenever she is willing to conceive and get a proper counseling, get a proper sugar and checkups throughout.
Absolutely. So again here the importance of preconception counseling is very, very important. The next pregnancy has to be a planned pregnancy. She has to follow up, maintain good glycemic control before she plans the next pregnancy. And again, it has been seen that women with GDM have a very high cardiovascular disease risk. So again, when it comes to future risks, you need to not only counsel her on the risk of diabetes and all the other NCDs. Now there is a direct link that GDM women have a high risk of neuropsychiatric disorders. There's an increased risk of COPDs because increased the surfactant that may not be formed if it is a preterm delivery. Again, uncontrolled diabetes has a direct link. So gestational diabetes not only is the mother of diabetes but also all the other NCDs, and I think Dr. Vasant Kumar had mentioned that. COPDs high risk, neuropsychiatric disorders high risk. So there are a lot of organ systems that may be affected if the mother's glycemic levels are not controlled. Both the mother and the baby need to be protected, and that is why I think the message loud and clear when it comes to postpartum management for any woman with hyperglycemia in pregnancy is a clear follow-up, advise contraception, talk about preconception counseling, talk about planning a pregnancy and try and avoid these unplanned pregnancies with uncontrolled diabetes, and of course NCD prevention primordial is to be the goal. Thank you so much. So this is again our concluding slide. GDM gives us a window of opportunity for preventing NCDs and therefore to achieve a diabetes-free generation. Very, very important to focus on the fetus for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shalini, for an excellent lecture. Not only lecture, your English Your way of expression is also extraordinary.
Thank you, sir.
The message is loud and clear. You have discussed 3 scenes. First scene is type 1 diabetes, where the patient is on long-acting insulin. There one has to be very careful for the neonatal hypoglycemia. In type 2 diabetes, once the course of insulin is over and the patient is back on oral medicines, the change in lifestyle is very important and it should be stressed to the patient. And number 3, scene GDM, counseling, about prenatal counseling, you have stressed so well. Now if there are any questions, Charlie will be glad to answer it.
So thank you so much.
Hello. If there are no questions, I request chairperson to felicitate our speaker, our navigator, Dr. Shalini. Also to both pilots, Dr. Pooja and Dr. Rajesh. Thank you very much. We'll move to our next flight. For hello. Hello. Chairpersons are Dr. Dr. Charu Baheti and Dr. Ravi Wagmare. Our pilots are Dr. P.K. Saxena and Dr. Ruchul Gokhlani.
Yes.
Our navigator is Shailaja Kale.
So thank you so much. Please, my pilots, be here. And I think the time not put, so we will finish in 5 to 8 minutes. Start with take-home message. So we'll be very short. So we start after the introductory remarks. Yes, perfect. Thank you. We heard few things, actually lots of things about the topic. We are going to discuss about the girls which we are supposed to do pre-gestational counseling, which even though we do, we know what happens. This is the case. 35 years old girl visited the diabetes clinic with high glucose, fasting 280, 300 with 6 weeks of pregnancy. Second pregnancy now, and her A1C is 11.7 at 6 weeks. The girl had PCOS and first pregnancy 3 years before. That time her A1C was 5.8 prior to pregnancy, developed GDM. In her first pregnancy, she was managed only on diet, never required insulin, had a baby girl with birth weight of 3.2 kg. Now, after 1 year, 2 years after delivery, she had developed overt diabetes. After 2 years of index delivery. BMI 28, she has mild blood pressure, obesity. She is on metformin, glycoside, vildagliptin and telmisartan.
Her counseling was done when she visited her diabetes doctor when she was diagnosed with diabetes few times. She was counseled for planned pregnancy and how important is A1C as well as the drugs. But as all girls do, she said no, she doesn't want to remain pregnant and she has contraception and she said I will come after 5 years and this is what happens. And she was advised contraception. She said she is not planning pregnancy. She refused insulin. So doctor was pressurized to give her other medicines. And then after 1 year of no follow-up, she visited OBGY clinic with 6 weeks of pregnancy and A1C of 11.7. She had stopped all the medicines as soon as pregnancy test was positive. Then she was referred to us. So I think this is the typical scenario which happens in practice. Though we discuss a lot about counseling, it happens across the table. After the girls are out of the clinics, then nothing. So I think there is a need of special clinics. That's what we are going to discuss now. So high glucose and high A1C. So do you want to narrate the problems of peri-conception A1C?
So, madam, she is already an overt diabetes because her fasting and PP are more than the recommended values. And we have to counsel her now, as has been discussed in the previous sessions. As the level of HbA1c increases beyond 6.5, the risk of congenital anomalies will increase. So we have to give her an informed choice that she can continue pregnancy, but the risk of congenital anomalies will be there, and it is going to be a very high risk pregnancy where she may be prone to, the baby may be prone to number of congenital anomalies. So she has to go have a good surveillance, 11 to 13 weeks ultrasound, then 18 to 20 weeks, then fetal echo, then serial ultrasounds have to be done so that we can pick up the congenital anomalies before 20 weeks, and if required only then go for abortion. But take a written informed consent to save ourselves from any medico-legal problems. After 10%, the risk of congenital anomalies is as high as 25%.
Yes. So I think that was the point which this girl, of course, she had a missed abortion and underwent DNA. But many girls come with A1C of 8.5, 8.75, 8. So they are in between, they are not 25%, and usually the pregnancy is continued. So every time, do you write on your letter?
No, ma'am, most of the times I am from a government setup. So this is a very common scenario even at 10, 11, 12. I don't see that all of these women are going to have a congenital anomaly. So as it was discussed earlier, there is no need to terminate the pregnancy because we have very good surveillance tools now. But we should definitely inform her that these may be present.
So this informed consent or this warning, do you write every time on the prescriptions when the patients are coming? Almost every 2 weeks or 1 week in the diabetes?
I generally call the husband also and explain to both of them and write it down on the case sheet for the first time.
So I think that is very important.
May I have a comment?
Yes, please.
So I have wonderful experience recently. One of the radiologists, her husband is also radiologist, and she is type 1 diabetic, and she came up with the HbA1c of 9.5 and accidental pregnancy. So yes, we wrote on a prescription that yes, you may have congenital anomaly. Though she is a radiologist, they can check it themselves. And she continued the pregnancy and she delivered a baby boy. So whatever ma'am is telling is very true, that we have wonderful experience that we can continue the pregnancy. But yes, we should have a written consent on our people.
I think let's assume that it's never a planned pregnancy, though we discuss it.
Yeah.
It's always an unplanned pregnancy, and we should plan our treatment that it is going to be an unplanned pregnancy, because if we assume you get such kind of girls in your clinic. So that is, I think, first take home message, that though we discuss, it's never a planned pregnancy. What is the recommended glucose control of A1C?
Definitely, ma'am. Whenever we are doing pre-pregnancy counseling, it should be at least less than 6.5. But in type 1 diabetic, we can say that yes, it could be 7 or sometimes 7.5. But yes, in most of the cases, we should try to achieve less than 6.5, and this is ideal.
So as we know, is it possible every time? Because a lot of IVF girls come and it's very difficult to achieve.
Very difficult.
For type 1, even pre-gestational type 2 diabetes. It's extremely difficult.
Yeah.
And,
but we need to tell her to use some sort of contraception till optimization of weight, BMI, blood pressure and sugar control is done. We have to give them the option and try to tell it again and again so that they do use something. Contraception.
Since you are on this, what advice usually you give?
So generally, if these women are mostly, if it's a PCOS girl who we think is going to get diabetes, so we prescribe her OCs which contain cyproterone, which will reduce the androgen problem also, hirsutism, acne, etc. will improve. They can be given if she is a type 2 diabetes and it's a long duration. Ideally, estrogen containing and injectable progestogens should not be used because they increase the risk of venous thromboembolism. Otherwise, all others are, can be easily. The new thing, Saheli, that is the centromin, which has been also advocated by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, can also be given to these women prior to pregnancy and also in the interconceptional period.
What about intrauterine devices?
IUCD is the first choice, but if she's come to you for planning for pregnancy, it is a LARC, long-acting reversible contraception. So maybe that will unnecessarily, it is for 3 to 5 years if she's not planning pregnancy. Maybe it will be the best choice, first line recommended in postpartum period.
Okay. So, about anti-diabetics, so we are not discussing metformin. So,
Yes, we are not.
so I just shift to the insulins, the choices, fast-acting, rapid, and mainly about long-acting because there
Yes,
is a
ma'am.
lot of confusion about these long-acting
Yes, ma'am.
basal insulins
Very true.
prior to pregnancy. Yes.
Yes, yes. So definitely, whenever pre-existing diabetes, we have to use long-acting insulin. There is no doubt about that. For short-acting, we know that Fiasp is now the best option. We can use Aspart or Lispro. We don't have data for glulysin, but yes, long-acting insulin when it comes, definitely drug of choice is Detemir. But the problem with Detemir, we have to use it twice daily in most of the cases when the doses are increasing. Now, the guidelines say that if pre-existing diabetes is there, you can use Glargine if physician is confident that you can use it, and if a patient is, we are taking off that Glargine, and sometimes patient blood glucose control is not proper after removing Glargine of the prescription. So we may continue. For Degludec even we have some of the data for type 1 diabetic. There are 2 studies. One of the study is comparing it to other basal insulins, and one of the study is head-to-head comparison with Detemir in around 90 patients, and it has shown non-inferiority. So even I'm not recommending that we can use Degludec in every patient, but if patient's blood glucose control is well and you are quite confident, and we can even write it on prescription and explain to the patient that it is not approved, but we have data that we can use. These studies are for type 1 diabetic patients, and I have very good experience in Glargine U300. This I am using in pre-existing diabetes, many of the cases, and this time I am presenting the paper in IDF for 135 patients using it in pre-existing diabetes.
So great. So Glargine, we can continue now U300. So that actually takes care of very severe pre-gestational diabetes or type 1. So that's interesting. And Degludec, I think very soon we will be getting label change. So that's true. So this we discussed about not willing for insulin. We can't help, but we have to counsel them. Now she was on telmisartan. So many girls, they do have, because we are seeing girls getting for infertility at 35, 36, 38 years. So which are strictly contraindicated. So I think
yes.
ACE inhibitors, ARBs are strictly contraindicated, and we generally try to put them on labetalol, nifedipine or alpha-methyl-dopa. These are the 3 ones which are found to be safe in pregnancy. So we would like to switch over, and statins should also be stopped. So,
but will you advise the termination of pregnancy if
no,
some
not
girls
at all.
on ACE, ARB and
No.
statins?
No. Again, the same thing. If thyroid is not controlled, if they are on these drugs, we take a written informed consent. We have very good antenatal screening tools. So we will use that.
Okay.
And take a shared decision making along taking the husband also on the board.
The family. So we discussed about contraception, screening for comorbidity. I think that's very important. So what you advise and what's your routine protocol?
Yes, like for routine screening, definitely retinopathy is one of the important thing as pregnancy gets on board. Definitely there are very high chance to get retinopathy in those patients. Dyslipidemia is one of the thing. We should ideally check for cardiac problems like ECG and echocardiography are also recommended. And dyslipidemia is also one of the things that if it is pre-pregnancy counseling, we should try to get triglycerides and LDL, they should be lowered down or...
I think whatever, yes, very true. So whatever we publish about postpartum incidence of diabetes from our cohort, there was a strong predictor which came after multivariate analysis was triglycerides, which has a linear relationship. And you will be surprised the value of triglycerides was 104, 97 like that. So even in that range, higher TG was associated with overt diabetes postpartum in the follow-up after 4 years.
Also, ma'am,
there is something with obesity, triglyceride and glucose which gets connected to the metabolism of the baby as well as the...
Also screening for nephropathy, that is again very, very important. Most of the women coming to us have some sort of underlying nephropathy. So UPCR, microalbuminuria, blood urea, creatinine, that we always do. And ultrasound for kidney, medical renal disease.
So this happens only with type 1 girls if there is an extensive proliferative diabetic retinopathy. Do you advise them a caution or you ask them not to remain pregnant? Because they ask us, what should I do? So
pregnancy
what's
is
your advice?
contraindicated in such cases when already patient is having retinopathy. So pregnancy is contraindicated.
I think they can go for laser, and after that, if it's controlled, then we have to. And then if she has retinopathy, it's not proliferative, we have to screen in every trimester.
Yeah, for background,
and it has to be a slow control.
Background pre-proliferative, yes, but extensive one should be a word of caution about. So about vaccines, any word or advice because of
COVID vaccine, before or during pregnancy, we always tell our women to get vaccinated because the misconception is there that they should not get it vaccinated during. And MMR, rubella vaccine is also another thing which we want our women to get. It's a preventable problem.
Okay, so that was vaccine. So I think these are the points which we can improve, not to get the girls unplanned pregnancy, I thought, because just counseling once doesn't help. So we should have groups. I heard a lot about fetal medicine clinics, which are a kind of a new branch. Something like that, if it comes in diabetes and pregnancy or something, separate clinics, then only I think Dr. Raju will agree that otherwise it's always an unplanned pregnancy. So whatever ways possible, repeated and follow-ups of these
and
girls.
Multidisciplinary. If she comes to me, we need to send to the physicians and vice versa. And dietitian also, exercise, all those things need to be taken care of.
I think I always feel there are 3 teams. One is the team in our clinic with educators, nutritionists, counselors and ourselves. The other team is patient and her family members, and the third team is multidisciplinary, like sonologist, fetal medicine expert, obstetrician, and a diabetes expert. So these 3 teams are essential and the recurrent follow-up. So there has to be a way.
And now,
ma'am, I think we can give them targets, target of BP, blood sugar, weight, hemoglobin, and tell them to use any modality they want. The digital media is, the methods are there. And try to go gradually and try to optimize all these.
Technology is new.
Smart goals need to be emphasized.
I think we should use technology for this. So now I'm not going to go into details. There is 1 or 2 important points I want to discuss. We all know about Pat Catalano's studies which show that the risk of macrosomia is much more related to maternal obesity, pre-pregnant weight rather than the glucose. And you can see these figures where the fat mass and body fat percentage was very strongly correlated with pre-pregnant weight. And you can see here the correlation of BMI more than 25. Definitely there is a less insulin sensitivity even in pre-gravid stage, which has a linear relationship with BMI. So BMI above 30 is still less. So when these girls become pregnant, they decide baby's adiposity and the weight. So only one question about managing obesity in these young girls, about nowadays bariatric surgery, or maybe GLP-1 analogs before they come to you for infertility or planning pregnancy. Do you advise such weight loss remedies for them, and how you go ahead with that?
So bariatric surgery is a good option also if the BMI is more than 30 and she has comorbidities, or if she has severe morbid obesity, then she can go for bariatric surgery. But after that, we need to counsel her that she should not become pregnant for 1 year. And at that time, compulsorily, she needs to use a contraceptive method. Another problem, ma'am, what we see in the practice is that these women will have all sorts of severe micronutrient deficiencies. And it is difficult to give them, we cannot give them oral glucose tolerance test. So difficult to screen for diabetes. So there we are using postprandial, or we are using that AGP continuous for diagnosing. So that are the practical problems that we see in these. And another thing is that these women are more prone to FGR, fetal growth restriction. So it has to be a weighed decision, and they need very close monitoring during pregnancy.
For GLP-1, I would like to say that it is more practical than SGLT2, GLP-1, because it is expensive. So most of the time, patient they always ask from very first visit when we are going to stop this medicine.
And they will not
so
lose
for that,
follow-up.
yes, will not have problem of accidental pregnancy.
Yes.
And definitely, so it is preferable option. And it has better results, definitely.
Yes. So I think we are not going in detail of PCOS, so that's why I just asked these two questions about bariatric surgery and GLP-1 to manage obesity before. And now I think Dr. Yajnik is going to come tomorrow. So his cohort is showing that all the girls who got GDM are showing higher glucose right from 10 years of age compared to girls who never had a GDM. So now I think if he shows that tomorrow, you all should listen to this, very interesting, so that his maternal nutrition study is showing that, so that a bit of high glucose starts from childhood. So we talk about pre-gestational counseling, but it should go way before, at least before puberty, because if there is a obesity in puberty, it comes back in pregnancy and even later around menopause. So before puberty, there is a lot of importance for good health of young girls.
Continuum of care during pediatrics, then adolescent clinic, then coming to us in infertility clinic, then GDM, and postpartum going to you people.
I think fitness for girls can be a motto rather than concentrating for pregnancy.
And we should not neglect our male partners also. They should also undergo all these things.
You both can be, so, which is good. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for wonderful.
Thank you very much, pilots as well as the navigator, for a very timely landing of the flight, rather before time. It is all because of your coordination. If any question, we can take one question only.
I thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity. If there are no questions, of course.
Now one question is there. So if there is a dyslipidemia, how are you going to control that in pre-pregnancy?
Dyslipidemia.
So it is for pre-pregnancy counseling, ma'am. So definitely we have, the best option is statin. If it is about triglyceride, we use saroglitazar, fenofibrate, both of the drugs, they have shown the best results. So we use it, but we tell them that please come before you are conceiving. So again, it should not be accidental pregnancy, as we want to stop statin or saroglitazar or fenofibrate.
But that will be for severe dyslipidemia, because what we are talking when we use statins
Yeah.
to reduce vascular risk,
Yeah.
which comes after many years. So question of 12 months or 6 months, I don't think we are increasing vascular risk in
Yes.
these young girls. So just lifestyle intervention can also
Also
suffice,
can-
unless it is like a primary hypertriglyceridemia or familial cholesterolemia.
Very true.
During pregnancy, I think, ma'am, nobody can help, only MNT and controlling the glycemic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello. If no questions, then I will request chairperson to felicitate our Dr. Shaileja Kale and also the pilots, Dr. Pikki Saxena and Dr. Rutul Goklani. I will request Dr. Shaileja ma'am to felicitate our chairpersons, Dr. Ravi and Dr. Charu Baiti. Thank you very much. Now our next flight is open forum. I will call chairpersons Dr. H.S. Bora and Dr. Chaitanya Shembekar. Okay. Sorry, madam. Sorry. Yeah. For open forum, Dr. Lakshmi Shrikande and Dr. Anuj Maheshwari. हाँ उसके बाद में है ना वो.
Very good evening. I know we all are tired, and since morning Dr. Sunil Gupta, Dr. Kavita Gupta and everyone has covered all the topics for us. This is open forum. If you have any questions, you all can ask. Otherwise, we have decided that on all the topics, we will just give one take-home message on all the 5 topics, and we will start with the next session. So I request Dr. Anuj Maheshwari to start with the take-home message on medical nutrition therapy, which was our first session of today.
Yes. I think I'm audible. Right.
Yes.
As far as the medical nutrition therapy is concerned, it is not a thing which is to be done only in the pregnancy. Medical nutrition therapy and exercise should be done by each and every human being since from the very beginning of their life, since from the childhood, to avoid all endothelial dysfunctions and all possibilities of the obesity. But it becomes more important and more rational in the women, those who are going to be pregnant, if they are of the certain category, if they are of the high risk, means if they are having first degree relative of diabetes, if they are having overweight, if they are obese, and if they are having history of gestational diabetes in their previous pregnancy, then it is very much important to continue their medical nutrition therapy and exercise with them. If you want to add anything, you can.
No, fantastic. You have covered, and as an obstetrician, ideally we all are supposed to have nutritionist, but we don't have. So as an OBGY, we have to counsel our patients on the diet requirement and about the nutritional requirement. But wherever possible, especially those who are practicing in metros, you can refer your patient to endocrinologist, you can refer them to the nutritionist for proper counseling.
So the next topic was that role of SMBG and pharmacotherapy in hyperglycemia in pregnancy. And again, being a physician, I should give a final comments on that. As far as the SMBG is concerned, hyperglycemia in pregnancy, a female who is already having the diabetes, he must be knowing about the SMBG. And if she does not know, she must get a training and she must be given a training before entering into the pregnancy, before she may plan the pregnancy. Or many a times if she gets married, anytime she can get the pregnancy, she should be very much careful about the SMBG kind of the thing. As far as being a physician, my concern is that I would always prefer the lady who is expected to be pregnant or who is planning the pregnancy, or any couple who is planning the pregnancy, I would like to switch the lady before planning the pregnancy on the insulin, and would like to get the HbA1c less than 6.5 before she enters into the pregnancy. As far as the other medical therapy is concerned, metformin is a thing which should be given in the pregnancy after 28 weeks. It's really very much controversial in the first 20 weeks of the pregnancy. Nobody knows what should be the final outcome of the metformin in early days of the pregnancy, because it crosses the placenta. The drugs which does not crosses the placenta can be preferred, but as of now we do not have any such kind of the medication which does not cross the placenta. There is only one medication which crosses the placenta least, that is the glibenclamide or gleburide, but is still a lot of other issues because of being hyperinsulinemia and other things. Usually we avoid to give in the early days of the pregnancy, because hyperinsulinemia is a very important factor for the miscarriages.
Yes.
Anything you want to
very well said, Dr. Anuj, but as an obstetrician, we are slightly privileged as compared to the physicians, because our patients are really compliant. Those who are facing infertility issue, they want to become mother, and if she is pregnant, then she is worried about the baby. So as far as compliance is concerned, we face less problems as compared to the physician. And yes, you have rightly said, we should have a dedicated staff to teach them how to do self-monitoring of blood glucose. And whenever you are prescribing insulin, please, you should sensitize your staff about the signs and symptoms of hypoglycemia, and also to the patient. Because most of the times when you prescribe insulin, if you forget to tell them or make them aware about hypoglycemia, it can be a disaster.
Yeah, one thing I would like also to add here, if you are coming across a lady who is already having the diabetes and taking the insulin like glargine or any other insulin which is not recommended in the pregnancy, so once she enters into the pregnancy, usually after 4 weeks we knows about the pregnancy, and that is not the really time to switch over to the another variety of the insulin, because if you switch over at that time to the another variety of the insulin, probably you are going to make her uncontrolled during the process of organogenesis, and that is going to be very, very detrimental. So always keep these things in the mind while taking care of any pregnant women who is on the insulin.
Yes, just one point. That is why as an obstetrician we always tell all the physicians, I know you all are not used to ask about the last menstrual period. You have to ask her, and when in doubt, please do urine pregnancy test before prescribing medicines, because as we all always tell you that first trimester is the period of organogenesis. So most of the times it does happen that she is pregnant, she has not realized, you have not realized, and you have prescribed certain medication. So please make it a habit of asking LMP, that is last menstrual period, to all the women who are in the reproductive age group.
Yeah, I always believe that management of diabetes in pregnancy or management of the gestational diabetes is always a teamwork. And gynecologist or obstetrician is the leader of that team. Physician should always work under the leadership of the obstetrician whenever the GDM management is concerned. So
I disagree with you, because we are on equal footing, because we don't take a lead as an obstetrician.
There would be the first decision, final decision of one person. So final decision regarding the diet, final decision regarding the exercise, final decision regarding
So
the...
we are a team. We are a team because we have to work
Yeah, that
together.
should be, obviously, we are a team, but there always be a person who is
Yes,
the final
okay.
word, will be having in the team.
Team leader,
Yeah.
yes.
So, now I'm coming to the very important part which is to be covered up by the gynecologist, that is the fetal surveillance and obstetric management. I think physician has the least interference in
Yes,
this part, so
yes.
would like to ask the madam
Yeah.
to tell about the final message on the fetal surveillance and obstetric management.
Yeah, I agree here that here obstetrician is the leader and Dr. Uday Thanawala has covered all the aspects about fetal surveillance. Just one take-home message, as he also emphasized, that it should not be taken lightly. There are more chances of unexplained stillbirth if you are not doing proper control of GDM, and don't focus only on the baby, you have to focus on the mother as well. GDM per se is not an indication for cesarean delivery, it has to be done for obstetric indication only. And you have to do regular antenatal surveillance and fetal monitoring, and here individualization is the word which I want to emphasize because every case is different. So individualize your fetal monitoring schedule, call her for regular antenatal follow-up and decide on the time and mode of delivery accordingly.
Yeah, next topic was on the management of the PCO and obesity during the pregnancy. Before I made my comments, would like to have the madam's comment on the PCOS and obesity during the pregnancy.
Yeah, it is really a rising trend. We are seeing more and more patients who are having PCOS and who are obese. But here, since she is already pregnant, so we have to be extra careful and we have to manage her accordingly. Of course, we refer them to the physician for the management of the diabetes part.
Yeah, I would like to say one thing is that many times it is said that pregnancy is not a time to weight loss.
Yes.
Obviously, it is not a time to weight loss, but it is a time when we should not allow to gain the extra weight. So that's why we should do all our efforts so that the female should not gain the extra weight, because this will be detrimental to her diabetes as well as the fetus who has to be born. Another important thing I would like to say that is a controversial many of the times, and people are not really very much decisive what to do or not to do, that is a metformin.
Yes.
Metformin, PCOS women many a times are taking before entering into the pregnancy just for the getting not miscarried, and once they get pregnant, then some people do not believe that metformin should be continued, but as of now, what is the widely consensus that up to the first trimester metformin can be continued so that a female may not drop the pregnancy. At the same time, another recommendation is that it should be started after the 20th week of the pregnancy. So I would like to say that till the 12th week of the pregnancy, you can continue in the PCOS women, but not in other class of the women, not in those women who are not having the PCOS. At the same time, rest of the women should be started it after the 20th week. But always tell the patient's relatives it has its own disadvantages. We must go with them.
Yeah, very well said, Dr. Anuj, because all PCO obese patients are by default on metformin. Just one take-home message, if you are starting, please give them the full dose of metformin. Don't give them just 500 mg or 1000 mg. Give full dose, and as he has rightly said, you can safely continue up to first trimester of pregnancy.
So the next topic is the postpartum follow-up of a woman with hyperglycemia in pregnancy, and that is the most difficult part, what I understand, because after getting delivery, very difficult to catch the women again for the follow-up testing after the 6 weeks or after the 6 months. In the puerperium, most of the females are remaining in so much of the euphoria and mode of the happiness, they don't come back to the doctor again for checking up there, and that is the detrimental most of the time, and many people develops type 2 diabetes in that course of the time without knowing. What is your take?
Yeah, that is why, Dr. Anuj, my take-home message is that when we are doing antenatal checkup, that time only we have to counsel the woman, her husband and the whole family
that this lady needs lifelong surveillance. And as Dr. Sunil Gupta said, 50% of these women of GDM, they develop type 1 diabetes in first year. So we have to go on hammering, and as you rightly said, after birth of the baby, she has become mother, so she definitely neglects herself. But monitoring is necessary and it has to be done lifelong.
And for that purpose, we have developed a system in our clinic for sending a frequent reminders on the messages on WhatsApp and sometimes calling also. So that, and we should tell them what are the disadvantages of not checking themselves. We should also offer the glucometer to them so that they can check at their home. Because during the pregnancy, they are getting the habit of checking the blood glucose, so it can be continued, and we can ask them to continue checking their glucose level at least once a week, at least till 6 months of the after delivery.
Yeah, and contraception, I just want to tell them, just because she had GDM is not a contraindication for any type of contraception. She can use each and every contraception safely, which a non-diabetic or not GDM patient would have used if she is well controlled. But yes, if it was uncontrolled and if she is having microangiopathy, then certain kinds of contraceptions are contraindicated. So don't forget to counsel them about contraception in the postpartum period.
So last is that preparing a woman with diabetes for the pregnancy. I think you give the comments and...
Yeah, preconception counseling, not many obstetricians, they do get patients for preconception counseling, but because I am an infertility specialist, all infertility specialists, they are privileged that we get women to counsel before she becomes pregnant. And this is the right time, rather best time to counsel her and keep her sugar under control.
Contraception is
contraception I told them, yeah.
In the pre-pregnancy, till the female is not on the desired control of the glycemia, she should continue the contraception. She should not develop the pregnancy. That is the final thing, I think so, from both of us, and now it's over from all of us.
Yes.
To the chairperson.
And thank you so much, and congratulations to Sunil Gupta, Kavita Gupta, and the whole team for organizing such a wonderful academic bonanza. Thank you.
Thank you. I request to felicitate Dr. Shikande and Dr. Anuj Maheshwari by Dr. Shembekar sir and Dr. Bohraji. Now our next session is role of technology in pregnancy diabetes. Chairperson is Dr. Shembekar and Dr. Bohra.
Hello everyone. So we have our next session, which is on role of technology in pregnancy diabetes. And for this, our captain is Dr. Jyoti Dev Kesav Dev, and he is joining online. He has done his graduation from Trivandrum and has done fellowship from Mayo Clinic USA. He is chairman of Jyoti Dev's Diabetic Research Center, Trivandrum, Kochi and Attingal, Managing Trustee of P. Kesava Dev Trust, which is engaged in various charitable activities. He is Editor-in-Chief of International Journal of Diabetes and Technology. He conducts monthly diabetes education via YouTube channels and publishes monthly internet-based free diabetes newsletter from past 13 years. He is first author of Indian guidelines on vaccination, insulin pumps and glucose monitoring, and pioneer in cost-effective treatment of diabetes with the use of telemedicine and technology, and that is what he is going to use now, telemedicine and technology. So we are really fortunate to have Dr. Jyoti Dev with us online. Over to you, sir.
And this was published in the Journal a couple of weeks ago. And basically what we're seeing here...
Apologize to my dear friends Dr. Sunil Gupta and Dr. Kavita Gupta for not making physically to the convention. I'm very sorry. At the same time, I am very grateful to both of you and the team for giving me an opportunity to join virtually. And that too, at this very prestigious session of this very important conference. So I'm given the task of discussing the role of technology in the management of diabetes and pregnancy. So I don't have anything to disclose pertaining to this lecture. So if the international guidelines, you know, most of these international guidelines and the consensus are recommending a stringent control of glucose during pregnancy. And when you and me are treating diabetes in pregnancy so that the lower limit is set at 63 and the upper limit is set at 140 milligrams per deciliter, and in type 1 diabetes, the percentage time in range recommendation of more than 70%. And in type 2 diabetes and in GDM, probably more than 90% of the time to be between 63 and 140 milligrams per deciliter. Let me honestly ask you a question. How successful are you in maintaining this objective, in successfully reaching these goals? Without embracing, without integrating technologies in daily care, are we going to achieve these goals? The answer is absolutely not. The only solution will be to integrate those useful, user-friendly and low-cost technologies into routine diabetes care in pregnancy. So I would like to discuss a case with you, which I have seen 4 days ago from my neighborhood, but she has never visited me early. And this is diabetes of 14 years duration, type 2, a 41-year-old girl pregnant for 2 months. It's a precious pregnancy because she had multiple history of abortions and no living children. And she is currently on human premix insulin in the morning and in the evening and metformin 2000 grams daily. Instead of straight away changing the regimen, I asked her to monitor the glucoses for 2 days. And this has been the average fasting of 145, 2 hour post breakfast 175, post lunch 186, and post dinner she sustained a hypoglycemia and was corrected. We were successful in shifting her to a basal bolus regimen and on a continuous glucose monitoring device, and she was for the first time in her life using a CGM device. CGM is recommended. It has got multiple benefits other than reducing the hemoglobin A1C or improving the percentage TIR. It reduces the instances of LGA babies. It reduces the instances of neonatal admissions lasting for a day. It reduces neonatal hyperglycemia. And there is evidence that continuous glucose monitoring in pregnancy reduces the duration of stay within the hospital. Despite all these evidences, despite all these recommendations, what is the real world scenario? This is of course not from India. This is one of the developed nations, Sweden. Despite the recommendations of more than 70% TIR, though the women are achieving a percentage recommendation with respect to hemoglobin A1C of less than 6.5, the percentage time in range is still not achieved. We are nowhere near the international recommendations. And this is a real world evidence in type 1 diabetes. And this is a solution. Just 5 to 7% increase in the TIR in the second and third trimester is associated with reduced instances of large for gestational age babies and neonatal complications, which include macrosomia, shoulder dystocia, neonatal hypoglycemia, and ICU admissions lasting for more than 24 hours. So it is achievable. It appears to be very easy, but you require a continuous glucose monitoring as a tool. I don't know whether you are familiar with glucose typing. There are 3 different glucose types. If you are successful and if you are proactive in conducting continuous glucose monitoring and collating the data before pregnancy, when they're planning for pregnancy, you can use this clustering approach. You can classify them into either a low variable or a moderate variable group or a severe variability. And this along with variability, along with mean CGM glucose levels explains more than 70% of temporal glucose variability. And this scheme could detect earlier, or you can predict the onset of a GDM or a type 2 or even the existence of a pre-diabetes, so that you can be prepared on how you are going to manage the onset of a diabetes in future. Not only good in pregnancy, but also for doctors like us. And this is a concept trial. It stands for continuous glucose monitoring in pregnant women with type 1 diabetes. A multi-centric randomized clinical trial. Women with type 1 diabetes who are either pregnant or planning for pregnancy. And the secondary analysis, again, the association between glucose control and neonatal hypoglycemia. And in this cohort, 25% of the infants had neonatal hypoglycemia. Somewhat very surprising and very, very shocking. And how do you avoid this? Again, 5 to 7% improvement in the percentage time in range has demonstrated and has resulted in less occurrence of neonatal hypoglycemia, one of the major complications of type 1 diabetes in pregnancy. What about the role and the data pertaining to the use of insulin pumps in pregnancy and diabetes? And this is again a pre-specified secondary analysis of concept. Of course, there are only a small group of pregnant women using an insulin pump, only 125 against 123 using MTI. Those using insulin pumps had a significantly higher hemoglobin A1C. This is expected. I am not shocked. And the same demonstrating a 5% lower TIR with insulin pumps versus multiple daily injections. And what is the message? The message is very strong and straightforward. It is suggesting that we clinicians and the diabetes educators need to be much, much more aggressive with the insulin dose increments in those using insulin pumps. And the GDM or gestational insulin resistance increases from around 18 to 20 weeks, and frequent adjustments in the basal and borders is required when you're using the insulin pump. And these are the pump guidelines we have published in the year 2010 in Diabetes Technology and Therapeutics, where we had a subsession where we discussed about the use of insulin pumps in pregnancy, in the childbearing age group, contemplating on starting a family. Tight control of glucose is essential for successful outcomes in pregnancy, and they should start preferably 3 months before planning for pregnancy. So it should be proactively, it should be planned. The need for a stringent glucose control is even greater if the woman had a bad obstetric history or is undergoing assisted reproductive procedures like in vitro fertilization. And wider glucose fluctuations, high glucose and low glucose is deleterious to the fetus, and this should be avoided with the help of technologies such as insulin pump and with an integrated continuous glucose monitoring device. And the American Association of Clinical Endocrinologists, they are also advocating the use of insulin pumps, so also is a nice guidelines from the United Kingdom. But remember, always if possible, combine CGM with continuous glucose monitoring. And if it is not possible, the patient should be capable of performing very, very frequent, multiple times a day, self-monitoring of blood glucose and adjust glucose accordingly. So pumps are in general a failure, not only in India but in many parts of the world. So this is a lady, she's a doctor. And she visited me long ago. And in this cartoon, you can see that she is threatening me to put her on an insulin pump immediately. Immediately. Her hemoglobin A1C is 14% and she is pregnant for 3 months. It took hours and hours for my team and for me to convince this young doctor that pumps are good. They are very, very beneficial only when you are starting this sufficiently early and preferably 2 to 3 months before planning for pregnancy. And the pump requires a lot of counseling, training and education. The cannula change in pregnancy should be more frequent. The instance of ketosis is also more frequent and they should be equipped with insulin pens as well. And in the instance of intravenous steroids, for example, to promote fetal lung maturity, you can go for a temporary basal increase of approximately 40%. And what about if the girl would like to have the insulin pump when she's delivering the baby during the time of labor? Of course, it can be entertained. It can be allowed. And in general, you have to go for a reduction by 25 to 50%. And this can be with a temporary basal rate. And immediately after the birth of the baby and of the placenta, the insulin resistance, for example, in GDM vanishes. And this is when you have to go for the pre-pregnancy programming, and it has to be aligning or mirroring the pre-pregnancy or during the antenatal care. And for example, if you have to go for a modest reduction in the basal rate by 10 to 20%. And this is again to reduce the burden of hypoglycemia, considering the fact that she will be breastfeeding. And remember, based on the new daily routine, you have to again program the pump settings. But the current recommendations is not to go for a standalone insulin pump, especially in an era where we are now equipped with much better technologies, especially the advanced hybrid closed-loop systems such as 780G, which can automatically change both the basal and can even automatically deliver a bolus once in every 5 minutes if the algorithm decides so, thanks to the proportional integral derivative, which is integrated with 780G. You can manually program the active insulin time. You can manually program the glucose targets from 100 to 110 to 120 based upon how the patient is behaving, how successfully you are in avoiding the time below range. But let me honestly tell you, most of our patients on 780G, they are maintaining a percentage time in range above 90 to 95% most of the time. And this is a screenshot from my own mobile when I'm remotely monitoring the patients on 780G, how it is auto-bolusing, micro doses of insulin even when the person is sleeping. And this is a personal experience from a person on 780G. I have slept peacefully at night continuously for 8 hours. And this is after 16 years of a diagnosis of type 1 diabetes, thanks to the new innovations. So we do have the South Asian recommendations on the use of continuous glucose monitoring and on the assessment of percentage time in range and on the frequencies. And the recommendations in GDM, and the SMBG should be minimum 4 times daily. And whenever possible, you have to advocate, recommend continuous glucose monitoring. Always recommend connected glucose meters, since it connects to a mobile app with a plethora of benefits in pregnancy, and also capable of sending the digital glucose diary to the physician's office. This solution for those who cannot afford an automated insulin delivery device will be the use of connected insulin pens, NFC enabled, Bluetooth enabled, connected wirelessly to continuous glucose monitoring devices and to dosing algorithms. Unfortunately, not yet available in the Indian market. We have multiple choices of continuous glucose monitoring devices in India. Guardian Connect, supposedly very, very expensive, but this is one of the most reliable CGM devices available in India. But however, it requires calibration. Freestyle Libre Pro is a professional device and not recommended in pregnancy. And Libre is the most preferred device. But remember, a prescription of a fixed dose of insulin and infrequent monitoring. This is unfortunately the commonest practice, and this is the most dangerous prescription. So in conclusion, I will say the use of smart technologies in diabetes and pregnancy can save 2 generations, the mother and the baby. But remember to make smart choice of the patient and smart choice of technologies, and these will decide on the outcomes in pregnancy, especially the long-term outcomes. Thank you again for the patient listening and for the opportunity, my dear friends.
Thank you, sir, for your so much techno-savvy presentation. So you really use that technology, being virtual with us. So that proved that the technology is important. And in pregnancy, I think we can go. Can we comment on the some apps being developed by the Israeli doctors, where they are using some app for detecting the GDM right before the pregnancy, during the pregnancy, and then we can monitor them very closely. Some apps, some studies are there from Israel and China, where they have developed some apps, app-based diagnosis of the GDM and then monitoring those patients.
Fantastic. So thank you so much. Am I audible?
See any
Am I
glucose
audible
lowering
there?
therapy up till
Yeah.
now.
Okay,
including
thank you.
SGLT2 inhibitors
So
or other
Israel, I
GLP-1
believe,
analogs.
is
The weight
very
reduction
advanced
seems to
in
be the
technologies.
highest here in this
And the
particular,
algorithm that I
tirzepatide
described
trials.
a while ago, that is
Now,
the
my
proportional
concern is that
integral
in 40
derivative,
weeks of
and that
50
was
weeks trial,
originally the
we have got a
glucose algorithm.
weight reduction
And
of
this
almost
is what
5
is
to 10%.
integrated now with
You
780.
said almost 5% in 80%
So this
population,
780G has
10%
actually
almost in
resulted in almost
50%
complete
population.
automation. Almost,
Equivalence reduction to the
I have shown you
target
that
less than
almost
6.5, almost
90 to
50%,
95%
and
of the
almost
time it is clear.
25% have got
And your
HbA1c
specific question
less
on
than 5.7%.
developing an algorithm or an app
I
for
feel
GDM,
this is the only
I
trial
am
we have
actually not aware of that.
analysis
So I
of
would
less
also like
than
to learn from you.
5.7,
But the
presuming
one that
that
I
it is
have
a
indicated,
reversal
the
of
glucose
diabetes
typing,
or
and that is
prevention of
also
diabetes, whatever name we
predicting the
give it.
possibilities
So do
based
you
on
foresee that
performing a continuous
tirzepatide will be
glucose
used
monitoring
as a
before the
a
onset of the
molecule
pregnancy.
for
So when the
reversal of
person is
diabetes, at
normal,
least in obese
or
people
when,
with
when there is a
almost
suspicion of
resulted amongst
pre-diabetes,
30%.
or when there is metabolic
The
syndrome
last
or
concern
obesity,
is when
we
I
can
withdraw this molecule,
have a
whether
14
this
days of
reversal will
CGM, and
continue.
then you can cluster, you can differentiate into different clusters, with low variability, medium variability, or high variability, and those with
So, hello. Thank you so much, sir, for your lucid presentation and enlightening us about the technology. So I think, can we have some questions, sir?
Patient was randomized.
It's already running late.
Yeah, this is already very late, so thank you very much, and congratulations to Dr. Sunil Gupta and Kavita Gupta for the fantastic program.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Just a moment, sir.
Thank you, Jyotidev sir. Thank you so much for joining, and it was always a pleasure listening to you again. We have learned, in fact, he's very well known as a technology man. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I cannot see you, but thank you so much. I can hear you.
Okay, yes. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Large cohort of those patients.
Yes, sir, we would like to felicitate you also virtually now.
That will continue now beyond the 72 weeks. Look specifically at
Leveraging all the possibilities of
I can tell you
technology
though,
in
if you look at
telemedicine.
in the New England Journal article, I think it was up to 90.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah.
Had pre-diabetes, at baseline, at 72 weeks had.
Hello. I will call Dr. Kaduskar to felicitate our chairpersons. Thank you very much.
So,
I think we are done for the day with the academic sessions, and we will be soon having, I think, Sir, Shashaya sir is there, sir, ma'am? Okay, okay. So in some time we would be starting with our cultural evening. Till then, I think we can just relax for some time, and I think just wait for the melodious evening to start. Yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry. 1 minute. I just. So. Yes, I would like to, apologies ma'am. So I would like to invite Dr. Anja Lakshmi ma'am to give her Anja Lakshmi ma'am for her remarks. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. I am to climb up
sorry.
and climb down.
Okay,
that's
okay
all.
ma'am. So fine, doesn't matter. You can just stand.
First of all, I want to thank Dr. Sunil Gupta and Kavita Gupta for this wonderful opportunity. I was just relaxing because I was to be with Dr. Seshaya, and now the sole responsibility is on me. I am very proud and very happy that I am a student and assistant, and now the co-research person with Dr. Seshaya and the DIPSI group. So today's program and the activities has been beautifully summarized by Dr. Lakshmi and who is the other person? Anuj Maheshwari. Okay, what I don't know, because this flight is without the pilots. Only navigator, myself and Dr. Seshmi. Okay. So, but very few points. I will not take much of your time. Very few points just because I have to tell something, no? So I will give the few points. In the first, Dr. Rajesh Chawla's oration, the points which has attracted me is the biomarkers on the inflammatory biomarkers, the CRP, high sensitive CRP. And next is the D3 level, decreased D3 level predisposes to gestational diabetes. And a single test procedure of DIPSI is made it possible to universally screen even during pandemic period. And a study on insulin glargine, which have proved safety of that drug in pregnancy. And also he stressed on the future plan that is doing a cross-sectional study on 10,000 pregnant women for 7 days with the glucose test. That is on the eve of the GDM Awareness Day. And Dr. Hema Divakar, in her screening and diagnostic diagnosis of GDM, the DIPSI test, I think all of you are aware of that. She has stressed on that. And the primary role is on the OBGYN. They have to test pre-pregnancy testing and testing during pregnancy, and the important thing is the monitoring throughout pregnancy. And Dr. Ajay and Kavita's flight, no? I was very much interested to know about the second meal effect. Second meal effect on the hyperglycemia. That is, you have to prescribe the diet according to each patient, and also the snacks which we give in between the meals, that also you have to carefully give the prescription of the diet, okay? And the self-monitoring of blood glucose help to adjust the treatment, whether to increase the insulin or decrease. And then in the exercise part, the resistant upper body exercise only can be done, and the coconut water, there is always a lot of doubt about this. So the coconut water can be taken during the diabetes pregnancy, but only the portion is very important. It should not be beyond 200 ml. And very nice points Kavita has said, that is a lesser ripened fruit is better than the full dry fruit. That is a new thing we have learned today. And in the postpartum follow-up, they were discussing immediately after delivery, the steroid prophylaxis. See, what we used to say is in hyperglycemia of pregnancy, the lung maturity is being delayed. So, if you are going to deliver the baby before 38 completed weeks, it is better to give a steroid. But now the guideline says it is only before, if you are going to deliver before 34 weeks. And in the postpartum follow-up by Pooja and Rajesh Jain, the GLP-1 is supposed to help in the weight management, but because of the cost, its use is being limited. So bariatric surgery will be better. And insulin glargine once started and the patient's blood glucose is well under control, it can be continued. You need not change that. Now the papers are coming on the safety of the drug during pregnancy. That's all. So thank you very much for this opportunity given, and my congratulations to Dr. Sunil Gupta and Kavita Gupta and her team. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your kind comments and sum up. Thank you very much.
Sir told me before leaving, so the women are always better. He told me that, and he asked me to tell, because the last week there was one air crash. There's some accident in the aircraft, and it is the lady pilot who has safely landed in Patna and saved 186 lives. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that wonderful note. Like to felicitate you on Hello. So we'll be shortly starting with the melodious evening and followed by dinner. So we need to just wait and relax and I think do a little of fellowship after a big academic session,